Reluctant Wizard, Warriors of Magic, Book 1. Written by Jeffy Kennedy. Read for you by Deborah Baum. 1. For the second time in her life, Alise Phel returned to Convocation Academy with her metaphorical tail tucked firmly between her legs. Besides the humiliation of it all, she didn't even want to go back to school. Dark Arts knew both she and the Academy had had quite their fill of each other. And yet, here she was, literally kicking her heels outside Provost Uriel's office, in a chair too tall to allow her boots to touch the floor. She could be 8 years old instead of 18. That was a nifty intimidation tactic there, making the students called to the Provost's office feel like children in for a scolding. It was enough to drive a person crazy. Provost Uriel's familiar, who also worked as her aide, gave Alise a sympathetic glance, as if hearing her thoughts. He couldn't, naturally, as familiars were only able to supply magic, not wield it, but the aide didn't need psychic ability to read her glum expression. He no doubt saw a parade of downcast students waiting to discover the newest twist in the fates they couldn't control. Alise clung to her resentment, wallowing in that angry misery rather than in the wrenching guilt over having murdered her own mother. A little inter-office rat-seal courier buzzed in to sit on the aide's shoulder. "Provost Uriel will see you now, Wizard Alise," he said, giving her a bolstering smile. "Thanks. You can leave your things here," he added. "I remember," she replied wryly. He'd made the same offer the last time she was there. Alise stomped into Provost Uriel's office, her big boots making a satisfying clomp of disdain on the lovely polished wooden floor. The waterproof boots had been perfect for the muddy, sloppy, and chilly rain-winter of much warmer Mericin, but not so much in frigid Convocation Centre, nor in the beautifully furnished room that reeked of academia and storied tradition. High in one of the turrets of the expansive connected buildings that formed Convocation Academy, the Provost's office was ringed with a semicircle of windows giving an expansive view of the snow-covered campus. The Provost herself sat at a grand desk at the centre of it all, her platinum hair arranged in an exquisite twist, her skin dewy from the attention of grooming imps, a spider web of lines fanning out from her wizard black eyes. Her house Uriel's psychic magic waved impersonally against Alise's own wizard senses, an assessing multicoloured field of well-crafted, exquisitely balanced magic of a high-level wizard. The Provost raised a single brow as the imposing woman looked her up and down with keen insight. Alise could just imagine what the Provost saw, but she didn't care about her appearance. She wasn't at Academy to look pretty. She was there to play obedient wizard, to graduate as quickly as possible, and possibly discover the root of a convocation-wide conspiracy that went back generations. No big deal. "Wizard Alise," the Provost finally said in a musing tone, apparently finished with her cataloguing of Alise's many faults. "I'd rather believed, after our previous conversation, that you would not be in my office again so soon. Or ever again. In fact, I'd been fully convinced you were sincere about finishing your education and in obeying the rules set forth for you here. I clearly recall fervent promises on your part to that effect." Alise bit back a sigh and a pointed retort. "I apologize, Provost Uriel." The Provost waited an expectant moment, then tipped her head slightly. "At least you don't attempt to offer excuses. I would, however, be interested in a tale of how a planned field trip with archivist Cillian Harahel to access the archives at House Harahel, an excursion, not incidentally, approved by me personally, and with the understanding that strict limitations would be observed, turned into you herring off to House Phel yet again, where you became embroiled in highly illegal and contentious activities. Put that way, it all sounded very bad, though the choice to rush to her family's aid had been very clear at the time. They'd been under a literal siege, their lives at stake. Archivist Harahel did go with me, Alise offered weakly. I was still under Convocation faculty supervision the entire time. I'm aware of Archivist Harahel's decision in this matter, Provost Uriel replied dryly, and I will be speaking with him also. Alise jerked her chin up. Was Killian's job in jeopardy? And all because of her? It wasn't his fault, I insisted. Oh? The Provost raised a brow. I can't say I think much of his supervision as a faculty member if a minor student was able to sway him from the explicitly defined parameters of his assignment. I'm not a minor, Alise replied, trying to sound reasonable. I'm 18 now. Never mind that everyone had forgotten her birthday in the cacophony of events. She would be horribly selfish to even wish for anyone to think to celebrate that, given all that had occurred. You, Wizard Alise, despite your recent birthday, elevated birth, and estimable high house connections, are but a student here, Provost Uriel said with stern emphasis. That makes you a minor in the Academy's eyes, whereas Archivist Harahel is a faculty member, albeit a junior one, and a librarian rather than teaching staff, and is therefore expected to adhere to binding regulations. Taking a student on an excursion unauthorized by the Academy or her family is a severe breach of professional standards. We went to save my family, Alise protested. Lord Phel does not direct Convocation Academy, the Provost interrupted with a severe chop of her hand. I do, and despite what some high houses believe, Convocation Academy is an independent entity, not a political one. We do not cave to the desires of the individual houses, nor to the pulling of rank by the scions of those houses. Not Phel, not Alal, not Harahel. I did not intend to pull rank, Alise said as evenly as she could, attempting to stick to the primary accusation. I certainly never have called on the influence of House Alal. I've renounced the house of my birth, as we've previously discussed, Provost. Yes, about that. The Provost plucked up a missive from the many on her desk, this one on expensive stationery with the gold-embossed seal of House Alal. It soured Alise's stomach just to see it. Any idea why Lord Alal is writing to me to withdraw you from Convocation Academy due to a family emergency? Alise had a pretty good idea, yes, but not one she'd like to articulate. Even if you hated your father, it wasn't good form to accuse him of vengeful and murderous impulses. He can't do that. House Alal already disowned me. Not officially, he didn't. According to Convocation records, you are still a scion of Alal, and your father has been heard saying that he's considering you to be his heir. That was news to Alise. According to her younger brother, Nanda, the disowning had been done a while ago, and Nanda had been equally certain of being their father's heir. He'd taunted Alise with the information, though Alise didn't care in the least. She wasn't fit to be a standard wizard, let alone the head of a high house, not with the terrible way she'd used her magic. She'd witnessed firsthand how power had corrupted her father, and had no intention of following any further in his footsteps. House Phel pays my tuition, my room, and board, she pointed out. Papa, Lord Alal that is, doesn't have the power to withdraw me. Alise tried, feeling more than a little desperate. To some extent, that's true, the provost allowed, dropping the missive onto her desk again. As my previous remarks on Convocation Academy not being subject to the whims of the heads of high houses, even one as powerful as Lord Elal imagines himself to be, still apply. There is, however, the more than slight problem, Wizard Alise, in that your status here as a student is in question, entirely due to your own actions, no matter who is paying the bill. Surely you understand the problem. Yes, Provost, Alise answered, sick at heart, but unable to deny the truth. You were already on probation. Provost Uriel smacked her palm on the desk, a psychic echo slapping Alise's mind with stinging emphasis. Do you recall our conversation regarding your status here? A dialogue we conducted right here, in this very office, not 3 months ago. Alise winced. I do recall, Provost Uriel. Would you please indulge me and reiterate what I thought were very clear conditions for you to be readmitted to the Academy following your last unauthorized excursion? Please begin with the part where I granted you a second chance when I did not have to, and in truth had serious reservations about extending. Well, this sucked even more than Alise had anticipated. She really hadn't expected to feel guilty. Not about this, anyway. You graciously granted me the second chance I asked for, and that you pleaded for, the Provost corrected. That I pleaded for, Alise agreed glumly, staring at the blunt toes of her boots. I agreed to all of your conditions, the campus restrictions, the heavy course load, that I would apply myself diligently. She lifted her gaze, meeting the Provost's. I accepted the independent study you assigned me, Provost Uriel, and pursued it in good faith. If I may be so bold, I'll add that I followed through on all of those commitments. My grades were excellent. The Provost regarded her with pinched lips, then heaved a sigh of exasperation. You being bold, Wizard Alise, does not seem to be in question. I should count my blessings not to have more bold Elal scions like you and your sister. Alise noted with considerable interest that the Provost didn't include Nanda in that group. She also said nothing, choosing that course of action as the wisest in the moment. The Provost sighed again. You were doing well. That's only one frustrating aspect of the problem you present. You had made impressive strides, particularly with what you'd uncovered in the course of your independent study. Alise gave the Provost a cautiously questioning look. The terms of her independent study had never been explicitly outlined. The Provost had simply given her a full access pass to the Convocation archives, a rather dizzying amount of freedom for a mere student, and listed herself as faculty advisor. The Provost, possibly acting in House Uriel's interest, given their long enmity with House Hanil, had basically given Alise license to look for Hanil interference in the official Convocation records, especially regarding the fall of House Phel. Alise had sent regular reports to the Provost as her independent study advisor, but Provost Uriel had never replied, nor had she given any indication she'd read or even received those missives. Of course, Alise's findings had all been in the negative column. No records of House Phel remained in Convocation archives. The real discovery had come about when she'd finally relaxed her pride and justifiable caution enough to ask for a librarian's help, which was when she met Killian. He verified her findings, or rather, lack thereof. That's why Wizard Killian was taking me to House Harahel to search the original documents there, and... She took a breath, decided she might as well say it, After all, the provost's office was privacy shielded, and potentially petition House Harahel to investigate suspected tampering in the official archives. The provost didn't exactly straighten, but her psychic magic focused on Alise with an intensity that communicated her complete attention, wizard black eyes snapping with alert interest. Librarian Harahel did not mention that information in his field trip requisition to me, a missive that, I might mention, did not request permission, but rather informed me of the expedition, she added with irritated distaste. Oh, Killian. Alise managed not to roll her eyes, but Killian's special blend of absent-minded professor and single-minded researcher nevertheless filled her with exasperation. He likely thought he was being discreet, given the nature of our inquiry. Provost Uriel tapped silver-pointed nails on the desk. I suppose I shall soon enough discover from the horse's mouth exactly what he was thinking, if he was at all. Alise managed not to wince, but she did send a mental apology to Killian for throwing him to this particular wolf. She didn't have a very high MP score in psychic magic, so he wouldn't get the message. Not to mention that meddling in minds even that much was highly unethical and absolutely illegal. Will Lord and Lady Phel be petitioning House Harahel in your stead? The provost asked abruptly. I don't know, Alise ventured. There were a great many things to deal with in the aftermath of the battle at House Phel, injuries and property destruction, and then we received your summons to return to Convocation Academy and— I see. No need to continue. I'll discuss with archivist Harahel. He should be waiting outside in the anteroom. Please send him in on your way out. Alise hesitated, surprised to be dismissed already, and the provost glanced up impatiently. Where should I go? Alise ventured. To class, the provost answered, as if Alise were dense. She raised platinum brows in astonishment. I'm given to believe you're substantially behind in your coursework. You have a great deal to do to catch up if you're to graduate on time. Yes, provost, Alise breathed, rather startled by the immense relief she felt at being allowed to continue her studies. The sense of reprieve came as a stark contrast to her earlier unhappiness about being back at Convocation Academy only a short time before. Thank you, Provost Uriel, she said sincerely, tempted to bow. The provost flicked her fingers in dismissal. My reward shall be penning a missive to Lord Piers A. Lal explaining why he cannot withdraw his daughter from my school. I believe I shall enjoy tweaking his nose. Begone, Wizard Alise. Please consider a change of clothing before you return to class. Alise flushed, surprised to be chagrined. I was planning to, Provost Uriel, she replied with dignity. Thank you for this second chance. You paying attention to your independent study project would be thanks enough. And I am begging you, the provost added with a glare and a ping of psychic reinforcement, don't screw up again. 2. Cillian Harahel waited in Provost Uriel's antechamber, a book in his lap, as always, but for once unable to concentrate on it. He kept reading the same few lines over and over until they began to seem like an acid commentary on his entire, until recently, sedate and disciplined existence. Silas raged over the loss of Lindella. In his fury, he tore apart the contents of his arcanium, slamming loose objects against the stone walls to shatter to pieces as useless as his wits. How dare she refuse his offer? She was meant to be his in every way, utterly and completely. Silas wouldn't rest until Lindella knelt at his feet, and when she did, he would make her pay. For kneel she would. He vowed to make it so. Killian didn't at all understand his fascination for these objectively terrible lines. He'd begun reading the saga of Silas and Lindella in order to better understand romance, and yes, he was dryly aware of the implicit commentary on his staid and scholarly self that he'd approached the topic of romance as a research project. From his tenure in the Convocation Academy libraries, he knew how popular Silas and Lindella's story was, among the many romance novels available, and then in the subset of those that dealt with wizard familiar romances, the highly questionable and ultimately tragic tale of overbearing and controlling wizard Silas and the delicate, doomed familiar Lindella could not be kept on the shelf. The archives contained multiple copies, enchanted to signal Ratseal couriers to return them to the library after a set time, because so many had mysteriously vanished over the years. So, to kick off his research into romance, an effort likely to be as doomed as this epic love affair, this afternoon Killian had started reading the saga of Silas and Lindella for the first time in his life. He hadn't even gotten past the first few pages, an unusually slow pace for him because he kept sticking on various passages like this. She was meant to be his, in every way, utterly and completely. Silas wouldn't rest until Lindella knelt at his feet. The kneeling, of course, his analytical brain informed him, was a reference to the bonding ceremony, in which a familiar knelt at a wizard's feet and accepted the binding enchantment that would tie them together until death parted them. That part wasn't relevant to Killian's interests. He'd embarked on this research project to better understand his feelings for the lovely, prickly, and often remote Alise Phel, who was a wizard like himself. So, really, a wizard familiar romance wasn't an appropriate model at all. Not to mention the reality that Killian was unlikely to ever have a familiar, as archivists typically never required that kind of magical boosting. Alise was a different story. With her tremendous natural talent for, and growing skill in manipulating spirits, she would almost certainly bond a familiar someday. And she would need a familiar appropriate for her status as a high house wizard, possibly even the head of a high house, as looked to be her destiny. Romances between wizards certainly occurred, but were rarely monogamous, unless the wizards were lower-tier types like himself. Harahel alone, among the high houses, seemed to have more lasting wizard-wizard marriages. The wizard-familiar relationship, however, was an intimate one, usually including erotic play, unless the bonded pair were siblings. Thus, many wizard-familiar pairs were also married or sexually exclusive. More, he understood that magical bond created an intensity of connection unlike any other. Alise would have that someday. He wanted her to have that, and more. Alise deserved happiness and her heart's desire, and that would not be a wizard-wizard relationship, particularly not with the equivalent of a magical pedestrian currently employed in an entry-level position at Convocation Academy. Killian didn't even know why he was thinking about anything but being Alise's friend, much less studying up as if he'd take some kind of action. Well, strike that. He did know the why. The first time she'd walked into the library, clutching her pass from the provost to her slim bosom like a shield, her wizard black eyes huge in her piquant face, his heart had lurched dangerously. With her warm golden skin and slight figure, she'd resembled a candle flame, lighting up the gloom of his dull night shifts at the reference desk. Something about her struck him hard and fast, hitting him with heady desire and something dangerously like love at first sight. She was meant to be his. There was no meant to be, of course, outside of fiction, no love at first sight, especially without an actual conversation, though he had known who she was. His Harahel magic meant that he could recall anything he deliberately memorized, and he made a point of keeping up with the Convocation Academy student roster. So he'd known that Alise Phel, née Eilal, had returned to the academy after a great scandal in which she'd helped two lovelorn familiars escape. Good girl, heir apparent to House Eilal, early manifesting wizard Alise, had been the last person anyone had expected to aid in that rebellion. Alise had returned to Convocation Academy to finish her education, to the delight of gossips and annoyance of those professors who considered her a lost cause. Killian hadn't paid much attention either way. Until she walked into the library, catching his attention, not unlike the way Lindella had seized Wizard Silas's singular devotion the first time he saw her dance, a trope that annoyed Killian even as it resonated. Killian had been riveted by Alise, hit by lightning, her magic as tantalizing as the scent of roses on a warm summer afternoon. And she hadn't even glanced in his direction, just waved that pass at him, entirely focused on her search. He loved that intense single-mindedness of hers. He'd kept an eye on her, rationalizing that it was part of his job, though weeks passed without her asking for his assistance. She was a loner, wrapped in a cocoon of remote stillness. And, as he reminded himself daily, she was a student. She might be only 4 years younger than him, but he was faculty and in a position of power over her, even if it was only a laughably minor sort of power. Killian was no Silas, master of vast holdings and possessor of a telekinetic wizardry so devasting he could rend the very bedrock of the land. Which, a salient point about Silas, he'd eventually done, destroying his enemies and an entire land along with them in taking vengeance for Lindella, who died alone and separated from him. At least, if the story was to be believed. The saga of Silas and Lindella was a fictionalized account of a historical tale with murky provenance at best. Probably 90% of the purported history had been embellished, if not created whole hog over the centuries. The book was almost entirely nonsense. So why was he reading it? Because he didn't understand romance, he supposed, and he desperately needed to. He didn't understand this consuming desire for Alise, nor what, if anything, to do about it. She'd been called to Provost Uriel's office the moment they disembarked from the carriage they'd shared to return to Convocation Academy, and he'd been commanded to attend shortly thereafter. He had no choice but to wait and wonder. So he did what he always did, read a book to pass the time, bonus if it served as research. He snorted softly to himself in disgust, reading the same lines again. How dare she refuse his offer? She was meant to be his, in every way, utterly and completely. Silas wouldn't rest until Lindella knelt at his feet. Alise hadn't refused Killian's offer, of course, because he hadn't made one. He wasn't even sure what he'd offer, even if he mustered the balls to do it and overcame all good sense at the same time. He didn't have much of anything, with no prospects of ever having much. And when he allowed himself to indulge in romantic fantasies about Alise, none of them included her kneeling and capitulating to him. He wanted her by his side, and he had absolutely zero desire to be like Silas, full of possessive rage. That wasn't him at all. The problem was, he also didn't much want to be himself. Bookish, retiring, baker of cinnamon rolls, and apt to blurt out things he shouldn't. Probably Alise knew very well that he had a crush on her, as he'd foolishly said inappropriate things to her when she finally did approach him for assistance. She hadn't even known his name then, pronouncing it with a soft C instead of a hard one. That should have been humiliation enough to make it abundantly clear how delusional he'd been. He groaned in the back of his throat at the memory. Are you well, Archivist Killian? Priyan, the provost's aide and familiar, asked with a frown of concern. You were making some noises, he added, when Killian looked up in confusion. Would you like a glass of water? No, Killian said, sharply enough to make Priyan's frown deepen. I mean, I'm fine. No problem here. Provost Uriel should be with you very soon, Priyan said kindly. I'm fine, Killian said, realizing he was repeating himself. I have my book. He held it up in demonstration, feeling like even more of an idiot when Priyan smiled and nodded. Just then, the doors to the provost's office flew open and Alise stalked out. She had a way of entering every room like she defied anyone there to kick her out. Her older sister, Nick, now Lady Phel, had a similar manner, though more confident and less prickly. Both Alise sisters took up a lot of air in the room, drawing the light to them. Alise just tended to look as if she'd rather that wasn't the case. Alise's sharply black eyes fixed on him, and she nodded in greeting, formally, as if they hadn't just shared a carriage ride back from House Phel for 2 days, not to mention all the time they'd spent together before that. Her short black hair stood out in tousled spikes, looking as if she'd been running her hands through it, and she hunched her shoulders inside the mud-spattered black raincoat she'd worn from Mericin, which wasn't really warm enough for Convocation Centre in wintertime. A flush of emotion graced her high cheekbones, but she looked otherwise composed. Archivist Killian, she greeted him in what he'd learned to identify as her in-control lady of the high house voice. I'm told to ask you to go in now? Thank you, Wizard Alise. He was enough of a dork that, in fumbling to stand up from the oversized chair, he dropped his book. Reaching for it, he nearly bumped heads with Alise, who'd crouched to retrieve it. She naturally peeked at the title. He really hoped he wasn't blushing. Even more strongly, he wished for a hole to open up in tower floor, drop him 20 stories, and kill him immediately. Not your usual reading fare, she commented, raising a brow. She'd know perfectly well that he hadn't brought the book on their journey, which meant she'd also deduced that he'd grabbed it specifically to read while waiting to be fired. Research for a special project, he said, immediately regretting the choice of words. What project would that be, Killian, you idiot? It's really quite awful how Silas behaves, he babbled on, kicking himself mentally for still talking. As usual around her, he couldn't seem to stop himself. Also, he didn't want Alise to think that he thought about women that way. A terrible example, in truth. Then he caught the slight wrinkle of her nose, a wince of discomfort at the corners of her eyes. Have you read it? He asked belatedly, with a very bad feeling. A smile quirked her solemn mouth. Alise rarely smiled in full, always restraining herself. I did. I believe I filched Nick's copy and read it at an age far too young for some of the content. I loved that book, Priyan said on a dreamy sigh. I used to fantasize about being Lindella, swept away by Silas. To Killian's surprise, Alise's smile warmed and she nodded at Priyan. I think we all did. You, Killian blurted out, saying the wrong thing for the 1000th time in a row in Alise's disconcerting presence. I mean, you don't seem like you would go for Silas's brand of... He didn't finish, decidedly uncomfortable choosing any of the several words that popped into mind. He regretted his outburst even further when Alise's smile froze, then shattered entirely as she averted her gaze. She handed him the book without looking at him again, saying offhandedly, I was young and naive. Oh, to be that young and naive again, Priyan said, clapping a hand over his heart. Familiar Priyan, the provost said from the doorway, sounding stern, but with amusement in her expression. can I ask you to leave off fluttering over romantic heroes and instead send in my next appointment?" "Yes, provost," Priyan answered, but with a cheeky flutter of his lashes. "Wizard Alise," the provost said with much less amusement, "I believe I told you to be gone and pursuing any number of more productive activities." "Going, Provost Uriel," Alise replied, sounding chastened, but she gave Priyan a wink and left without acknowledging Killian further. He hadn't even thought to ask her how it had gone with the provost. He'd been so flustered. As he turned to follow Provost Uriel's peremptory gesture to enter her office, he reviewed Alise's set expression and the provost's parting comment. Alise had been upset, flushed, and unhappy, but it sounded like she'd been given a reprieve and would remain at the academy. A relief for both of them. Well, a relief for her, but not for him if he didn't remain at Convocation Academy. Given the provost's attitude, nothing boded well for that eventuality. He was definitely getting fired. 3. Alise hurried her way out of the provost's office and plunged down the long winding steps that led ever earthward. Offices ringed the tower at each floor, on both the inner and outer circles, open doors emitting the chatter of conversation and rustle of paperwork. Rat-seal couriers flew over her head in a steady stream of myriad directions, carrying the communications of the busy academy. Some of the office workers glanced at her as she went by, giving her nods of respect. She might be the subject of gossip from all and disdain from some, but she was still her father's daughter when all was said and done, and a wizard. No one wanted to cross an Elal wizard. Today's mud-covered, disgraced student could be tomorrow's Lady Elal after all. Never mind that Alise wasn't interested in intimidating anyone. For that matter, she had no intention of improving her wizardry. She'd caused enough damage as it was. She would find a way to learn the bare minimum to graduate, then contrive never to use her abilities again for any reason. Never again would she risk doing what had killed her mother. She could add how she'd treated Killian to her long list of transgressions of how she'd failed everyone around her. He'd looked so flustered, barely meeting her gaze, acting upset. He was probably worried about getting fired. And why had he been reading the saga of Silas and Lindella? That was so out of character for him. Then teasing her about liking it. Yes, of course she recognized the unrealistic aspects of that torrid romance, but it was fiction. Well, mostly. No doubt Killian would be able to tell her exactly how much of the tale was historically accurate. Had his getting the book and ostentatiously reading it where she'd run into him been a way of trying to get a rise out of her? No, she shook that away. Killian had said he was pursuing some project with the book and had no reason to lie about that. After all, he had a much bigger life than assisting her research. Projects he'd likely had to put on hold to help her, plus being dragged into Alise Phel business. Probably he was pursuing a project like parsing the history versus the fiction of Silas and Lindella, or some such, and she was being emotional and paranoid, which seemed to be the new normal for her. She didn't know up from down these days, only that getting from 1 hour to the next felt like such an unbearable slog that she wanted to crawl under the covers and not come out until spring. Maybe longer. This, however, was not an option. Class. She was supposed to go to class. Alise racked her brain, trying to remember where she was supposed to be on this day at this particular time. It seemed like months instead of weeks since she'd been at the academy, and, well, shit. Today was her senior practicum, the worst possible class to have to endure. Worse, the hands-on lasted all afternoon and required active participation. Even the delay of changing her clothes wouldn't save her from several hours of pretending to know what she was doing. What dreadful luck. But delaying further would only make it worse. So, Alise strode down the quiet hall in the dorm reserved for upper-level wizard students. Everybody was in class at this time of day, a minor stroke of good fortune. She didn't care to answer any probing questions disguised as friendly conversation. As she drew near to her own closed door, however, she spotted someone leaning against the wall next to it, wearing the garb of one of the academy proctors, which was very odd. Proctors didn't spend time where students weren't. Their literal job was to monitor students. Alise slowed to give herself time to think. She shouldn't be in any danger, even though the academy proctors were all Harahel wizards, and despite the fact that House Harahel seemed to be a part of the conspiracy to destroy House Phel for unknown reasons. Still, not everyone beholden to a house supported that house's politics. She should know, as she categorically hated everything House Elal did, nor would everyone in the house even know much about what the higher echelons were up to. Obviously, only a few high-level wizards would know about conspiracy-level stuff, not wizards who ended up as academy proctors. Only medium to lower-level wizards settled for the grunt jobs that were basically being hall monitors for unruly students. The proctor scanned surface thoughts and attempted to nib infractions in the bud. They were generally effective at that, but the faculty handled any major trouble. As she drew near, she found she didn't recognize the proctor who was very obviously blocking access to her room. Even odder, at this stage of her academic career, after all these years of boarding and schooling at Convocation Academy, she recognized most, if not all, of the staff and faculty, if only distantly. A steady gig at Convocation Academy, even a lowly one, salaried, along with room and board, was nothing to sneeze at. Turnover was low. A proctoring job might not be the plum of the psychic wizarding world, but most of the academy proctors were wizards she remembered from more than 10 years before when she first arrived at the academy as a girl. That this unfamiliar proctor behaved out of character and clearly waited for specifically her sent a chill of foreboding down her spine. But Alise pulled her poise together and lifted her chin, channeling her best Lady Elal manner. "Can I be of assistance, Proctor?" The man smiled and sketched a bow. He had golden hair, pale skin, and a square jaw, classically handsome, if you cared for that sort of thing. His colouring was striking with his black eyes. His psychic magic had an unsavoury look to it, however, a murky quality that cancelled out any physical appeal he might have. "A moment of your time, Wizard Elal." "Phel," she corrected sharply, and his smile only curved as he tipped his head in dubious acknowledgement. "I am Proctor Gordon Harahel," he said. "I must have a word with you." "Must you?" she inquired coolly. She set down her overnight bag and her bag of books, folded her arms, and waited. "Go ahead. I need to change clothes and attend my practicum, as I'm sure you're aware, being a proctor." She added that last pointedly, since she wasn't at all convinced that was true. Proctor's robes were easy to acquire. "In private," he qualified, with a flash of a grin that was likely supposed to be charming, as he gestured to her door. "Oh no, boyo, I don't think so." She made a show of looking around the empty hallway. "You can speak here. There's no one to overhear." "Elal spies are everywhere." "So I always hear. I don't have a say in what House Elal does, but I can promise you that if Elal has sent spirits to spy on this hallway, then they're even more certainly in my room. Lord Elal and I haven't exactly seen eye to eye of late. Speak here or nowhere." Gordon's jaw flexed. "I will only deliver this very important message in the confines of your private chamber, Wizard Phel." She shrugged. I suppose you won't be delivering your very important message then, as I have no intention of letting you into my room. It's your very important message. You keep it. You're awfully cheeky for a young thing. Alise was getting a bit tired of people treating her like a child. Yes, she was slight and looked younger than her years, but she had reached actual legal adulthood, not to mention being a full-fledged wizard with not inconsiderable abilities. And she would only grow stronger, whereas this mid-level, at best, Harahel wizard had topped out. She outranked him in every way, and he thought he could bully her. Anger coursed warm under her skin, far better than the previous chill of trepidation. "What I am is late for my practicum, proctor," she bit out, emphasizing his job title. "Move away from my door and cease delaying me, or I shall report you." His face took on such ugly anger at her words that Alise wondered how she could have ever thought him handsome, even objectively and in passing. "You wouldn't dare," he hissed. Darting forward, he seized her arm in a crushing grip that felt like it went to the bone. Equally numbing, his psychic magic wormed into her through the contact, sending invasive tendrils through her throbbing nerves to her brain. This was no low or mid-level wizard. In fact, she realized far too late, he was more powerful than she knew how to defend against. Alise didn't know what he intended to do, influence or control her in some way, that was certain. Psychic manipulation was also hugely illegal, but unless she could get to help, piffling laws didn't matter. Belatedly, she tried summoning a warrior spirit to get the wizard off of her, but her magic went nowhere, feeling as if it had bounced off a glass wall. He was blocking her somehow. She should have taken defensive action sooner. Hard on the heels of that regret came a frisson of real fear. "Listen to me, and listen well, sweetheart," he said into her ear, his breath unpleasantly hot on her cheek, the message behind his words pounding through her brain from the inside of her skull, reinforcing it with irresistible insistence. "You will cease looking for the Alise Phel archives." She tried to jerk away, to wall out the psychic magic pummeling her will, encasing her in an ugly wall of dissonance, but his grip, both mental and physical, only tightened. Tears blurred her vision. "You may keep up the appearance of conducting a search," he continued relentlessly, "but you will not be effective. Any information you learn, you will immediately forget. Any information you discover, you will hide or destroy, so no one else can access it. Finally, you will tell no one of this conversation. You will be unable to speak of me or what we just discussed. Do you understand?" "I understand," she heard herself say in dull obedience. "Glad to hear it." He sounded smug, self-satisfied, no doubt pleased to have so easily bested her. To her shocked horror, he licked her ear. Tasty. You might look like a little girl, but I bet you're all woman in bed. Be grateful I didn't decide to instill a compulsion for you to come to mine. Mind yourself, or next time I will." He drew back and caressed her cheek with a finger, smiling when she shuddered. "I can make you want me," he murmured, "or I can let you loathe me, as I sense in you right now, and compel you to give yourself to me anyway. I enjoy that too, perhaps more. Your call, baby wizard. Do as I say. Don't even think about retaliating or speaking a word about me other than to sing my praises, and I'll leave you alone." At last he released his vice grip on her arm and the equally agonizing hold on her will, and Alise gasped at the sheer relief, then began shaking uncontrollably. The warrior spirit she'd tried to summon before suddenly manifested, looking to her for instructions. Gordon Harahel glanced at it, then raked her with a salacious stare that left her feeling filthy, and shook a warning finger at her. Hastily, she banished the spirit. "Not completely stupid," the other wizard said, "though I was kind of hoping you'd test me. Something tells me you'll end up in my bed eventually, panting and eager, spreading your legs willingly, while your mind shrieks in useless protest. I can feel it already. Are you a virgin? Ah, yes, delightful." He paused, not waiting for a reply so much as enjoying her terror. "There, message delivered. Was that so difficult? Remember your instructions." He strolled away, whistling a tune vaguely familiar, but that she couldn't identify. Alise flung herself at her chamber door, fumbling at the Iblis lock coded to her and her alone. The door gave, and she hurled herself inside, slamming and locking it as if it could protect her from what had already occurred. Only then did she release the sob of utter and horrified despair, realizing, as her stomach spasmed, that tears weren't all she'd be spewing. She made it to the wash basin and vomited, hard and painfully. Continuing to dry heave for a while, she wept continuously. Surely either puking or sobbing, or both, would provide a cathartic release and she'd feel better. But she only felt soiled and ill. At last, she got herself together enough to summon an earth elemental to clean up her sick. For those creatures, getting to consume anything was reward enough, but she was so grateful to it for removing the smell and visible evidence of her shame that she fed it an extra boost of magic too. Sitting wearily on her narrow bed, she gazed bleakly around her small room. The tiny earth elementals employed by Convocation Academy didn't allow for dust to gather, but the room still seemed stale with disuse. She'd had a much grander room back when she'd been Alise Phel, heir apparent to House Phel, petted and spoiled by her papa. Now that House Phel had taken over her expenses, the days of being one of the wealthiest students at the school were over. Her sister, Nick, and her husband, Gabriel, had apologized that they couldn't give her more, but Alise had been quick to shush them, knowing very well the precarious state of the House Phel finances. She certainly didn't want to be more of a burden than necessary on her new family. She didn't long to go back to those relatively carefree days of wealth, when all she thought about was herself and her wizardry. She didn't even wish to go back to the time before she'd impulsively gone to Mericin to rescue her family under siege at House Phel. No, all she really wanted, with every aching bone in her body, was to go back half an hour to before that Harahel magic fouled her mind. She fervently wished, as if wishing could make it so, that the encounter with Gordon Harahel had never happened. But it had, and she would never be the same. A knock on her door set her heart lurching in the cavity of her chest, then to pounding frantically. Had he come back, perhaps to make good on his threats? Gazing at the inside of the door in stark terror, she distantly groped at the idea that she should muster a defense of some sort. The knock came again. "Wizard Alise Phel?" a voice called. Female, not Gordon Harahel. Who is it?" she stammered, her throat tight and burning. "Proctor Divya Harahel. You're quite late for your practicum." A pause. "Is all well, Wizard Alise? I'm sensing agitation from you. Please open the door." Alise made an effort to strengthen her mental shielding. The annoyance at her distress had leaked through to the psychic wizard beyond the door, helping to bolster her will. She made herself get up, unlock and open the door. "I'm fine. I just needed time to change clothes. Proctor Divya gave her a long, searching look, along with an assessing probe that made Alise flinch, even though it was the oblique, non-invasive variety she'd experienced from the Academy proctors her entire life. Nothing like Gordon's lancing power that had laid her mind open as easily as a knife through butter. The proctor noted Alise's reaction. "Perhaps you should attend the healers?" No, no! The last thing Alise wanted was for more people poking at her, even if the Rephael healers use their psychic healing magic in an entirely different way. She'd be fine, and she really, really, really didn't want to risk anyone finding a trace of Gordon Harahele's presence on her and then face the promised consequences. No one could protect her from that. "I'm fine," she said with determination, willing it to be so. "I'll go to the practicum immediately." Alise gestured to the hallway, fully expecting the proctor to escort her there. Proctor Divya raised a brow, her warm brown face concerned. She had always been one of the nicer proctors. "Wizard Alise," she said gently, "I am no fashion guru, but even I can see that you haven't changed your clothes yet." Alise mentally kicked herself. She wasn't thinking straight. Probably she looked like shit, too. "Right. I just need a moment, if you'll wait for me. Perhaps you should take today to recover from your journey," Divya said, a faint line between her elegant brows. "You don't feel well, clearly. You're upset. Did something untoward occur?" "No," Alise said, much too quickly and defensively. Divya's wizard black eyes widened in surprise at her vehemence, and Alise made herself take a deep breath. "It's just been a day, what with being castigated by the provost and all." Divya smiled in sympathy. "Provost Uriel is a force of nature, to be sure. Still, I'm concerned about your current state of emotional agitation. You know, we proctors are here to be more than hall monitors." Her smile twisted sardonically, making it clear she was well aware of how the students reduced their job description. "We also keep a finger on your emotional well-being and personal safety," she added, with a lift of one brow that stopped just short of being inquisitive. "I can take care of my personal safety," Alise replied, thinking wistfully of how she'd fully believed that only a short time ago. But she made herself sound firm. Not firm enough, apparently, as Proctor Divya didn't budge. "A large part of our responsibility," she continued, "is to ensure that the overt and covert conflicts between the convocation houses aren't played out in these halls. We don't imagine that we can prevent all power plays, but we can, and will, ensure our students' safety. The Academy is neutral ground. You have a right to pursue your education without harassment. If something untoward has occurred, you may confide in me. I will handle the situation discreetly." Alise suppressed a hysterical giggle at the prospect of informing on Proctor Divya's fellow House Harahel wizard. That would go well. Divya might fully believe in the ethics of her profession, but house loyalty ran deep. Confronted with a conflict between the two, most wizards would choose house loyalty over a job. One could find new employment more easily than a new house, especially a high house. Alise couldn't afford for Proctor Divya to go to Gordon, even with vague inquiries. So she forced a smile, saying, "And we also appreciate the proctors for your protection. Where would we be if the many house conflicts seeped into these hallowed halls?" Upon reflection, that phrasing might have been a little too sarcastic. "Nothing happened," she assured the proctor, willing her thoughts and emotions to support her words. "That is, a lot has happened recently," she amended. "Very difficult times." That had the additional benefit of being actually true. Even without the unpleasantness with Gordon, she heard that word in her maman's voice, delicately alluding to the unspeakable unpleasantness, she would still be emotionally reeling. The siege, Maman's passing, all Alise's fault. "Is it exhaustion, then?" Divya asked kindly. "Tiredness, yes," Alise answered, seizing on the excuse. She couldn't possibly sleep now, however, and there was no way she wanted to sit in her room alone and think about what had happened. "But I'd prefer to get to class and start catching up. I'm already so far behind." Proctor Divya nodded slowly, unconvinced. "Fine. I'll wait while you change clothes and escort you to your practicum, but I'm also putting in a ticket for you to see the healers at some point this week for an evaluation. I see in your records that you haven't had a full physical in nearly 12 months. It's been an eventful year for you, and I'm aware that Provost Uriel deliberately gave you an intense course load. But surely it is not her intention for you to work yourself to collapsing. You will see the healers by the end of week. Are we agreed?" Alise agreed with eager relief and a bone-watering sense of having escaped a terrible fate. She would recover her equilibrium, and no one would ever know what had happened with Gordon Harahel. She would never face that horrible fate he'd whispered so greasily into her ear, worms of psychic power crawling through her brain like maggots. Feeling her confidence falter, Alise promised to change with all speed and just barely managed to close the door softly instead of slamming it in Divya's kind, intrusive face. 4. Miraculously, Killian had not been fired, and so he returned to his cosy faculty apartment with a sense of happy homecoming. Nothing like returning to his own cosy nest. The piles of books everywhere, the scattering of papers and writing instruments, his mementos from role-playing games, all of it formed a cheerful chaos to the uninformed eye. For him, though, absolutely everything had its place. His scholarly brand of wizardry crawled over every object, great and small, every tiny bit of font and printed word, cataloguing, assessing, reassuring him that nothing had been moved and everything was as it should be. More precisely, everything was where it should be. Still, something felt not quite right. The place seemed oddly empty, ever so slightly off, missing something, even though his wizardry assured him that wasn't the case. Everything was there. Except Alise, he realized. She didn't belong in his chambers, obviously, but some part of him had half expected her to be there, her Alel spirit magic filtering through the rooms like summer sunshine, leaving behind the vague scent of roses. A longing for her washed through him, bittersweet and intense, irrational. Alise would never again grace these rooms, and he needed to get a grip on that reality. He could be friends with her and nothing more. Provost Uriel had been most emphatic on the point. But he could, at least, enjoy being friends. To salve some of his longing, and as an alternative to wishing her there, he scribbled a note to Alise, asking if she wanted to meet that evening. He explained his perfectly rational, he hoped, reasoning that they would need to discuss how to proceed with their original project, to discover the timeline of the disappearance of the Alise Phel archives, and, hopefully, recover what information they could. It definitely wasn't a date. Provost Uriel had been most pointed about Killian maintaining a professional relationship with Alise Phel, even as she'd exhorted him to assist Alise in her independent study. He'd, of course, protested that nothing untoward had ever occurred between the two of them, all while the copy of Silas and Lindella's epic and vaguely disturbing love affair burned like a live coal in his hands. What had possessed him to grab that book right before going to the provost's office to face the consequences of his actions? None of it made sense, least of all his own thought processes. Provost Tandia Uriel had naturally not disclosed her personal investment in discovering whether House Harahel had tampered with the archives and the memories of the convocation regarding House Phel. She'd cloaked her insistence on Alise continuing her independent study as being good for Alise. Still, he knew his history. House Uriel and House Harahel had once been a single high house, one that split into two over the ethics of using psychic magic on others. Given their ancient enmity, Killian could easily follow the logical path of internecine house politics. Provost Uriel, probably at the behest of her house, wanted Alise to uncover this mystery from the past, and she wanted it enough that, instead of firing him, she'd appointed Killian Alise's interim advisor on the project, provided that he keep the relationship strictly professional. Naturally, and with as much sincerity as he could muster, he protested that his conduct with Alise had never been anything but professional, which was the absolute truth. Still, Tangia had fixed him with her knowing black gaze, stopping just short of reading his thoughts. No one of House Uriel would commit that kind of invasion of mental privacy, not without a court mandate. Still, she had the ability to evaluate his mental temperature. House Uriel had refined the ability to assess motivation and intention to a fine degree. That art allowed them to determine the honesty of an interview subject at a core level. It didn't matter what glib assurances or prevarications a person offered, a high-level Uriel wizard, and Tangia was as high-level as it got, short of being head of the house, could sense the mindset behind the words. Thus, the provost had no doubt sussed out the true state of Killian's heart and mind, both that his relationship with Alise had always been strictly above board, and that he longed to change that sad fact. Hopefully, she also discovered his earnest desire to do right by Alise, regardless of his own yearnings. The provost had tipped her head, allowing a small sigh to escape. "I know you conduct yourself with utmost integrity," she said, confirming that much. "You possess excellent self-discipline and the resolve to carry out your best intentions. Those are the only reasons I'm allowing you to continue to work with our young student. But, Wizard Harahel, I will caution you strongly. You must govern your passions." "With all due respect, Provost," he'd replied with dignity, and deciding to discuss the cards since she'd already laid them on the table, "I am a scholar, a devotee of the rational mind. Have I ever given any indication of being the sort of person to capitulate to wild and inadvisable feelings?" "No," she said musingly. "Your intentions are pure, admirably so. But you would not be the first to find their better judgment and convictions eroding beneath the constant twin pressures of proximity and unrequited yearning. Don't underestimate the pressure you will be under." He flushed, embarrassed by her too accurate assessment of his mental and emotional state. "I will govern myself impeccably." "See that you do," she replied, not unkindly, but with an authoritative mental tap of reinforcement. "None of us needs another Tsarina incident," she added meaningfully, "least of all you." The flush burned. "I am well aware of the mistakes I made there." "I would hope so. Therefore, I shall not caution you further. Alise Phel's independent study is of great personal interest to me. You will do everything in your power to assist her and protect the project from interference." The way she said interference had him frowning. "Is there something I should know, Provost?" "Nothing you don't already know, Wizard Harahel, if you've been paying attention to the politics of the last several centuries. If you haven't, then you don't deserve to be employed at my academy." He absorbed that with a nod of acknowledgement. "If I may, Provost, I do believe the aborted excursion to House Harahel will still be necessary to successfully complete this project. I'll need Alise to accompany me for an official petition." "I do wish," the Provost replied acerbically, "that you would have considered that prioritization before you allowed your student charge to hare off on a dangerous jaunt instead of continuing on that approved mission. Had you remained firm, we might already be in possession of the information we need." Killian had nothing to say to that, nothing relevant anyway. He could explain that Alise, a far more powerful wizard than he, had threatened to use a warrior spirit to remove him from the carriage while she reprogrammed the air elemental driving it to take her to her new destination. The choice for him had been to go with her or be left by the side of the road. "I understand," the Provost said on a sigh, reading into him more than he liked, "that it can be difficult to handle our young wizards when their abilities so outstrip our own. But that is the sacred charge of the staff and faculty at Convocation Academy. We are here not only to educate our students in their magical abilities, but also to teach them restraint, to guide them away from their worst impulses during these formative years." Killian bit back 2 replies, an annoyed one that this teaching of restraint clearly didn't have a lasting effect, given the behaviour of most wizards in the convocation, and a somewhat desperate explanation that he was only a librarian who wasn't supposed to be guiding students anywhere except to the appropriate shelves for the books they sought. Provost Uriel fixed her black gaze on him as if daring him to speak his thoughts. If he did, he knew she would assign someone else to assist Alise, and that he wouldn't be able to bear. "I understand, Provost." "You are her friend, Killian," Tandia said, dropping some of her stern formality. "I don't expect you to out-magic a wizard of Alise's nascent ability. I don't expect you to govern her, as we both know that probably nobody can. There are few wizards in the entire convocation with the ability to contain her, should she truly wield her magic to its fullest potential. What I do expect is that you will be there for her and show her the way. She respects you and has affection for you, however you managed that. I don't know of anyone else at Convocation Academy that she trusts like she trusts you." That was news to him. "Did she say that?" he blurted in his flattered surprise. Fully Provost Uriel again, she frowned at him sternly and tapped her temple. "Of course not. She is reticent and wary of confidences, our young and reluctant wizard. But she does trust that you will not betray her, as she rather expects everyone else to do. It's a powerful tool, that regard for you." "I won't abuse that trust," he replied stiffly, horrified at the thought of that implicit betrayal. "Exactly," the Provost answered with a smile. "Therefore, yes, you may arrange a second expedition to House Harahel as soon as Alise's coursework allows. Need I specify that you will journey only to House Harahel and nowhere else?" "No, Provost. Thank you. I won't let you down this time." "See that you don't. I leave our young wizard in your hands. Don't make me sorry." The Provost's words echoed in Killian's head as he studied the note he'd written to Alise. He needed to strike the right balance, to be her mentor, as in the tales, not the romantic lead. That wasn't a new thought for him. Killian had never been leading man material. He was the secondary character, at best, there to point the way, to open the right book, perhaps be the best friend. Well then, he would accept this fate and be the best friend and mentor for Alise that he could, and when the time came for her to move along, he'd let her go with a smile. Perhaps there could be a place for him in her life, in that minor role. He imagined a future where he'd visit her at the famously spectacular House Elal, where she would receive him as Lady Elal, enthusiastically squeezing his hands, perhaps exclaiming in delight over some rare tome he'd discovered and brought to her. They would sit in the library by the fire or outdoors on a warm summer evening and discuss philosophy and convocation politics. She would ask his advice, and he would give her thoughtful answers. People would take note and nod knowingly, commenting on their long-standing friendship. There could be a joy in that. Reviewing the note he'd penned a third time, he decided it sounded appropriately professional. He added what should be welcome news that the provost had approved a new excursion to House Harahel. Smiling to himself, he anticipated seeing Alise in the library that evening to discuss their strategy. She'd been concerned about the coursework she'd missed, fretting about the backlog on their journey back to Convocation Academy. He could play mentor there too, helping her prioritize her workload, perhaps even assisting with some of the more academic assignments. He could be her tutor on some subjects, lay the groundwork for that lifelong friendship and advisory position he envisioned. Satisfied that he could sublimate his feelings for Alise into that role, Killian finished the note and gave it to a small rat seal courier to deliver to her when she emerged from her practicum. Taking the copy of The Saga of Silas and Lindella, Killian removed his bookmark and set it on the small table in the hall by the front door. He'd return it to the shelves when he reported for his shift in the archives that evening. And he'd concentrate on being his best self. No more dreaming about romance for him. With that resolve, Killian explored his kitchen stores, wondering what he could bake to bring to Alise that evening to tempt her sweet tooth. Nothing untoward about that. He liked to bake, which Alise knew, and friends shared such things with one another. Perhaps in that future visit he would bring Lady Alise Elal something he'd baked as well, and they'd laugh and reminisce over her days at Academy when he kept her fed. 5. Alise's advanced practicum in manipulation and control of non-corporeal entities, more commonly known by the students as bossing the bodiless, went terribly. Because Alise was so late for the 5-hour practicum, the other students had long since warmed up, completed the initial exercises, and were tackling the advanced application. And of course, just to continue the trend of her horrendous luck, the day's assignment involved binding and releasing more complex spirits. Spirit magic, like all forms of magic, functioned at escalating levels of difficulty. Anyone, even mundanes, could benefit from using the simplest and smallest spirits, called elementals. Once bound and trained to a task, the elementals operated indefinitely on the instructions given to them by the binding wizard. Thus, most everyone in the convocation, unless they lived in crushing poverty, had dust-eating earth elementals in their homes or fire elemental heated floors. On the next level up, anyone with some amount of magic, even familiars, could influence tamed spirits. With potent Elal magic thick in her blood, Nick had a knack for coaxing elementals and even more complex spirits into doing her bidding, despite the fact that, as a familiar, she couldn't actually wield magic. Nick was an exception to many rules, however. Alise had been surprised to see how Nick had refined her technique over the last year to use her ability to sense magic, to create a kind of passive field to influence the mood of spirits, for want of a better word. Similarly, even low-level wizards of any variety could give elementals new instructions. Thus, with the air elemental-powered carriages, for example, any wizard could program in a new speed or destination, but one absolutely needed a wizard for that. Anyone could ride in the carriage, so long as you had a wizard to set it up for you. Low to mid-level wizards, capable of wielding spirit magic, could call and bind spirits of ascending complexity according to their own magical potentials, their training, the type of spirit, and their access to magic, either from their natural reserves or via magic taken from a familiar. The universe contained many kinds of spirits in branching echelons, from the mindless elementals that were the equivalent of single-celled organisms to sentient spirits too wily and powerful to be controlled by mere humans. The old tales contained stories of immensely powerful wizards who tamed jinn or demons and harnessed them to assist in their plans, usually to rule the world. Those tales were always cautionary. Those wizards who essayed such ambitious workings sometimes managed to carry off such monumental feats, but while their imaginations knew no bounds, magic did. A limited resource, magic always ran out eventually, even with a bonded familiar or even multiple bonded familiars, as had been sometimes the practice in the past, but was strictly illegal in contemporary Convocation society. A wizard could drain them dry and come up empty. Controlling a being as powerful as a jinn or demon required constant effort. They didn't take kindly to being captured by mere mortals. As soon as the magic ran out, they broke free and took revenge. Still, there were many, many kinds of spirits in the universe, many more than had been catalogued. So said her professor in History and Taxonomy of Non-Corporeal Beings. House Elal wizards all scoffed at the concept that there could be any entities they had not encountered, expressing their professional disdain. But Alise believed her professor. There was a great deal not known in the world. At any rate, in Bossing the Bodiless that day, the advanced students all worked to the furthest extent of their individual abilities, both in magical potential and learned skills. That was the point of the advanced practicums, to push the boundaries of what the student wizards could do in their specializations. The process of locating, summoning, and then binding a more complex spirit to a task was a threefold process. Unlike the numerous and ubiquitous elementals, the more complex the spirit, the fewer in number, and the more difficult they were to find. As a wizard long practiced in Elal magic, one of Alise's earliest memories was of watching household imps dance to make her giggle while she clapped her hands for more. She possessed a stable of bound spirits for various tasks. Like the sword-bearing spirit she'd summoned too late to defend her against Gordon Haneel. Don't think about him. The compulsion flexed painfully. Forcing herself to concentrate on the warm-up exercises, which should be simple, Alise cleared her mind to locate a mid-level spirit. Professor Ti Chin would know if she tapped any of the entities currently bound to her. That would be cheating and grounds for a failing grade. If she were in the mood to push herself, as she decidedly was not, she'd locate and attempt to harness an entity along the lines of another warrior to add to her roster. She could certainly use more of them. But the one that looked to her now had been captured by her father and handed over to her after she manifested as a wizard, once she had enough skill to give it instructions and keep it bound. Locating and binding another from scratch would be a challenge, and she was not up for anything that might test her nerve. Especially since this particular exercise skirted very close to how she'd murdered her mother. When Nick had first suggested that Alise might be able to sever the wizard-familiar bond, she'd been intrigued, and young and arrogant enough to embrace the challenge without considering the potential consequences. So far as she and Nick knew, no one had ever thought of doing such a thing. Certainly none of the records even hinted at the possibility, and Alise had looked. Well, she'd performed a cursory search as time allowed, but her teachers had always been emphatic that the bond was unbreakable, severed only by death, and perhaps not even then. It wasn't as if anyone had data on that. Even Elal wizardry didn't reach the spirits of the once living. Killian might be able to uncover more, but he didn't know what Alise had done, so had no reason to look. It hurt to think about how excited she'd been initially to see the possibility of the bond severing and know that she could execute a trick every single person in the convocation believed to be impossible. Even before she attempted it, she'd known she could pull it off with a bone-deep certainty such as she'd never before experienced. And it had been exhilarating, a triumph of skill and power that left her exultant, filled with giddy delight in herself. She'd actually been proud. Foolish, foolish girl. Only later did she realize the horrible consequences of her impulsive power flex as the two familiars she'd separated from their wizards, Maman and Larin, a traitor offered the option as an alternative to execution, both began wasting away until only empty, mindless husks remained, and then died. Alise could never, ever risk committing such a terrible crime against humanity again. Trying to keep her mind on her practicum, she smoothly finished the requisite warm-up exercise of locating a number of likely mid-level spirits. For someone of her heritage, often the challenge was getting the spirits to leave her alone, especially the mischievous and curious ones. Spirits of all sorts had always been attracted to her. That was part of having a high MP score in spirit magic. When she'd manifested as a wizard, that had become exponentially worse. Spirits pounced on her, demanding to be noticed and fed with magic. Fortunately, the Academy, for all its faults, truly shone in instances like that. Her professors had been prepared for that exact eventuality, taking her under their collective wing in those early days, shielding her from the more voracious entities intent on manipulating or forcing her into doing their bidding. It had been a rough few days, receiving an intensive course in recognizing the more malicious spirits, regardless of how they attempted to trick her, and then protecting herself from them. Spirits of all kinds still came readily to her call whenever she chose to admit them through her shielding, so assembling a variety from Professor Chichin's list on the board took little effort. They bustled there at the edge of her wizard senses, gathered in her mental grip like a bouquet of eager, sentient flowers. She only needed to choose one to bring through the veil and into their world to add to the complement of spirits bustling around the workroom. The various entities the other students had summoned obediently swelled through obstacle courses, ringing bells, floating objects, and shining lights as directed. Except for a few cases where the student wizard had lost control or never fully had it. Professor Chichin was assisting with one of those at the moment, standing behind Grey Ananiel, hands folded behind his back, as if reminding himself not to take action, calmly coaching Grey to control the gremlin currently perched on a high shelf, shrieking with fury. Alise should pull one of her eager guests and get it over with, but found herself balking at pulling through even the least of them. If she did, she'd have to bind it, lest she end up like her unfortunate classmate, chasing a rogue entity to the disdain of all in order to run it through the exercises laid out by Professor Chichin. He wanted the students to test the strength of the bonds using the lightest possible touch, then severing the bond as the spirit executed its task and re-establishing the bond again. The exercise was meant to teach them how to regain control of an entity they'd summoned in the event they lost it for some reason, such as in a lapse in available magic, inattention, improper establishment of the initial bond, or because an enemy wizard severed it in an attempt to take your defenders away. Alise had learned all of this early on, along with intensive education on the nature of bonding, the information rolling through her mind in the voices of her various teachers. The advanced practicum, naturally, brought that intellectual understanding into real-world application. Rattled, beyond tired, and unnerved by the possibility of going anywhere near any kind of bond severing again, Alise just couldn't make herself do it. So she fudged it. She was clever and good enough at her skills to make it seem like she'd made a strong effort to complete the task and just hadn't quite been able to manage it. She summoned a relatively docile spirit, bound it, and half-assed her way through the most difficult exercises, working as slowly as possible and drawing it out. That should be believable, given how behind and out of practice she was at the objectively arcane techniques. A lot of the more complex skills the Academy taught were famously impractical. The wizard students often complained that they'd never used most of them in real life. How many of them, really, would find themselves in a pitched duel against another wizard? And that these more complex tricks were simply hoops to jump through. Finally, the Eladrel clock high on the wall relented and pinged out the time, signalling the end of the practicum. And Alise congratulated herself for getting through the practicum without collapsing or drawing undue attention. Mentally, she thanked Ananiel for being such a screw-up that he'd lost control of a fairly minor gremlin, absorbing Professor Cillian's attention until, with a sigh of exasperation, the professor finally seized control of the obnoxious creature and banished it. He then sternly lectured Gray, assigning him to remedial work on elementals until he could bind them in his sleep. Alise headed for the door with the flood of other student wizards, burying herself in the midst of their flow, while keenly aware that she had no one to chatter companionably with as everyone else did. At least she wasn't in Gray's position, the young wizard having flung himself furiously out the door first, and even now complained bitterly to a circle of sympathetic friends. "Wizard Alise," Professor Cillian called. "A moment, please." Alise nearly groaned aloud, her steps slowing as she gazed at the open doorway, escape so close and yet now out of reach. Reluctantly, she turned back, hoping she wasn't literally dragging her feet as she returned to the professor's desk. Professor Cillian had turned his attention to some notes in Ananiel's file, and he held up a finger for her to wait. So, for the second time that day, Alise found herself shuffling her feet, waiting like a child to be called on the carpet. The seeping dread was ridiculous. She'd faced down vicious hunters, malevolent automatons, and other monsters. She'd nearly died for dark art's sake, so a dressing down from a professor should hardly feel threatening. Somehow, though, even with Gordon Haniel's vile threat still curdling her stomach, his compulsion worming in her brain and undermining her will, this felt like the last straw that might bring her down. At last, Professor Cillian looked up, scrutinizing her, but thankfully without any psychic magic. He'd been a House Elal wizard for some time, though he'd moved to teaching at Convocation Academy long before Alise had been born, apparently as a form of semi-retirement. He taught only the advanced practicum in manipulation and control of non-corporeal entities, and Alise had been his prize pupil at one point, enough so that she'd been referred to as teacher's pet. Not so much anymore. "What happened today?" he asked without preamble. "I apologize for my tardiness, Professor. I only just returned to Academy a few hours ago and had to meet with Provost Uriel before I could return to class. It won't happen again." She hoped that was all he referred to. He waved that off. "Proctor Divya explained. I mean, what happened with today's exercise?" So much for that hope. "I know I'm lagging behind on the material. I promise I'll catch up. It's a priority for me." Giving her a long look, he sat back. "Let's shortcut this conversation, Wizard Alise. I know what you are capable of. I probably understand the full scope of your abilities and potential better than any other living person in the Convocation, including your illustrious father. That assignment should have been a mere stretching of the legs for you, the equivalent of an extra lap around the track for a long-distance runner. Had you actually tried?" Stung, Alise glared at him. "With all due respect, Professor, I did try." He dashed a hand sideways. "Had you actually attempted the task, you would have succeeded. No more prevarication. We're both well aware that you are on probation here. Shall I tell Provost Uriel that you are not putting full effort into your advanced practicum, arguably the single most important course for you to complete for graduation?" Alise struggled to contain her immediate argument. Every professor always thought their class was the most important, so that wasn't worth debate. But for him to threaten her with this, when he knew exactly how precarious her position was at Convocation Academy, felt like an exceptionally low blow, and she was in no state of mind to take any more blows. "No, Professor," she answered tightly. "Then explain the problem." He gave her a long stare from sharp wizard black eyes under bristling white eyebrows. She took a breath, hoping the words would spring to her lips, blew it out again when nothing came to her. No way could she explain her real problem, but then what could she say? "I am a master-level wizard of spirit magic, young Alise," Professor Cillian said. "However, my MP scores in psychic magic are woefully low. I cannot read your mind, even should I wish to, which I do not. Therefore, I require that you answer my question explicitly and honestly." Alise stared back, feeling fully alone and helpless, the sensation overwhelming enough to make tears prick her eyes, which was even worse than all the other emotions. "Come now, child," the professor said, not unkindly. With a twitch of magic, he established a silencing shield around them. "If you cannot confide in me, the teacher you must rely upon to guide you to your fullest potential, then who can you?" No one. The easy and obvious answer came to her. She could never share with anyone the potentially earth-shattering news that she could break the wizard-familiar bond. There wasn't just paranoia either. That information could upend the entire power structure of the Convocation on a massive scale and, on a personal scale, doom herself to execution, imprisonment, or a long tenure of curtailed liberty and being experimented upon, followed by execution. But she clearly was going to have to say something to Professor Cillian, unless she wanted to let everyone down by being expelled for a third and final time, the first in her family to fail to graduate, and say it soon, as Professor's impressive brows were drawing together in a thunderous expression promising imminent explosion. "I'm afraid of becoming like my father," she blurted, surprised to discover, as she said it, that it was true. Unfortunately, Professor Cillian didn't seem to buy it. He sat back and steepled his fingers. "Pierce Elal is one of the most powerful wizards in the Convocation and head of one of the largest high houses," he said. "Why wouldn't you want to follow in the footsteps of your sire? Despite recent kerfuffles, he will almost certainly reinstall you as his heir apparent, regardless of what your brother tells everyone who will listen. Elal has yet to name him as heir, or to formally disinherit you." Was this a test? If so, was it a test of her loyalty to House Elal, or of something else? It suddenly seemed that a great deal rode on her response, and she was playing blind. She attempted to assemble her scattered thoughts, tried to think what Nick would say and do. One of the fallouts of Nick being the elder sister, with such magnificent MP scores across all categories, and with everyone's expectation that she would manifest as a wizard and become the next head of House Elal, was that their father had devoted his considerable attention and training to Nick, not Alise. Nick had been the one to learn the finer points of house politics and navigating conversations like this. Even their maman had given extra attention to Nick on matters of etiquette, arcane details of convocation society, and how to be a high house lady. Probably maman had believed she had time to teach Alise such things when she was older, but they'd all run out of time. Alise had only her own instincts to go on. Here went nothing. "Tell me, Wizard Cillian," she said, deliberately dropping the honorific demanded by his current station, "why did you leave House Elal? By all accounts, you had a high position there, well paid, and with considerable influence." He tapped his steepled fingertips together, not angry or offended as Alise had expected, but quietly thoughtful. Perhaps, unless she missed her guess, even intrigued. "I was not happy with the expectations placed upon me in my position there," he said slowly. "Now, I answered your question. You answer mine." "I am afraid of the effect on me of having too much power," she said, bluntly enough, a nice ball of truth to obscure what she couldn't afford to confide. "I've seen too much in these last weeks of huge amounts of power, both magical and worldly, used in terrible ways." To her surprise, he smiled slightly. "Ah, now we are coming to the heart of the matter. Thank you for your trust, young Alise. In return, I shall offer you this advice. You wield enormous magic whether you wish to or not. That ship has sailed. In truth, it was never up to you whether you would be a wizard, no more than it was mine, no more than it was your sister's choice to be a familiar." "Nick would have handled being a wizard better," Alise muttered ungraciously. "I agree." Professor Cillian nodded at her shock. "Do you know why Nick would have made a better wizard?" "Because she's smarter and more capable?" Alise offered sardonically. "Not in the least. Because she was never afraid of it." That was true. Nothing frightened Nick, whereas Alise felt like a slowly unravelling ball of terror. "The thing is," Professor Cillian continued, "fear or not, you must learn to control your magic to the finest degree possible. Only then can you make a considered decision on how to employ your immense power, and only then can you have any hope of following through on any resolutions you might make regarding the ethical use of it." Alise stared at him, disconcerted. "Maybe," she finally said, "there are some abilities no person should ever have." "That could well be. However, whether you have them is not up to you. Whether you use your abilities, what you use them for, that is all you can control. And for that, you must study and apply yourself. You must engage in diligent practice. Only by knowing exactly how to do something can you make a choice not to do it, and also exert the control required of you to stick with that resolve. Otherwise, you will become a danger to yourself and to the convocation. Am I understood?" She didn't love that answer, but she had to admit the sense of his argument. "I understand," she acknowledged, her voice sounding as glum and, well, spiritless as she felt. Cillian regarded her somberly. "Despite my lack of psychic potential, I can, nevertheless, intuit that there is much you haven't confided still." He held up a hand when she opened her mouth to protest. "No, I shall not press you for further answers. You are at the center of a brewing storm, young Alise, and I do not envy you what you have thus far endured, nor the role you play in what is yet to come. I am telling you now, however, that you may trust me. I do not expect you to do so immediately or easily, but I will teach you everything I know and guide you into the uncertain realm of what I do not know when you surpass me, which you inevitably will. Remember that, and come to me when you need to." Even more taken aback, Alise nodded. "In the meanwhile, you will return during your next free period to make up today's exercise," he said crisply, banishing the silencing spell. Alise nearly groaned aloud, biting back the question, "What free period?" "Yes, Professor. As soon as you demonstrate your competency with it, you'll be free to go," he added. "I do not imagine it will take long if you actually apply yourself." No, that was true. "Thank you, Professor Chichin," she said with considerably more enthusiasm. "You can thank me by learning your assignment," he replied more brusquely, stacking his notes together. "Remember, diligent practice will serve you well. Now off with you to the dining hall. You look hungry." She was hungry, but also still queasy, so she didn't know if she'd be able to eat. Probably she should try, so that everyone would stop trying to feed her. Exiting the classroom at last, she flinched when a tiny rat seal courier flew at her. "Just a messenger," she told herself scornfully. "Stop jumping at the least little thing." Taking the folded paper, she read Killian's message and sagged against the wall of the busy hall, students parting around her as if she were a piece of furniture, ignoring her easily. Good news was he hadn't been fired. Bad news? Killian had been appointed to supervise her independent study and expected her in the archives later. What in the dark arts was she going to tell him? Gordon Haniel's nasty compulsion flexed, reminding her she could say nothing. Whatever she did manage to say, it would have to be firm and final. 6. Killian tucked the fresh collages into a basket, fussing a little with the cloth napkin as he tucked a tiny fire elemental into the folds to keep them warm. He'd fed Alise enough cinnamon rolls, he'd decided, and while sweets always had a place in the world, he worried about Alise getting sufficient protein. Ever since the battle at House Phel, she'd looked thin to the point of fragility, too pale and strained to breaking. Knowing her, she'd skipped the evening meal in the dining hall to catch up on her schoolwork. The meat-stuffed pastries smelled hot, fragrant, and delicious. Alise wouldn't be able to resist. She hadn't replied to his earlier message, but he hadn't really expected her to. As a general rule, students didn't have access to rat seal couriers. Even those students with families who could afford personal couriers were allowed to use them only for external communication with their sponsoring houses, not within the academy. That was reserved for staff and faculty. No teacher wanted a swarm of rat seal couriers interrupting their lectures. So he wasn't surprised not to hear from her, but he was bothered, and then concerned when she didn't show. He kept an eye on the antique Ailedrel clock as it ticked away the evening hours and the library gradually emptied out. Killian always liked taking the night shift, which was fortunate, as him being the newest hire meant he didn't have a choice, because of the quiet that allowed him to read and pursue his own modest research projects. Now, the lack of busy work felt crushing as he fretted, continually checking that the elemental had kept the pastries warm in the drawer he'd stowed the basket in. It hadn't taken him long to catch up on the small backlog of work and correspondence from his absence. He wasn't all that important, far from irreplaceable, which was usually fine by him. But time moved slowly, dragging by as the few queries from students and faculty needing assistance had dwindled to nothing as the witching hour approached. And still no Alise. He went back and forth any number of times on sending her another message, but that would be weird and needy. She'd received his note. The courier he'd sent had confirmed delivery, as had the small enchantment he'd embedded to alert him when it had been read. Besides, he told himself, Alise had often not made it to the library until this late or later with the insane hours she kept. No doubt her schedule was even worse than before with her additional absence. And her backlog of work would not have been light, or she could have turned in early, getting rest and taking care of herself for once. He could hardly be irritated about that. Though she could have told him. No, he reminded himself of that, too. She owed him nothing. They didn't have the kind of relationship where she would let him know what she was up to, or what she was doing, or even how she felt about anything. Alise was a closed book, nearly impossible to read, and not for him to pry open anyway. Still, he was her supervisor on this independent study now, and she could have given him at least the courtesy of... He lost the irate thought when Alise walked into the library, looking like the ghost of some ancient princess. His heart gave a helpless, hopeless lurch at her exquisite, ethereal beauty, and he knew himself to be a lost man. Her gaze fastened on him with unerring precision. No surprise there, as he was always in the same spot, her wizard black eyes luminous with some pain that hadn't been there the last time he saw her. Mundanes thought that all wizard eyes were equally black, and there was some truth to that. Aside from the early days post-manifestation, when a wizard's eyes gradually darkened with magic use, at faster or slower rates, depending on how much they practiced and how powerful their native magic, all wizards had black eyes. And black was black, more or less. But Killian had made a study of it, and had done a bit of research into the phenomenon, out of curiosity, and he'd decided he could discern a great deal about a wizard by the depth, shine, and, for want of a better descriptor, sharpness of the iris coloration. Alise had beautiful eyes, not only because of their large size in her piquant face, the lavish fringe of her lashes, and elegant framing of her arched brows. No, it had to be because her black shimmered like a starless night, profound and full of the secrets of the universe. Alise complained that her slight stature made people treat her as younger than she was. Those people were fools. They needed only look into her soulful gaze to see someone far older occupied that delicately shaped skull. Privately, Killian thought people saw the inherent wistfulness in Alise's resting expression, something she was unaware of. That wistfulness made him want to cuddle her on his lap and feed her bites of melting sweet pastry until she smiled with true warmth. Alise cocked her head at him, her blue-black hair sliding in glossy feathers around her perfect face. "Are you quite yourself, Wizard Harahel?" she prompted, making it clear she'd addressed him once already. Yes," he stuttered, sounding like the fully bedazzled and brainless idiot he was. Hi. How have you been doing?" There was so much he wanted to know, needed to ask. "I'm fine. How are you?" she returned politely, with the vaguest hint of impatience. Yes, right. This was not the appropriate moment for less than formal conversation. "I was beginning to be concerned," he offered, waving a hand at the ticking clock, as if that explained anything. "It's quite late. I'd expected you much earlier." He didn't exactly trail off, but his voice faded with uncertainty at the end of his sentence, in the face of her chilly expression. He very nearly asked if something was wrong. "I apologize, Wizard Harahel," she said coldly, not sounding in the least apologetic. "I received your missive regarding my independent study, but I was unaware that you expected me at a set hour." "Oh, well, no," he babbled on, clearly unable to stop or rescue himself. "I didn't set a time, it's true. It's only that, in the past, you were usually, here, earlier." Killian briefly considered using the tiny fire elemental in the pastry basket to set his hair on fire. He might have, if fire wasn't such anathema to an archivist like himself. Even bringing the tiny creature into the library had been a violation of several rules, personal and professional. Alise continued to watch him blather on, head still slightly tilted, her full lips pressed tightly together, lines of strain bracketing her mouth. She always seemed to be locking words behind compressed lips with ruthless determination. "Still," he said finally, "think about work, not kissing those lips until they softened and opened." He sternly instructed himself. "She is not for you. You're here now. Shall we discuss our research strategy?" She gave him an odd look, one he couldn't quite interpret, well, even more so than usual. "About that," she began, then slid her eyes to the side. Oh, he was such an idiot. The library was mostly deserted, but not entirely. "Allow me," he said. He couldn't match Alise for wizardly ability, but what he could do, he did very well. With a flick of magic, he installed a silencing shield around them. He performed that exercise tens, sometimes hundreds of times every day, primarily to ensure the requisite silence for study and to set a good example. The reference desk needed to be able to hear and answer questions, so the silencing shields came in handy. "We're private now," he told her, though she would obviously sense that. "How are you, really?" "I brought you something." "I'm fine, Wizard Harahel," she said frostily, arresting him as he brought out the basket from his lower desk drawer. "But I have a great deal of work to do and very little time to do it in. That's what I came to tell you. I'm going to have to temporarily table the independent study." "What?" His mind had gone blank, as void as the expression she turned on him, one that said she barely knew him. Or worse, was somewhat familiar with him and didn't think much of him. "Alise, you can't backburner that project. I need to focus on my primary coursework if I have any hope of graduating," she interrupted. "I can't afford to be distracted by side projects." Her night-dark gaze lingered on the basket of pastries he foolishly still held aloft, halfway between here and there, accusation in her eyes, the distaste with which she pronounced the word distracted, lingering in the air like a bad odour. "Provost Uriel assigned you that independent study," he said, grasping for sense. "She appointed me your supervisor and—" "Yes," she said, cutting him off again. "I received your missive," she added, pointedly reminding him that she'd said so already. "I'll devote what attention I can, when I can, and will speak with the provost if necessary, but I don't think I'll need much supervision or assistance, much as I appreciate the offer," she added, a light flush on her high cheekbones, as if she only then became aware of her rudeness. "I won't take up more of your time than I already have." "What about our excursion to House Harahel?" he asked, disappointment already settling into his stomach. "I have good news there, you see. The provost approved the trip again, and—" "I can't possibly afford the time away," she interrupted dismissively. "But—" Realizing he still held the basket of kolaches, Killian set it down midway between them, as a barrier or an offering. He wasn't sure. He'd been so looking forward to showing Alise the house of his birth, the endless archives and shelves and reading nooks. The lake, which would be frozen this time of year, but where he'd thought they might go ice skating. He planned to teach her to skate if she didn't know how already, and imagined her surprise and delight at seeing his skill at the spins and leaps. And his parents, he'd imagined introducing her to them, how they'd take to her sweet reserve and dazzling intelligence, how he'd talk to them privately and say how he knew she wasn't for him, but they'd say, well, stranger matches had been made, and— "It simply won't be possible," Alise said firmly, putting paid to all of his admittedly foolish romantic imaginings. "But the petition," he said weakly into her stony resolve. "House Phel can handle that. If they even decide to pursue it. Likely they won't. Who has any use for musty old records anyway? Her scorn seemed directly aimed at his heart, and it thudded home with painful accuracy. Who has any use for musty old you? She might have said. Alise, have I done something? She had always placed a certain distance between them, always so careful of herself, maintaining a cloak of protection, like an enchantment, to ward off the slings and arrows of the world, always so deliberately alone. But she'd never treated him with this chilly disdain. Did I say or do something to offend you? To hurt you in some way? She laughed softly, without humour, cutting mockery in it. Don't be absurd, Wizard Harahel, she answered, making it clear a low-level non-entity like himself could hardly harm someone as lofty as she. I realise our recent adventures may have invited a certain level of familiarity, but I'm simply a student, and you are faculty. It's not as if we are friends. The remark sliced across his heart, deftly delivered to wound. No, he replied faintly, feeling the blood loss from his face, a chill contraction of skin tightening over his cheekbones. I suppose we are not friends, and never were. I do, appreciate all of your help, she offered, her cold poise thawing for the first time and looking away, as if unable to meet his gaze any longer. In the past, you were kind to me, when you didn't have to be. I won't forget that. Her voice wavered just a tiny bit. That small crack in her composure told him everything. Alise was deeply upset and trying to hide it, trying to push him away. He'd seen her do it to others, isolating herself in a pillar of solitary independence, and she was crumbling under the pressure of whatever was going on. He refused to abandon her to it. I take it back. I was and am your friend, Alise, he said with firm intensity, hoping to reach her in whatever cave of self-reliance she'd retreated into. Something had happened, he was sure of it, and whatever it was, she shouldn't have to face it alone. I will always be your friend, no matter what you say or do to try to push me away. Her startled gaze flew up to his, and for a brief moment a hint of vulnerability flickered there. Then she caught and composed herself, shifting her gaze to stare 1,000 leagues into the distance past his ear. A very kind offer, she said, as if he'd invited her to tea some day. If you should ever need a favour, I owe you one. He nearly spat that he didn't need her favours. Fortunately, his better judgment took over before he could open his foolish mouth. She'd offered him a more than gracious gift. If Alise did end up as the head of House Elal someday, having Lady Elal owe him a favour could be priceless. He'd be a fool to refuse. Besides which, a favour owed left a door open between them through which he could still be attached to her, if only in the smallest way. He might need that leverage. I am grateful, he said, pinning a square of calliope paper with his index finger and sliding it to her, nodding at a cup of styluses. If you would be so kind as to write that down. He'd startled her with that, enough so that she met his eyes, hers full of honest emotion for the first time since she'd walked into his library, and she flushed, in anger at his effrontery, or embarrassment at her heartless treatment of him, he wasn't sure. But Alise was a class act, and she barely hesitated before plucking up a stylus and scribbling the promise. He claimed the square of paper before she could change her mind, sealed it indelibly with his archivist magic, then tucked it into his shirt pocket, where it felt as if it would burn through the thin material. Are you sure you wouldn't care for a kolache? He asked, making sure he sounded cheerfully solicitous, dipping his chin at the basket. They're still warm, and you look as if you haven't eaten, quite thin and pale. He added that last with the smallest bit of malicious pleasure, knowing how it annoyed her when people commented on her frail appearance. He was only human, after all. A direct hit for him, and she flushed deeper, definitely in anger this time. "Thank you, no," she replied harshly. "And I'm surprised at you, Librarian Harahel, bringing a fire elemental into the archives. I understood that was against the rules. Let me take care of that for you." With a scalpel-precise whip of her magic, she squelched the elemental, then turned her back on him and left. 7. Shaking inside, as sick and full of turmoil as a foul and muddy Merrisin bog, Alise scurried like a fugitive through the midnight corridors of Convocation Academy. She'd followed this route so many times, traversing the familiar path from the library to the dorms practically in her sleep, sometimes even more exhausted than she was at the moment, but never before feeling quite this terrible. Never before so gut-wateringly ashamed of herself. Hurrying, for no good reason other than the guilt chasing her, she nearly ran through the shifting shadows of the moonlit halls. As always, the shadows seemed to curl and twine like living beings, independent of the objects casting them. The academy was so steeped in magic from centuries of research, supervised practice, and the occasional accident from a fledgling wizard that it infiltrated the very stones of the hallowed halls. Regular cleansing by house zomen bled off the residual magic and diffused anything becoming too animated, but they must be about due for a sweep, by the feel of it. Nothing repressed the ambient magic for long, and it always burgeoned just before the next cleansing. Alise only wished she could enlist a Zoman wizard to cleanse her interior self of the foul residue of her actions. She'd been awful to Killian. She could tell herself it was for the best, which it was. She'd had no choice but to create distance between them. She couldn't risk him ever finding out the threats Gordon Harahel had made. Killian couldn't be involved in what came next, because this would only get worse and more dangerous. Possibly not just for her. Yes, House Harahel had frightened her as intended, but this wasn't over. Alise had spent the hours since bossing the Bodiless, organising her task lists and prioritising her efforts, something she always found soothing. She'd skipped dinner, as Killian had perhaps not so astutely surmised, since her stomach hadn't recovered enough for her to risk putting anything else in there. Then she'd buried herself in reading for exams in the morning, taking refuge in thinking only of what she needed to memorise and nothing else. The time alone with her thoughts had helped. With a few hours' distance, Alise could see what Gordon's attempt at intimidation truly meant. House Harahel was afraid of what she'd find if she kept looking. Which meant there was something to find. Alise hadn't yet decided how to handle things from here. House Phel needed this information, and she couldn't allow Harahel to stop her research, even if that cursed compulsion flexed painfully every time she thought about it, convulsing like a will-eating worm embedded in her brain. Maybe Nick and Gabriel really could and would file the petition to open the sealed archives at House Harahel. In the aftermath of the battle for House Phel, not to mention Maman's death, there hadn't been a lot of opportunity to discuss the fact that every bit of information regarding House Phel seemed to have been scrubbed from Convocation archives. Alise had explained her and Killian's fortuitous appearance at the siege in the nick of time by telling everyone about the excursion to check the House Harahel archives. But they'd all been exchanging stories, and with Jadran's dramatic rise to Lord Eladrel and truly astonishing and unprecedented newfound magical abilities, plus Salaya's discovery of her glamorous alternate form as a big black marsh cat, a trip to the library hadn't garnered a lot of attention. Then Nick and Gabriel had sent Alise back to Convocation Academy, their attention split in a dozen different directions, which Alise absolutely understood, and they hadn't given her much in the way of instructions except to keep up the good work and graduate. Really, there wasn't much Alise could do here at Convocation Academy if every important bit of information regarding the precipitous fall of House Phel had been removed or destroyed as it seemed. And yet, would Harahel have taken such an extreme step to stop her if there wasn't something to find right here? Regardless, definitely the first step had to have been cutting Killian out of the loop, and she'd at least done that, if not cleanly, then quickly. Without him looking over her shoulder, Alise could manage the appearance of pretending to be compliant with Harahel's threats. She could continue her search while seeming to be working on other things, but Killian was far too perceptive for her to deceive him that way. And though the compulsion prevented her from speaking of Gordon Harahel's more loathsome threats, she couldn't run the risk that the astute librarian wizard would detect her upset and dive into solving the riddle. He wouldn't be able to resist the puzzle, and with his brilliance, he'd probably figure out everything, which would be a disaster. She and Killian in no way had any kind of romantic relationship, but she felt in her bones that he would take the way Gordon had spoken to her very badly. Killian had a bit of a white knight tendency, usually a charming trait, but he couldn't save her from this, not with cinnamon rolls and whatever a kolache was. No, she'd absolutely done the right thing, for Killian's sake, for House Phel's, and for her own. She only regretted that last bit of showing off, squelching his fire elemental. That had maybe been too petty. But he needed to stop baking for her. She'd really wanted whatever was in that basket. Whatever a kolache was, it smelled savoury and delicious. The enticing aroma had made her mouth water and 2 empty stomach clench. It annoyed her no end that Killian had somehow kept track of the fact that she hadn't eaten dinner, and that overwhelming irritation had prompted her impulsive bit of minor vengeance, putting his fire elemental to sleep. She felt bad about it now, though that drop of guilt barely pinged in the bucket of the rest of it. Like that look on his face when he'd asked if he'd hurt or offended her. So stricken, so genuinely concerned for her, even in the midst of her deliberate cruelty, as she stood over him and did everything in her power to ice him out, to thoroughly and irrevocably destroy any friendship between them. She shouldn't have offered him that favour. In truth, she hadn't meant to, but she'd felt so guilty, like such a monster, when he'd said he'd always be her friend. The favour had occurred to her in the moment as a way to formalise the distance between them. What she really shouldn't have done was write down that she owed him a favour. That was truly irresponsible. If her father didn't hate her already, he'd want to kill her for that alone. An Alal scion owing a member of another high house an open-ended, unnamed favour? Unthinkable. And yet, when pressed, she hadn't been able to refuse. Killian hadn't requested she write down that promise out of calculation, she reassured herself. He didn't have a manipulative bone in his body. No, that was the archivist in him, where he simply had to have a record of every little thing, let alone a potentially major transaction like that. Good thing she wasn't fated to become a high house power, or a favour like that out in the wild could be a major problem. Knowing Killian, he'd pick something small and innocuous anyway, like meeting for a cup of coffee. That would be fine. She would pretend to be friendly and gracefully duck any intrusive questions, and then her obligations to him would be dispensed with. Everything would work out for the best. A murk condensed across the hallway. Alise slowed her steps. That was odd. Then things got even odder very quickly. The shadows coiled into a shape like a person. Alise altered her course to go around the mirage. Whatever direction or diffuse consciousness drove the behaviour of the ambient magic that sometimes manifested as these swirling shadows, it had a sense of whimsy that bent toward mischievous. It liked to scare people, or at least startle them. Therefore, it wasn't a surprise exactly when the person tracked her trajectory, gliding into Alise's path. With a sigh of exasperation, she was tired and hungry and full of guilt and unaccustomed shame, roiling with impotent angst over Golden Haniel, and so not in the mood for prankster shadows. Alise erected a woven wall of air elementals to ward off the nebulous magic. Most of it was illusion, a variety of psychic magic that, to her senses, coloured the space with prismatic shimmering. She wasn't terribly concerned, as the ambient magic never accumulated to levels potent enough to cause real problems, but it had kind of trapped her near the corridor wall, and she'd had more than enough of that for one day. She'd also prepped her basic self-defense, just in case, ready for anything, learning from her past mistakes. So, when the shadows parted and a young woman stepped out, Alise launched her spirit warrior to behead the person out of sheer panicked reflex. A tiger instantly melted around the woman, appearing from nothing, reared up, and batted the warrior's sword away like a play toy. A real, freaking tiger, and not illusion. Alise goggled, shocked into inaction, the worst possible reaction. Freezing in stunned surprise was never the correct response, either magically or not. "Before you counter," the woman said quickly, wizard black eyes dark in her brown face, "please stay your hand. I mean you no harm." "Do the people who do mean you harm announce it up front?" Alise retorted sardonically, but she also pulled back her magic. She could kill the tiger. She also didn't want to. It was so beautiful. "Is that an actual tiger?" she inquired as a cover while she inventoried her options and reserve of magic. Without a familiar, she was limited to only what she had stored within, which was more than most wizards, though she hadn't yet fully regenerated what she'd used up in bossing the bodiless. It certainly wasn't enough for a pitched battle, especially against what appeared to be a high-level house aerial wizard. Spirit warriors were all well and good for intimidation purposes, and they could cause real-life damage, but mostly excelled at being intimidating, which didn't work well against animals. Non-corporeal entities, in general, tended not to affect animals that much. Oh, animals could perceive spirits very well, far better than mundane humans could, or even wizards without spirit magic. They just didn't bother about them for the most part. Animals had an enviable ability to live in the moment, and spirits fell into the realm of non-immediacy. Even if the spirit could inflict real-world damage, no animal worried about that until it happened. "You're asking me if the tiger is real?" The woman, chestnut hair cut so it fringed around her face and just brushed her shoulders, cocked her head slightly. Her emerald green necklace stirred, looping of its own accord, and sleek snake's head poked through the hair beside her ear, forked tongue flicking in Alise's direction. "You think I'd spend that much magic to make an illusion of a tiger with no ability to defend me?" Alise very nearly retorted that she had zero idea of what this wizard would or wouldn't do, but held her tongue. It had been an admittedly foolish question. A falcon flew out of the shadows and landed on the wizard woman's shoulder, on the opposite side from the snake. "I'm going to guess house aerial," Alise commented dryly. The woman dipped her chin in an affirmative. "Please forgive the somewhat dramatic entrance, but I needed to speak to you without witnesses." "You and everyone else in the convocation, apparently." Alise stopped herself from saying that aloud too. Still, what was up with wizards jumping her in the hallways lately? I can't imagine why a clearly high-level house aerial wizard would want a clandestine conversation with a Convocation Academy student in a darkened hallway in the wee hours of the morning. Can't you? The wizard sounded amused. The snake flicked its tongue as if taunting Alise for her foolishness. The tiger wrapped a tight circle around the wizard, trailing her tail along the woman's waist in apparent affection, then lay down before her, panting lightly. The falcon flexed its talons, but otherwise didn't move. Was one of the three the wizard's familiar in alternate form? Probably. Not that it mattered, as the aerial woman couldn't access her familiar's magic while they were in animal form. She wouldn't necessarily need an extra boost of magic, however, since she would be able to compel her companions to attack Alise, and Alise didn't know what she'd do then. As you surmised, the wizard said with a hint of impatience, making Alise realize she hadn't yet replied. I represent House Ariel's interests. I am the wizard Courtney Ariel, and I bear a message for you. You know, Alise replied, not relaxing her guard in the least, keeping a keen eye on those animals while gathering a few spirits to aid her. There are these convenient things called rat seal couriers. You can task them to carry messages for you. Very handy. No need to ambush people in dark hallways. Courtney smiled thinly. Your sarcasm betrays your discomfort and fear, but again, I reassure you that I mean no harm. I come to you this way to say what cannot be entrusted to rat seal courier. Despite herself, Alise's curiosity stirred. Another high house lining up to take sides. But why they were talking to her instead of someone with actual power, she had no idea. You are at the center of a brewing storm, young Alise. Professor Chichin's words floated through her mind, leaving unease behind. All right, I'm listening. Would you establish a silencing shield, please? I'm rather taxed maintaining control of the animals and the illusion that conceals my presence here. So Alise hadn't been wrong when she sensed some kind of illusion magic at work, which made her feel a little better. Wizard Courtney clearly intended to appear as if she'd emerged from a portal, though that kind of magic occurred only in old stories, and no modern wizard thought it was even possible, if it ever had been. Many opined that the tales were based entirely on myth. Lots of wizards, however, used various parlour tricks to make it seem as if they'd manifested from nowhere. In House Elal, for example, wizards loved to employ shrouding spirits to create that exact effect. It only worked on non-wizards, though, so most people rolled their eyes at such magic-wasting efforts. Technically, illusions were not in the purview of House Ariel. Their trademarks were limited to psychic magic in relation to animals, including control and breeding. And yet, Courtney had taken the risk of using illusions, which had to be for more than trying to look fancy, especially with Alise, who would know better. More curious than ever, Alise circled a finger in the air to indicate she'd established the requested soundproofing, realizing, belatedly, that she'd picked up the gesture from Killian. It shouldn't hurt to think about that. Speak, she told Courtney. I'd really love to get some sleep tonight. I wish you easy rest, then, Courtney replied, making it sound like she found the probability of that very unlikely. I'll be brief. My message is this. Beware House Harahel. Alise nearly rolled her eyes, which at least felt better than the bone-watering terror Gordon Harahel had instilled in her. Got it. If that's all, then... That's not all, Courtney interrupted with sharp impatience. Doggone, save me from disrespectful teenagers. Hey, you came to me, Alise pointed out, not at all bothered and, in truth, a bit maliciously pleased to be annoying someone else for a change. I came to you out of duty and necessity, not my own inclinations. I am sent to warn you that House Harahel may attempt to halt your research into the tampered archives." Alise bit back the words too late and focused with interest on the implications. First, House Ariel knew about the vanished House Phel archives. Second, Ariel knew enough to predict Haniel's interference. Third, Ariel didn't know enough to be aware that Wizard Gordon had already threatened Alise. Fourth, and finally, why in the dark arts did House Ariel have a stake in this festival of power-grabbing? Alise naturally didn't verbalize any of these speculations. Instead, she just said, "Oh?" Courtney pressed her lips together, not at all pleased by the lackluster response to her dramatic declaration. "Have they contacted you in any fashion?" "Wizard Courtney," Alise said, exhaustion and exasperation making her abrupt. "With all due respect, why does House Ariel care about any of this?" Courtney narrowed her wizard-black eyes. "For a mere student, you have a great deal of attitude, young Elal." "Young Phel," Alise corrected pleasantly, "and I feel compelled to point out, yet again, that you came to me. I didn't ask for this clandestine interview. I refuse to be placed in the position of supplicant." More unamused than ever, Courtney spat, "I'm here to help your ungrateful ass." "No," Alise corrected calmly, "you're here to serve the interests of House Ariel. You even said so. How about you share what those interests are, and maybe we can have a conversation that goes somewhere?" The wizard gathered her poise. "My house is no ally of Haniel's. That's all you need to know." No, it wasn't. Not by a long shot, especially as it was hardly news. Haniel had very few allies, particularly since the wars after which House Haniel was sanctioned and stripped of many of their most lucrative trademarks and placed under extreme restrictions to prevent them from exercising psychic control on unwitting Convocation citizens of any stripe. Not only did Haniel have almost no allies, they had almost all enemies. "All right," Alise said. "Message delivered. Can I go now?" "That's not all," Courtney snapped. Alise tried to look politely interested, though she had to stifle a yawn. Then she reconsidered. Why should she? Unleashing the jaw-cracking yawn, she waited. Wizard Courtney really hated that Alise didn't beg for her precious messages, which gave Alise a bit more petty satisfaction. Finally, the Ariel wizard bit out an exasperated huff. "House Ariel has received word of tampering with the wizard familiar bond." Alise forced herself not to show any indication of her suddenly alert interest and precipitously dropping stomach. Instead, she feigned confusion, even as her heart rate accelerated. The snake flicked a forking tongue at her, possibly detecting her tension and informing its wizard. "Tampering?" Alise shook her head in what she hoped was a convincing show of puzzlement. "Is that even possible? The wizard familiar bond is eternal, unbreakable except via death." Courtney scrutinized her closely. "What if I told you we had evidence it had been done?" "I'd wonder how House Ariel had come by such evidence and why the entire convocation doesn't know about such an alarming development. I am only a humble student of Convocation Academy, but I'd have to wonder what stake Ariel has in the matter. I don't know of any connection between House Ariel trademarks and the magic that creates the wizard familiar bond." That last wasn't entirely true. The origins of the enchantment that created that bond remain shrouded in mystery and obscure history. Even the oldest texts referred to the wizard familiar bond being a well-established phenomenon. However, from what her family at House Phel very carefully hadn't said, Alise had gathered that when wizards learned to invoke the magic upon graduation from Convocation Academy, it was accompanied by a geas of some sort. Even the wizards who seemed to want to discuss it couldn't and didn't. Further, It made sense that binding animals to a wizard would be much the same as binding a human familiar to one, especially knowing House Ariel was so vitally interested. Courtney remained unmoved by Alise's implicit and accusatory question, watching Alise intently. I'm sure you're aware that there is a great deal of overlap between Alal and Ariel areas of expertise. Though our trademarks and areas of business vary extensively, both houses select for wizards with strong MP scores in psychic magic. Though with very different subgroup strengths, Alise pointed out. She refused to be baited. For example, I can't wrest away control of your animals any more than you could take over my warrior spirit, and neither of us can read or control minds. Courtney smiled grimly. You might not have the ability, young Elal, she said, ignoring Alise's previous correction. But another wizard of your house very well might. There is something fishy going on, and you are hip-deep in it. As I indicated previously, Alise said with dignity, I no longer have a connection with House Elal. Whatever the house of my birth may or may not be doing, it has nothing to do with me. Doesn't it? Courtney smiled grimly. Your own mother, Lady Elal, a familiar, was somehow separated from her wizard master, your father, Lord Elal. It seems you are intimately connected to the question. Alise covered her alarm and the wave of grief by snorting. Wizard Ariel, she said in a tone of excessive patience, I know everyone's stations and titles in my immediate family. You needn't reiterate them. Her face darkened with an angry flush. What do you know about the situation? Where is Lady Elal? Was her father behind this in some way? And odd that the news of her mother's passing hadn't reached House Ariel, though she supposed no one at House Phel had reason to advertise it. Maman passed away, she informed the aerial wizard with quiet dignity, allowing her grief to show. I'll thank you to mention her with due respect. Definitely shocked her there. I'm sorry for your loss, Courtney murmured, the snake's tongue flicking rapidly and the tiger's tail tip-tapping. Clearly, the wizard couldn't wait to report that news. Thank you. Alise waited, glancing toward her destination pointedly. We are aware that Ileana Ariel has been hiding out at House Phel, Courtney said, which might have sounded like a non sequitur to most people, but made perfect sense to Alise. Ileana had been one of the familiars Alise had helped to escape Convocation Academy with her familiar lover, Han. Alise only raised her brows. What Courtney expected her to say to that, she didn't know, except that it had sounded like a threat, and Alise had stomached enough of those for one day, also. Keep your head down and your fingers out of dangerous pies, student wizard, Courtney advised, shaking her head. You are being closely watched. Abruptly, she brought her cloak up in a sweeping motion to cover her face. Smoke and shadows billowed up in a wave, and when the haze cleared, she and her animals were gone. At last, Alise allowed herself to roll her eyes for the theatrics, then continued on her lonesome way. No longer full of self-recrimination, she brewed up her own personal strategy. Try to intimidate her, would they? Warn her off by threatening her peace of mind? Her friends? Well, she might no longer claim Elal as her house affiliation, but Alise had been born an Elal, and the blood of the most powerful wizards in the Convocation ran hot in her veins. No one tangled with an Elal and came out the better for it. Alise had plans to make. 8. Despite her exhaustion, the late hour, and the siren call of her bed, Alise didn't succumb to the temptation of sleep. Locking the door and adding her own privacy seal of earth elementals to hold it securely shut, She surveyed her little room. The first step in taking control of her fate was to eliminate the possibility of being spied upon in her own place. Fortunately, that could be taken care of, if not easily, then with a bit of focused effort. In the past, she hadn't bothered. Now, the stakes had ratcheted to the highest level. Wizard Ariel had hinted that House Elal was working with House Ariel, and certainly Alise's father was no friend of House Phel. So removing any Elal spirit spies made eminent sense. "All right, let's see," she said to herself thoughtfully. The most obvious spies would be spirits, both the canned variety that could be purchased and used by any reasonably powered wizard, and more sophisticated ones specifically tasked by an Elal wizard. There were even some available on the general market that a mundane could use via an embedded enchantment that could be triggered by the unmagical also. Although only a student, Alise had enough skill and native Elal magic in her little finger to detect the canned spells of either variety. One specifically bound and tasked by a wizard of her house would be more difficult, though not impossible to locate and neutralize, for the most part. She'd always assumed her father had spies on her and her siblings. That had been true all their lives, though as children they'd learned ways of ducking their unseen but not unsensed observers. That had been relatively easy because they'd been safely ensconced in House Elal, inside the heavily guarded territory of Elal, with little to threaten them. No, their beloved papa had mainly tasked elementals and other non-intelligent spirits to keep track of them in case they got into mischief. Which meant that any plans to be disobedient had included provisions to escape detection. In retrospect, Alise could see that Lord Elal had likely known everything his children got up to, and allowed it to an extent. They'd only gotten called onto the carpet for truly egregious violations, usually Nanda, as Nick and Alise had been dutiful daughters, and they'd assumed their father had found out via other means. Now, it was clear he'd always monitored them closely. For the first time, Alise wondered how Nick had not only escaped House Elal, but how she'd evaded the spirit spies. She wanted to be able to ask her older sister the question with a desperation completely out of proportion to the moment. More, she longed to confide in Nick and get her advice on how to handle this dreadful situation. She and her sister hadn't been close in years, especially when Alise manifested as a wizard at a young age, and about the same time Nick, substantially older, turned out to be a familiar, to her profound and devastating disappointment. That had driven a wedge between them deep enough, and due to circumstances so far outside of their control, that neither had tried to mend the rift. Not until Alise turned up on the doorstep of House Phel with fugitive familiars, Han and Iliana, in tow, and bearing an absurd notion that Nick needed rescuing. That seemed to be the story of Alise's life, always trying to do the right thing for wrong-headed reasons. Well, that was going to change. She had no one to rely on but herself in this current situation. She did have a clear task and goals. Her enemies had conveniently made themselves manifest. She could figure out how to avoid them and, as necessary, handle them. But in the meanwhile, she needed privacy and discretion most of all. Wishing she could kick up her magic stores with a familiar's help, she set that aside as a futile hope. Killian had advised her to use the familiars hired by the Academy to top off her reserves, and once even hired one for her. Ever since Nick turned out to be a familiar, though, and since all Iliana and Han went through, Alise had felt wrong about taking magic from familiars. Wizards weren't supposed to think twice about using familiars for this purpose. In truth, most wizards, with a few singular exceptions, regarded familiars as existing solely to provide magic for them. As an additional rationalization, since familiars couldn't express magic on their own, they needed a wizard's assistance to bleed off the magic they generated before it built up to such toxic levels that it drove them insane. Viewed through that lens, wizards provided familiars with a desperately needed service, or at least so they had convinced themselves. But having access to a familiar's magic, especially a familiar bonded to you for life, creating in them a near-desperate adoration that meant they'd give anything to their wizard, was critically important to the wizards. They weren't selflessly assisting familiars. Wizards exploited them to increase their own power and influence. Any wizard could release a familiar's magic. A familiar didn't need to be bonded to a wizard for that. Sure, everyone acknowledged that familiars were also people, but when it came down to the laws governing the convocation, wizards had the most rights and familiars almost none. Somewhere along the way, Alise had developed squeamishness around the whole unseemly enterprise, or a conscience. She supposed how one described it lay in the eye of the beholder. Alise didn't know what her future held, but being head of House Elal wasn't in it. And while she understood the need to master her own magical skills, she had no desire for power. She stopped short of mentally vowing to never bind a familiar of her own, but she rather felt she never would. If she had to imagine her future, it looked like some sort of monastic sojourn. Maybe she'd travel to the lands without magic. No one would expect her to have a familiar there. No one would know or expect anything from her at all. The thought was both comforting and lonely. On the heels of that idea, it occurred to Alise that she'd be following in Nick's footsteps. Pregnant Nick, who'd fled to magicless Watson to escape Gabriel Phel with the idea of raising their child alone. If the convocation hadn't sent hunters after Nick, and if Gabriel had been a bit less in love with her, she might have succeeded in disappearing. As a wizard, Alise would have an easier time of it. No one would pursue her. Another thought both comforting and lonely. Setting aside her morose ruminations, Alise concentrated on her task. She should have enough magic left to do what she needed to, and in the morning she'd be refreshed and replete again. Mostly, anyway. Summoning her reserves and ignoring the twinge of discomfort of pulling magic from what felt like the hollows of her bones, thin and brittle enough to punch a fist through. Nick's concerned and irritated voice sounded in her head. Alise cleared her mind and focused all of her magic on sensing the unseen. Fortunately, she had drilled all her life in meditative techniques to still her emotions and separate them from her thinking. True, her teachers were thinking primarily about their students being able to control their fear during an attack, but this pretty much counted as an ongoing battle. She channeled her tumult of keen emotions into a blade's edge of wizardry, searching all levels of spirit manifestation within the walls of her room. There was no sense in scanning all of Convocation Academy. She knew what she'd find if she did that, and it would be overwhelming. From tame fire elementals heating the floors to meticulously bound and warded demons serving the dark arts professors, the hallowed halls of the academy teemed with spirits of all kinds. But Alise didn't need to find every incorporeal entity in reach of her wizardry, just the ones tasked to watch her. Breathing so slowly an observer might worry she'd died, she drew her attention over every pore of the stone walls, of the rough grout between, in the fibres of the throw rugs on the floor, and the furry space between. She combed through the weave of her blankets and the veins of the smallest bit of down in her pillows and mattress. With deft skill, she eased her awareness through the bison glass of her small window that overlooked an enclosed courtyard and the tiny gaps between the fitted frame and the much older stone of the wall. By the time she'd finished, hours had passed, and she'd located and isolated 47 spirits of all echelons. The ones that weren't supposed to be there, anyhow. She naturally left unmolested the heating elementals and the dust-eating ones. She also disregarded the more sophisticated spirits, installed to raise an alarm should there be a surge in magic, as happened occasionally with newly manifested wizards with shitty control. Not that there was any danger from Alise. No, she was at her most dangerous at her deliberate best. But they posed no danger to her. The ones she did tether to her will, however, those could have caused trouble if she hadn't captured them. She didn't sever their bonds to the wizards that had tamed them, as that would alert those wizards, but she also couldn't allow them to continue to report back. She counted the signatures of 9 different Elal wizards in her little herd of spies, including Lord Elal himself. Never content to leave anything entirely to his lackeys, her father had assigned 3 spirits of varying sophistication to watch his wizard daughter. Very tempted to snap their leashes so their master would feel it and know her power, Alise restrained herself, along with the flare of vicious hatred for her father. Wouldn't he be surprised to know how far her skills and ability had grown? She could break any spirit bond he could make. Maybe, eventually, she could do so without him feeling it. That would be a valuable skill to pursue. But she couldn't risk that yet. He thought disinheriting her, real or threatened, had her cowed, whipped and beaten. It would serve her purposes for him to continue to believe that. For the time being, Alise confined the 47 spirits to a bottle she'd quickly emptied of its commercially bound grooming imp, temporarily attaching the creature to her mirror instead. The task felt a bit like balancing a stack of plates in one hand while pouring sparkling wine into a delicate goblet with the other and trying not to defizz it in the process. But she managed. The spirits she'd gathered up twisted and struggled in her mental grip. They didn't take up physical space, so wedging them all into one small bottle wasn't impossible. Still, they didn't like overlapping so much, especially those with opposite natures, like earth and air or water and fire. None of them could resist her wizardry, however, especially as they'd already been tamed by another wizard, and soon all was stuffed into the bottle, which she sealed with a cork and an indelible cap of magic. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it would suffice for the rest of the night, which, she suddenly realized, along with her scratchy eyes, dry mouth and aching head, was nearly over. Considering the Eladrel timepiece on the wall, Alise contemplated through the dense fog of exhaustion whether it might be better to simply stay awake, get some coffee, perhaps study a bit, than go to sleep for such a short time that she'd wake up groggy. Somewhere, in the midst of debating with herself over the pros and cons of each option, her body decided for her, and she conked out. When the wake-up bells rang, Alise came out of a dead sleep with a crooked neck from where she'd apparently crashed onto her side, and possibly the worst headache of her life. Her magic had not only not replenished during the too short nap, but it felt lower than ever. Belatedly, she realized that by tethering all those spirit spies to her will, without breaking their bonds to the wizards that had tamed them, she'd engaged in an ongoing battle for control of them. Not at all wise, but done was done. She couldn't release them now, or they'd report back to their wizards what she'd attempted. Instead, she staggered to her feet, weaving only a little on wobbly legs on her way to the wash basin, and invited the little water elemental to splash cold water on her face. Slightly more alert from the bracing effects of that, she dragged wet hands through her short hair, hoping to flatten the spikes sleep had pressed in the wrong direction, with only partial success. Good thing she'd never had cause for vanity. She'd long ago given up on extracting anything close to beauty from her oddly thin face, with her pointed chin and widely spaced eyes. At the moment, those eyes also sported purple bags big and puffy enough to stow her entire wardrobe in, an effect highlighted by the arrows of red lines creased into her cheek from the wrinkled bedding. All in all, not her best look. Stripping off the stale, slept-in clothing from the day before, she then dragged on pants and a shirt from her closet just as the bell for breakfast sounded, making her stomach clench in hunger. Food would go a long way toward helping her body replenish at least her native magic, and it sometimes worked as a substitute for sleep. More or less, anyway. Knowing the vial of bottled spirits would drain her magic less in close proximity, she tucked it in the thigh pocket of her baggy pants, buttoning it closed again. The slight weight of it bumped against her leg. At least she'd been smart enough to pick a small vessel which she could keep on her without drawing attention. Unlocking her door and removing the other enchantment she'd added for security, Alise checked the corridor for any lurking enemy wizards, then plunged into the thin stream of wizard students heading down the hallway. They didn't provide robust cover, but she was grateful for their presence as she'd never been before. The other students might sneer at and snub her, but they wouldn't attack her with tigers or employ illegal psychic pressure to subvert her will. She even found herself grateful for the, by now standard, cold shoulders they presented to her and how they pretended she didn't exist. There was a comfort in that, in invisibility, a surcease the remorseless mirror had failed to give her. Hurrying along to breakfast, Alise mentally reviewed her schedule for the day, as best she could recall it. In her haste, she'd left the document the provost gave her back in her room. She rather envied Killian's ability to access records magically. That would be a handy trick to master, and theoretically one she could learn, so long as she never used it for profit. As if she had time to learn anything else. Probably Killian wouldn't teach her the proprietary Harahel techniques anyway. Besides which, they weren't speaking to each other. She shouldn't even be thinking about him. With her tray of the standard breakfast plate and an extra-large coffee, Alise looked for a place to sit. She hated this part and had since she'd become a pariah. Before that, she'd always had a place at a table with the wizard students from the highest houses, to the point that people would shift around to make a place for her. Everyone had wanted Alise Phel to grace them with her presence. There had been a time when she'd held her tray and chosen from a half-dozen options, tables of different friend groups waving to her, beckoning her to join them. Now, no one even met her eyes. Invisibility cut both ways, both a comfort and a cold slice to the heart. She had a choice between equally unpleasant options: find an empty table, and good luck with that, quietly slip into a seat at the empty end of an occupied table and pretend along with everyone else that she didn't actually exist, or brazen her way into a group and shame them into publicly acknowledging her existence. That last absolutely wasn't going to happen, as Alise was so not up to anything requiring the least bit of fortitude, let alone brazen courage. In fact, the thought of the other two options curdled her stomach sufficiently that the fragrant breakfast that had made her salivate only moments before now smelled nauseating. Oh well, she didn't have that much time anyway. She could skip eating and instead retrieve her class schedule and maybe figure out what to tackle next on the mountain of past-due coursework material. Taking her tray to the clean-up station, she set it down, retaining only the infinitely precious cup of coffee. "I don't think so." Alise nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound of Killian's voice right beside her. Giving her a dark look, he picked up her tray before it slid into the chute, where earth elementals eagerly waited to devour anything organic, and started walking. Then he paused and glanced back at her. "Come, sit. Eat." "Woof," Alise replied sourly, and the reproving look he gave her wasn't amused either. "I waved," he said pointedly. "You looked right at me," and clearly thought she'd ignored him on purpose, as opposed to being willfully blind to everyone in that room because she was too fragile to withstand the shunning. Not at all wanting to explain that, she muttered something about being tired and blurry vision. He thunked her tray down on the end of a partially occupied table, his own mostly empty tray there. The people at the other end of the table appeared to be lower-level faculty like Killian, younger, and no one Alise knew well. A couple of them nodded at her absently before returning to their conversation. Killian had a pile of his things on the chair beside him, which he moved and dumped under his seat with his typical disregard for any of his possessions that weren't books, and pointed at her to sit. He'd clearly been saving the seat for her, completely disregarding their conversation of the night before, and Alise plopped herself down, though careful of the precious coffee she still clutched, agitated and uncertain. It annoyed her no end that he acted like nothing had changed between them and expected to have breakfast with her, and at the same time, it moved her immeasurably that at least one person wanted her to sit with them. Sure, Killian was faculty and not a student, but he also had good reason to never want to talk to her again. Abruptly weepy and dreadfully embarrassed that Killian might see, Alise stared fiercely at her eggs. They'd looked so delicious when she heaped them on her plate, along with the buttered toast with honey and stewed grains. Now she worried she wouldn't be able to swallow them through a throat vicing with emotion. What a mess she was. "You're just tired," she told herself. "Staring at your food won't get it inside where it will do you good, Alise," Killian said gently, far more so than she deserved after she'd been so unkind to him. "You were mean to him for good reasons," she reminded herself. "He can't be involved, so buck up and deal." Firming her resolve and not looking at him, knowing that looking into his warm black eyes would undo her, she forked up some eggs and made herself chew and swallow. She barely got them past the knot in her throat. Her achingly empty stomach lurched when the food hit it, acid rising up like steam when water hits hot oil. But she held it down and, feeling defiant, shot Killian a triumphant glare. He didn't see, however, instead paying attention to digging something out of the worn satchel he'd tossed under the chair only moments before. "I found something interesting for your independent study," he was saying, speaking loudly enough for the other faculty at the table to hear, rather pointedly reminding her they had an audience and that Alise, at least on record, still reported to him as her study supervisor. Since she didn't trust herself to answer, Alise shoved another forkload of eggs into her mouth, following up with a bite of the honeyed toast. Her stomach seemed to be getting on board with the concept of food and settling down to get to the business of digesting, sending up enthusiastic invitations for more. She took a deep swallow of coffee, sighing at the warmth hitting her belly and resulting tingles of energy prodding her tired mind. "Better?" Killian inquired, too quietly for anyone to overhear. "Fine, thank you, archivist," she answered with formal neutrality. "You said you had something for me?" "I do, yes," he replied with some of his usual enthusiasm, brandishing what looked like an index. "It occurred to me that, while some records might be entirely missing, seamlessly enough that their disappearance went undetected, that a tangential search, while it would consume more time, might reveal a forgotten cross-reference that—" "Alise, are you listening? What's wrong?" What was wrong was Gordon Haneel standing across from her, wizard black eyes sharp as daggers. 9. Killian watched as what little healthy colour Alise had in her pale face drained away entirely. Her lovely black eyes, that had already been shadowed in a way that made Killian want to wrap her up in a soft blanket and hold her until she fell into much-needed sleep, never mind how inappropriate that would be, went haunted and bottomless in her taut face. He put a hand on her arm to catch her as she swayed in her seat, in case she actually fell. "Alise," he prompted, and followed her gaze to where she stared across the crowded dining hall. She looked as if she gazed into the abyss, like a monster lurked there, poised to devour her. But Killian saw nothing. He even tried stretching his limited archivist wizard's senses to determine if something magical lurked there. Still nothing. But Alise was a far more powerful wizard and, more to the point, exceptionally talented in spirit magic, capable of detecting entities most wizards could not. "Is something there?" he asked in a lowered voice, squeezing her arm lightly to penetrate her stupor. "Something malevolent?" She jumped in his loose grip, startling him with the violence of her reaction, her wide-eyed, panicked gaze flying to his. "No, nothing. I'm fine." "Don't you lie to me," he bit out. "Tell me, or I'm going over there." She swallowed hard, clearly frantic. "Please don't. Please, Killian." "Then tell me." "Don't look, though. The proctor," she whispered, "directly ahead, staring right at us, at the end of the table." Confused, Killian surreptitiously searched for who she meant. Several proctors monitored the dining hall as usual, keeping tabs on the minds and emotions of the magic-bearing adolescents of varying ages, some powerful enough to level the building, and a few quite capable of doing so in a fit of temper. He didn't see anyone of note, and definitely no one standing where Alise's gaze had been fixed. "The closest proctor I see is Wizard Divya, near the coffee post." And Alise wasn't looking at her. "Then you can't see him," she whispered, her expression crumpling in despair. "Do you know his name, or can you describe him for me?" Pressing her lips together, she shook her head, steadfastly not looking in the direction she'd indicated. Refusing to answer, he thought. Not that she didn't know. "I'm not crazy," she said, her harsh whisper beseeching. "Of course you're not," he agreed easily, though the pitch of her emotion seemed off the scale. Alise had no reason to fear one of the academy proctors. Still, something had frightened the usually unflappable Alise, and he believed her fear was real. "I believe you." The look she turned on him, the immense gratitude in her expression, was nearly as good as if she'd said she longed for him like he did for her. "Let's try this. I count 9 proctors," he said, very quietly, just loud enough for her to hear him. "All of whom I know." She swallowed hard. "There are 10. Alise wasn't one to make mistakes, especially careless ones. Acting nonchalant, Killian sat back and counted again, backing up the visual scan with his wizardly ability to assess quantities. "I still get 9. Making a choking sound, she abruptly pushed back and stood, using enough force that her chair clattered to the floor. "I'm sorry, archivist," she said, not sounding sorry at all. She also punched the words loudly enough to silence the debate underway at the other end of the table. Alise flicked a glance at the place where her invisible proctor stood, then fastened a pleading gaze on him. "I appreciate the effort you've put into organizing my independent study, but I simply have no time. I cannot work on it. Period." With that, she seized her coffee and her book bag and scuttled away before he realized her intent. "Student wizards," one of his colleagues commented, shaking her head in disgust. "No respect for faculty anymore." "Report her to the provost," her companion advised, "particularly that one. This isn't her first transgression, as I'm sure you know." "Or even the second," another said. "Or the worst. Those Alals think they can get away with anything," another added. But Killian was no longer listening, having barely listened to begin with. The lower-level faculty tended to resent the more powerfully talented and highly placed wizard students. It stuck in the craw of some people that these ignorant kids already enjoyed more wealth and influence than they would. Employment at Convocation Academy, in the lower ranks, would never lead to full professorships and endowed chairs, so the positions weren't exactly highly sought. Killian didn't mind, because he basically got paid to hang out in one of the best libraries in the known world. Most of his peers resented their dead-end jobs, however, and the only thing those petty minds enjoyed more than seeing one of the student wizards suffer some kind of failure was witnessing the stumbling or toe-stubbing of one of the high house scions. The same thing had happened when Alise's sister, Nick, so widely believed to be the next head of House Elal, manifested as a familiar instead of a wizard. The unholy glee at her loss of prestige, power, and even basic citizenship had been frankly awful to witness. Killian fully understood Alise's insistence on being called by her House Phel affiliation instead of Elal. Even if her father wasn't a monster who'd committed his worst deeds against his own intimate family, being an Elal wasn't doing Alise any favours these days. The gossiping faculty proved that, falling into an exchange of lurid tidbits about the Elal progeny and the house itself. Killian ignored his colleagues and their callous remarks, taking his empty tray and Alise's barely touched one to the discard station, which led him past the spot where she'd seen a proctor he hadn't. Though the hair stood up on the back of his neck, Killian otherwise sensed nothing unusual. And that reaction could be attributed to Alise's markedly odd behaviour. He'd watched her face down hunters and automatons wielding wheels of blades, and the sight of a proctor terrified her to speechlessness. No, something very strange was going on, and he wouldn't lose this opportunity to gather any information he could. So he waved to Proctor Raya Harahel, a friend from student days. She gave him an absent smile, brushing her brown hair out of her eyes before glaring at a group of young uncategorized students in a rising shouting match. "Hey, uncats," she called. "Inside voices or I mute you for the rest of breakfast." They subsided sullenly, continuing the argument at lower levels. "Can you really do that?" Killian asked, electing to take a moment for friendly chatting before grilling her. She winked. "I can make them think I can do that." Laughing, he gave her a little salute. "Clever? I'm curious, Raya. Are there always 10 of you working the breakfast shift?" Wrinkling her nose, she laughed. "Killian, I know your curiosity knows no limits, but how could you possibly care about that?" "I've been reading up on crowd control," he answered on impulse. "Of course, students aren't rioting mundanes, but—" "They're not that far different, either," she finished dryly. "Angry adults without magic are less dangerous than children with it," he agreed amiably. "But I'm interested in the commonalities. I know House Harahel has a contract with the Convocation to provide crowd control in certain circumstances." She slid him a sideways glance, clearly refraining from comment. Yeah, it wasn't common knowledge, but not exactly a secret either. Still, high houses tended to guard proprietary information zealously, whether or not the secrecy mattered. Killian held up his hand in a peacemaking gesture, hoping his sideways approach hadn't taken so long that it cost him his quarry. "That's not something I need to know. What I'm wondering is how it's decided how many proctors should be assigned per expected student. For example, are there 9 or 10 of you here this morning? I think I counted 9, but—" "10," she answered with confidence. "Are you sure? I only count 9. She rolled her eyes, confident in her authority now. 10, Killian. Where's your archivist ability to count?" "I see you. Divya—" He pointed and recited the names, counting them off on his other hand. "That's 9. And Gordon Harahel, right there." She shook her head at him, grinning. "Maybe you need a Raphael healer to check your eyes." "Oh." He looked that direction and still detected no one. But a Harahel wizard could see through a psychic manipulation that he could not. "Silly me. I don't remember seeing him around before." She shrugged. "New hire. Replaced Beck, who retired." "Striking," Killian commented, fishing for any physical details she might give. "Want me to introduce you? He's handsome with all that golden hair and those bulging pecs, but I'd have to warn you that he's got a rep for being unkind to his lovers." Thanks, but no, Killian answered with a dry laugh. Not at all my type. That's what I thought. Though you might seriously consider going with beefy, arrogant, and male, better than going doe-eyed over a student, she said, with significantly arched brows. You should know there's gossip about you and Alise Phel. Phel, he corrected. Wizard Alice's house fell now, he explained in the face of Raya's bafflement. And I'm surprised you listen to gossip. I've simply been assisting Alise with an independent study requiring deep research in the archives, at Provost Uriel's behest, I might add. I didn't say I was listening, she replied with a shrug. Just repeating. Warning a friend, she corrected. I know all about your white knight tendencies, Killian, remember? He flushed in irritation and embarrassment. Old friends knew too much about you at times. Serena was a different story. Was she? Raya nodded in the direction Alise had gone. Pretty, wayfish wizardlings have always been your weakness, but you can't save this one any more than you could save Serena. And Alise Phel, she corrected with a sigh when he started to interrupt. Even if you could somehow rescue her from the pit she's dug for herself, she wouldn't thank you for it. She's not going to reward you for your service to her. Or if it occurred to her, she might make you House Elal archivist, where you'd probably get paid even less than you are now. But she's never going to make a low-level Harahel wizard her consort. She snickered. Imagine you as Lord Elal, even in name only. Killian was remembering why his friendship with Raya had tapered off. As I said, he replied with stiff formality, I have no designs on Alise. She is my advisee only. Yes, well, a word to the wise. Let her go her own way. She's meddling in dangerous waters, and this research project of hers is not looked upon favourably by any number of powerful entities. Killian's neck prickled. He looked again in the direction of the invisible Gordon Harahel. Entities like House Harahel? He inquired mildly. Any number of powerful entities, Raya repeated with slow emphasis. Then she softened, smiling. We've been friends a long time, so know that I'm only thinking of your best interests. This is not an arena for a wizard like you. Stick to the books and the baking. That's where you shine, and you'll be the happier for it. So noted, he said. Oh, don't be like that. Her smile turned inviting. You know, I always appreciated your baking, especially breakfast in bed. That was the upside of your dalliance with Serena. She taught you well. He made himself laugh, as if pleased. I'll keep that in mind. Do. You know where to find me. We always had a good time together. He thought that was highly debatable, but he might need Raya for more information, so he kissed her cheek. Nice to catch up. Yes, and hey! She fastened her attention on a pair of wizards with their heads together. I hear what you're thinking, and not in my cafeteria. Grateful for the reprieve, Killian ducked away while Raya was preoccupied, gathered his things, and headed for the library. The archives might be mysteriously missing reams of information on House Phel, but they contained certain information without a doubt. That included the personal profiles of every Convocation citizen. This Gordon Harahel would have to appear on the rolls to have been hired as a Convocation Academy proctor. He might be using his psychic magic to obscure his presence from some eyes and not others, but other Harahel wizards, like Raya, knew of him, and so he must exist on paper. Killian would use all his considerable skills and wizardry to find out everything there was to know about Gordon Harahel, who was unkind to his lovers. Killian might not be White Knight material, and he'd never be the hero of anyone's story, but he could do this for Alise. Gordon Harahel had terrified Alise, and Killian would find out why, and put a stop to it. 10. Alise practically fled to her first class of the day, slamming through the doors with an urgent sense of reprieve that was especially ironic given that the class was her least favourite one of all, alchemical mathematics. Ugh. She also quickly realised her error in judgment in fleeing the dining hall so abruptly. Besides the spectacle she'd made of herself, acting like a crazy person upset by a wizard no one else could see, and leaving her breakfast uneaten. She'd left the dining hall far too early and arrived in her classroom well ahead of anyone else. She was alone. She spun around to correct the situation and wait in the relative safety of the corridor, but she was trapped. Gordon Harahel slithered into the classroom with a stark smile and shut the door behind him, putting his back against it and making it clear Alise would have to go through him to escape. Soon, however, other students and the professor would arrive, she reminded herself, rather desperately. He couldn't trap her in there forever, and surely he couldn't make good on his threats with witnesses imminent. But Killian had looked right at Gordon and hadn't seen him. What could Gordon force her to do while others looked on, smiling blandly and chatting, noticing nothing? "I didn't break your rules," she blurted at Gordon, feeling like a small panicked bird cornered by a cat. "You certainly shouldn't be able to," he said agreeably, but with iron beneath. "Not after our previous conversation. I'm wondering what failed to stick to your addled brain." A lance of psychic magic stabbed at Alise's mind, painfully slicing her thoughts into helpless disarray and piercing her will. And yet, she wasn't taken as unawares as the day before. Now that she'd experienced this sort of psychic attack once, she could better observe the parameters of what he could and could not do. One very important discovery: he'd thought the compulsion he'd implanted in her would prevent her from more than it had. That was promising. After all, she might not want to own her Alal origins, but they were known as one of the most powerful families of wizards in the Convocation for a reason. House Alal had been one of the leaders in the war that defeated House Harahel and imposed the sanctions on them. She might be a baby wizard, but she was from a tough and ancient bloodline. In that self-knowledge, she found that not all of her mind and will lay vulnerable to the unscrupulous man. Part of the psychic manipulation, it seemed, was making her believe that he controlled her. I haven't worked on the project at all," she stammered, trying to sound pleading, giving herself time to think. And for people to arrive. She couldn't see the Eladrel clock on the wall from where she stood, but surely it couldn't be that long until first bell. "Ah, but you were discussing the project with that Harahel archivist, your independent study lead. He certainly seemed to believe you were continuing the work." "I have to tell him something," she whined. "The provost herself assigned the study. If I fail, I won't graduate." "That's your problem. Tell me what he discussed with you." So, Gordon didn't know everything. Alise shoved the intense relief at that realization down deep, far below the surface thoughts, so the proctor wouldn't read it in her. A non-wizardly trick she'd known how to do for years. That was a perhaps unintended consequence of Convocation Academy's pervasive use of Harahel wizards as proctors to monitor student behaviour. Even as young uncats, the students learned to mentally duck the proctors and find ways to conduct illicit activities under their noses without detection. One didn't need brilliant psychic defences to pull it off, just a level of mental agility and strong motivation. Getting away with shit in school had incentivized many a clever student to find ways to fool the proctors. Alise recalled those early lessons now, something she'd been too rattled to do on her first encounter with Gordon. She didn't need major psychic shields or battle magic, just a bit of student cleverness. To amplify the feeling of whiny put upon student, she said, I don't even know what that boring librarian was maundering on about. Blah, 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 with cross-referencing I don't know what. The Harahel wizard narrowed his snake-black eyes, his magic rudely probing her mind. She wanted to vomit from the violation, but she held her pose of pitiful vulnerability, pretending to be unaware of his invasion. I've heard that you and that low-level wizard archivist have a special relationship, he crooned, curling his voice lasciviously around the words. Is he your boyfriend, Alise? You can confide in me. No, she breathed. He's old and boring. A low-level wizard with no future except the same as what he's got right now. Gordon didn't move, but his magic wrapped around her with slimy familiarity. That's not what I heard. From where? She scoffed. My so-called friends in the student population? They'll say anything to make me look bad, to kick the underdog while she's down. I'm sure the provost would be thrilled to hear some rumour that I'm diddling a faculty member instead of doing my best to graduate. That kind of thing might get me finally expelled. Gordon tusked at her. Silly little Leilal. You forget who you're dealing with. I can read minds, and that Harahel boy is head over heels in love with you. Even if you don't return the feelings, he added with less certainty, his magic picking away at the layers of thought her stunned surprise had liberated from hiding. She scrambled to squelch them again, throwing her very real shock and confusion to obscure what he could read in her. Killian. In love with her. No, it wasn't possible. In fact, it was so impossible that Alise realised Gordon had said it only to manipulate her. Effective approach. But still, she didn't want the Harahel wizard's attention on Killian, who couldn't defend himself, magically or politically. You didn't know, Gordon murmured, a pleased smile crawling across his loathsome face. But what is this I sense? You're protective of him. Dark arts take her. She needed to fix this fast. So she curled a lip and shrugged. You think he's lusting after me, a student? Maybe he's more of a social climber than I gave him credit for. Everyone is a social climber, baby Elal. Some just hide it better than others. She'd argue, but in Convocation society, status and power were everything. So Gordon had a point. Except that she knew Killian, and he only cared about books and baking. Maybe those game figures he collected, but all as harmless as it got. He deserved to enjoy that kind of life, far away from the kind of power struggle she'd been born into, and likely would never escape, not even in Far Watson. You will stay away from the librarian, Gordon informed her, apparently coming to a decision. The next time I detect any communication between you, I will take action. I can't refuse to communicate with my independent study advisor, she contested hotly. Figure it out, he shot back. You're so clever. Cutting off contact would look suspicious. It would attract more attention. And you don't want that, do you? I can handle that part, he sneered, waving off her argument. Don't forget who I am. Even against Provost Uriel, she persisted. That seems like an extreme move, risking House Uriel becoming aware of House Harahel interference. That, at least, gave him pause, and Alise allowed herself to enjoy the brief flash of triumph. A minor victory, but every tiny triumph chipped away at his control over her. Don't let it come to that, he advised, adding a bit of psychic pressure. Speak to the Harahel boy if you must, but only to put him off. I'll be watching your every thought, and if I detect the least hint of rebellion— He grinned, gaze lingering on her bosom, which was so slight and so concealed under her baggy shirt that she knew he couldn't possibly see anything. Still, the hint served to turn her stomach. Well, I will make you regret any disobedience. House Phel won't take an attack against me lightly, she warned him. Even House Elal will take it amiss if you harm me. Oh, I'm not going to harm you, he returned, though my promise to make you eagerly squirm in my bed stands. Who knows? I might find you enjoy it after I release the compulsion that made you crawl to me in the first place. She regarded him impassively, refusing to give him the pleasure of revealing her profound revulsion. The Harahel wizard, the stereotypical version of the worst of that house, clearly got off on frightening her and on his own prurient fantasies of rape, mental, emotional, and physical. Someone rapped sharply on the door, shouting a question. Finally, Gordon's smile went thin. No, baby wizard, if you can't follow instructions, the person who will be hurt is the librarian. Killian settled at his favourite study desk, the one in the quiet corner near the windows, surrounded on the other two sides by shelves of obscure treatises on early convocation experiments on soil amendments. The very stale information possessed the infinitely magical quality of repelling all comers. Nobody ever visited those materials. In fact, of all the shelves in the vast archives, this corner of obsolete academia was the least visited. Killian had determined that quite some time ago, and quietly moved a battered desk and comfy chair into it. With the addition of an old lamp with an aging fire elemental that produced light so grudging no one would miss it, Killian had the perfect refuge, the polar opposite of his station at the reference desk, where anyone could interrupt him, and regularly did. With a sigh, not exactly happy, as the circumstances were far from pleasant, he arranged the piles of bound records. The situation was beyond terrible, but he couldn't help that he did love a bit of a research project. This one might end quickly, with the standard information easily located and presented as expected. But, as he'd suspected, however, neither Convocation Academy graduation records nor the citizenship rolls turned up a wizard Gordon Harahel. Almost certainly, that was the name he'd given when he was hired as an academy proctor, but with a little psychic push on the correct low-level data entry personnel, a false name could be applied to his hiring dossier. The underlying records would be more difficult to falsify and could lead to trouble if a person needed to prove their citizenship. Why take that risk when a new name for a new job was much easier? No, Gordon Harahel existed. Killian was certain of that, and was equally certain that wasn't his name. Sent by Harahel, almost certainly, but not Gordon, and maybe not entitled to use the house name as his own. Killian would find him. He began by going through the House Harahel roster, which Killian fully expected would yield nothing. The pages were arranged chronologically in reverse order, with the youngest members listed first in the binder, each given their own page, as the convocation proctors confirmed possession of magical talent. Usually, in-house proctors made the first assessments of children under the aegis of the house, if the house in question could afford to keep a specially trained Harahel wizard, with an oracle head to make the determination. Naturally, House Harahel had no such issues, able to assess all children born to their denizens frequently and in depth. Thus, the House Harahel pages for each individual showed a relentless amount of testing, usually starting at birth. However, the convocation relied upon their own rounds of examinations to make the official determinations, which generally started when the child was around 5 years old. Though magically gifted children were admitted to Convocation Academy around the ages of 8 or 9, depending on their MP scores and relative maturity, they didn't manifest as either a wizard or familiar until well after adolescence, when the brain finished its final maturation. In some rare cases, Han came to mind. Late bloomers didn't manifest until their early to mid-20s. Thus, every individual's page held rows of testing dates and the results as spoken by the oracle head, including an identification number indicating which oracle head had delivered that particular verdict. The oracle heads were never wrong, but a great deal of convocation law and practice depended upon that fact, so identifying details were meticulously documented. The official convocation testing entries stood out in bold lettering at intervals when the child in question had been officially registered as magically gifted, along with their MP scores at the time of testing, their scores at the time of admission to Convocation Academy, and at regular intervals following that. The newest entries, of course, belonged to infants, and Killian paged through those rapidly, Harahel children seeming to grow before his eyes as their charts lengthened into multiple pages, their portraits gazing up from the archival quality house Salis paper, the kids seeming to age as he flipped through, faces losing the softness of childhood, sharpening with understanding, and in many cases, cynicism. Eventually, the array of eye colours lessened, the variety of greens, blues, hazels, greys and browns giving over to a predominance of wizard black. Oh, the familiars retained their native eye colour, but they faded into the background compared to that intensely magical black of their wizard fellows. He supposed that could be a reflection of his own ingrained convocation-instilled biases. Only wizards mattered in the world of Convocation Society, with familiars retaining more of their humanity, perhaps, along with their natural eye colour, but falling into their support roles to the only people with actual power, wizards. Killian snorted softly to himself at his own thoughts, mentally amending the observation to specify high-level wizards. As a librarian without spectacular skills of any kind, he lacked power worth mentioning. But then, at least weak wizards and familiars made it to citizen status. None of the house binders included the countless mundanes who inhabited convocation lands, living their lives unrecorded and largely unnoticed, except that their labours produced coin that filled the coffers of the convocation houses in return for the goods that improved their otherwise magicless existence. Dark arts, he was in a morose mood, though with all that had happened since he and Alise had returned to Convocation Academy, who could blame him? Certainly he couldn't be suffering heartbreak over losing someone he'd never had to begin with. In truth, though he hastened this research with his native wizardry, paging through, reading, and sorting the information faster than anyone without his abilities could, a great deal of what he brought to the task involved simple intelligence, the same ability to parse and interpret data that any mundane could bring to bear. Though he could have used magic to index the House Harahel binder, and then cross-reference with House Harahel hires, as Wizard Gordon wasn't necessarily born to that house and could have been hired on at any point, Killian wanted to add that extra layer of quality control by examining the information physically also. Another stack on his desk comprised the Convocation Academy graduates for each year for the last century. This Gordon Harahel had to be in there somewhere. Killian would probably start 2 decades previous and work backwards and forwards, alternating a year before and a year after to find the wizard. Whatever name he'd used then, he'd show up in some fashion. Killian didn't exactly know how he'd recognise the wizard. Even if he had seen the man's face, Gordon might not look the same now as in the records. If he had the wizard's MP scorecard, Killian could use his archivist magic to index for that and cut this whole search short. Every wizard's and familiar's MP scores were as unique as their fingerprints. Yes, the scores fluctuated until manifestation, but once an oracle head was able to give the final determination of wizard or familiar, those MP scores remained fixed for the remainder of their lives. The only variable after that point was how the person in question used their magic. The MP scores tested potential only. Execution was something entirely else. But whoever he was, This wizard possessed Harahel magic sufficient to be hired as an academy proctor. Killian began assembling a mental list, using his magic to remember the profiles perfectly and bookmark their locations of possible candidates. He would find this person, and then he would discover why the wizard was tormenting Alise. What Killian would do at that point, he wasn't certain. But he had to do something. Alise needed his help, which mattered more than anything to him. Also, though, if House Harahel was working to interfere with Alise's investigation into the missing House Phel archives, then someone had to ferret out their plans. And who better to compile that data than a librarian? 11. Alise made it through her classes somehow, the bottle of restless spirits bumping against her thigh, draining her magic like a slow leak as they continued to fight her hold on them. The day passed in a blur of fatigue, worry, and occasional frissons of panic. Fortunately, the crushing pressure of catching up with her already freakishly difficult course load provided sufficient distraction every time her thoughts began to spiral into a loop of wondering how to solve any of her current problems, including how she could speak to Killian without jeopardizing him. He was so obdurate, so determined to solve the riddle she presented him with, even nobly inspired by some ideal of saving House Phel, that nothing she could think of seemed likely to dissuade him. Certainly, she'd failed to put him off with cutting and cruel behaviour. That had rolled right off him, and he'd been as kind and solicitous toward her as ever. The man was a study in forging his own quiet path, implacably strolling along to the strains of a distant music only he could hear. She doubted anything she could say or do would change his mind, now that he'd made it up, even if she could bring herself to be sufficiently unkind. And she just didn't have it in her. Apparently, she wasn't a lal enough for that. Letting out a soundless bark of laughter at the profound irony of that, Alise trudged back through the main halls, hoping for an hour in the quiet privacy of her room to sit and think before the dinner bells rang. She couldn't skip dinner. Even she could recognize that missing so many meals, there had been no time for lunch, was taking a toll on her. "You should have taken the kolaches," she muttered to herself. "Wizard Alise." A dark-skinned girl Alise vaguely recognized hopped off the deep windowsill where she'd been sitting and waved awkwardly. "Brenda Kerr," she added, her brown eyes full of earnest appeal as she chewed her bottom lip. "Ah, hi." It had been so long since another student had approached her that Alise almost didn't know what to do with herself. "I know this is untoward at best and rude at worst," Brenda hurried on to say, waving her hands to encompass a wide circle before clasping them again. "A familiar addressing a wizard without permission and all. There's no rule against it," Alise pointed out, still taken aback and a bit wary. Was House Kerr sending a warning now too? If so, at least they'd chosen an innocuous messenger and a nicely public venue, streams of students parting around them in the busy hallway. "Yes, well." Brenda blew out a demonstrative breath and smiled weakly. "House Kerr is big on formality and etiquette. If my mother knew, I'd be sat down for a long lecture on how high house scions ought and ought not to behave. You know how the old high houses are, and House Kerr is one of the oldest," she added, as if that explained anything, which maybe it did. "Almost as old as House Elal, which I'm sure you know. I don't know why I told you that. I'm really nervous, and I'm babbling." "How can I help you, familiar Brenda?" Alise asked, not unkindly, and trying to be patient. Brenda looked to be about the same age as her, but Alise felt infinitely older than this sweet-eyed daughter of a high house. Alise did understand, for the most part, what Brenda was attempting to explain about etiquette and the house of her birth. House Kerr, indeed one of the founding high houses of the Convocation, governed the powerful magics of sun and fire, rather the polar opposite of House Phil's moon and water magic, come to think of it. Their trademarks had survived centuries of challenges by upstart houses, and while they brought few direct products to market, their monopoly on the powerful magics that fueled so many other manufacturing processes provided a solid income to bolster their already massive old money coffers. Brenda slid her eyes from side to side, as if anyone paid them any attention, which none of them did, and twisted her long, slender fingers together. Could we, that is, would you condescend to, speak with me, privately? Condescend? Alise nearly demanded to know who Brenda thought she was, some sort of wizard princess too good to converse with commoners. But she bit back the harsh reply. The word reflected House Kerr archaic manners and Brenda's clear sincerity about imposing on Alise's time and goodwill. It's not her fault you're in a horrible mood, she reminded herself firmly. At the same time, call her paranoid, but she was leery of all these high house-driven requests for private meetings. Not that a familiar could hope to harm her, but Alise was taking no chances. Can you tell me what it's regarding? Brenda flushed, looking down at her twisting fingers, seeming to notice that she'd been busily picking at one of her undecorated nails and had it half torn off. She clenched her hands together. It's, personal? She whispered. How curious. Alise gestured to the window alcove where Brenda had been sitting and clearly waiting for her. Let's sit there and I'll put up a silencing shield. Brenda's crestfallen expression brightened with relief and gratitude. Perfect. I always forget that you wizards can do things like that. She hopped onto the cushioned sill and crossed her legs, hands folded neatly in her lap, beaming at Alise expectantly. Alise followed her, hoisting herself up, the bottle of spirits banging against her leg and clanking against the wooden ledge. Brenda glanced that way, startled, but politely averted her gaze. The window overlooked the same courtyard that Killian's did, from the opposite side. From where she sat, Alise could easily see the faculty wing that housed his rooms, but stopped herself from counting over to figure which were his. He could be there even now, reading or perhaps gazing out the window, and what in the dark arts was wrong with her? She focused on Brenda, who waited quietly. What's going on? Alise asked. The shield is up, she added when Brenda looked around. Alise had forgotten to make it clear she'd done so. Oh! Brenda smiled and tapped the side of her head. Silly me! She sobered. So I wanted to ask you something, and I know it's asking a lot, but you're the only person I can think of who might be able to help me. Well, not the only one able to, but the only one willing to, maybe? Alise began to get a bad feeling about this. Help with what? She prompted, anyway, feeling the longed-for hour of quiet in her room ticking away like sand through her fingers. I graduate soon. We're in the same class. I don't expect you to remember that, or care, or anything, she hastened to assure Alise, who was chagrined to acknowledge, if only to herself, that she hadn't remembered that. I manifested early, but some of the coursework took a while, she confided. Especially convocation history. I just can't seem to remember all those dates and names and... She clapped a hand over her mouth. And I'm wasting your time. My apologies, Wizard Alise. Maman always says I talk the dead to sleep. It's all right, Alise said, trying to be patient and holding on by her mental fingernails. But I will have to head to the dining hall soon or risk missing my dinner. Yes, me too, all of us. Brenda laughed nervously, twisting her fingers in her pretty flowered skirt. At least she was leaving her poor nails alone. See, the thing is, when I graduate, I'll return home, to House Kerr, she clarified unnecessarily, and then I'll start the betrothal trials? Brenda flushed and stared out the window. Ah, Alise understood now. The betrothal trials were exactly the sort of archaic tradition House Kerr would insist upon, just like House Elal. Nick had endured several months of the betrothal trials. Alise had to admit to herself that she wasn't sure how long it had been, she was that awful of a sister, before meeting Gabriel Phel. Some called the practice barbaric, and surely it was, and inflicted only on female familiars. Effectively locked away from all male contact, the women received wizard suitors once a month, a different one each month, until they turned up pregnant. With their fertile compatibility confirmed, the wizard bonded the familiar, and they became a permanent pair. The oldest houses swore by the tradition, saying the practice ensured the vitality of their bloodlines. Male familiars sometimes endured similar testing, but due to the happy difference in biology, didn't have to be sequestered. Their female wizard partners kept track of ensuring parentage. The betrothal trials didn't offer familiars much of a choice in their wizard partner, but familiars rarely had the autonomy to make that choice anyway. At least the betrothal trials rules allowed the familiar to veto any suitor she didn't care for. Alise imagined some houses made the choices for their daughters, but she knew that their maman had coached Nick and they'd gone through the applicants exhaustively. The process had given Nick a small bit of control over her fate, allowing her to choose the houses where she'd be likely to become the lady of the house, if only via her wizard. It was far better than many of the alternatives. But it worried Alise that Brenda was asking her, in particular, given this looming future. There could be only one reason why. "I can't help you escape," Alise said, lowering her voice furtively, even though no one could overhear. "I understand why you're asking, but I'm on probation here, and if I step out of line even the smallest amount, I'll be expelled and never graduate." Brenda's increasingly puzzled frown cleared. "Oh, you think because of Han and Ileana that I want to run away too?" She laughed with bizarre heartiness given the topic. Alise's head spun, and she resisted putting fingers on her throbbing temples. "You don't?" she asked. It was obviously a rhetorical question at this point, but she needed Brenda to get to the point. "Why in the name of House Kerr would I want that?" Brenda asked with earnest scorn. "Han and Ileana, they were bad familiars, disobedient, thinking they'd fallen in love with each other, defying their families, breaking the law." She shook her head, the picture of disappointment. "And now they'll miss out on real love, a true, deeply bonded partnership with a wizard. It's sad, really. Someday they will come to their senses, but no wizard will have them then. They'll live out their lives alone and miserable, begging for someone, anyone, to bleed off their magic." She nodded at Alise, inviting her to agree. Dumbly, Alise nodded, figuring that would be the most likely path to her escape from this excruciating conversation. Jadran Eladrel loved to make withering remarks about the group insanity at House Phel, the wrong-headed idealism that communicated itself like a disease, infecting everyone it touched. He'd even cheerfully agree that he'd caught it too, with no hope of cure. In that moment, Alise realized that she'd been so thoroughly inoculated with foul thinking that she'd forgotten how completely most Convocation citizens believed in the current system. Brenda displayed all the glowing fervor of the faithful and of someone who had no idea what the reality would be like. Given that, however, Alise didn't at all understand why Brenda wasn't heaping some of that scorn on her as well, the person without whom Han and Ileana could never have escaped. There was no way she wanted to hear that answer, though. "I can't wait to meet my wizard master," Brenda went on, losing her nervousness in her enthusiastic gushing and saving Alise from having to think up a response. "My parents have selected 12 suitors for me, all from the best families and houses. I have excellent MP scores, and my physical health is perfect, along with my fertility." She confided that last in a whisper. I still don't understand what you want from me, Alise said, some of her revulsion leaking into her tone, dimming a bit of Brenda's glow. Forgive me, she added. I'm tired and hungry. No, Wizard Alise, Brenda rushed to say. I should apologize. Here I am taking up your precious time with my stupid nonsense. She laughed self-consciously, flushing, and Alise abruptly itched to slap the family that had taught their daughter to think so little of herself. It's fine, Alise said gently, trying to be encouraging. You're fine. How can I help you? Brenda brightened again. Your sister, Nick, she conceived in just the 4th month of her betrothal trials. How did she do it? Alise found herself blinking as she attempted to assimilate the question. Surely Brenda knew the mechanics involved. The Academy strongly discouraged romances and sex among students. Ileana and Hans' love affair perfectly illustrated why such student liaisons disrupted everyone and everything. Even though wizards had considerably more latitude in choosing their fates, very few Academy graduates ended up in love matches. The Convocation perpetuated itself by breeding magic to magic and partnering the most powerful with each other. Sentimentality didn't enter into the picture. But none of them were ignorant of the realities of life. Alise stammered, stalling. I'm not sure what you mean. The usual way? Brenda giggled, high-pitched, full of nerves again. I know that. I mean, would you ask her for me? I don't want to spend a year or more waiting to click with the right wizard. The betrothal trials chamber at House Kerr is underground and, She wrinkled her nose prettily. I've heard talk that Nick tipped the balance to landlord Phel, if you know what I mean. She laid her finger alongside her nose and winked. How could she have done that? Alise asked, fully bewildered. There are ways, Brenda said, nodding earnestly. I've heard there are. I don't know what. Alise truly didn't. Also, Nick had run from Gabriel when she found out that he would be the one. She hadn't wanted him to begin with. The fascination, Brenda breathed. I've heard Nick felt it right away with Lord Phel. Is it true? Reluctantly, Alise nodded. Nick openly talked about how the fascination had hit her hard and fast as soon as Gabriel walked into her tower chamber. Though the Academy professors were divided on the topic, and Nick herself hadn't believed in it, the fascination persisted as a subject of great interest among students. The familiar Lindella supposedly felt the fascination for the wizard Silas, making her ultimately unable to resist his allure, much as she and her family fought the match. Familiars, supposedly fascinated by their wizards, gave themselves to the bonding with utter surrender. Come to think of it, Alise had heard speculation that fascination and fertility were intertwined, which sounded like more romantic nonsense to her. At Alise's confirming nod, Brenda squealed and clapped her hands together. How did she do it? I don't think she did, Alise answered, her confusion tipping it into a question. What you ask? I've heard the fascination can be induced. Brenda seemed to have heard a great deal. Where could you have heard that? It doesn't sound likely at all. People talk. Brenda shrugged. I'm prepared to siphon my magic to you, as much as you want, until graduation, if you'll just ask her for me. Alise dearly wanted to suggest that Brenda ask Nick herself, but of course the young woman would feel she couldn't do that. She'd been terrified to approach Alise, a fellow student. No way would she write to the lady of a high house, however probationary the status of House Phel, to ask such impertinent and potentially dangerous questions. I'll ask, Alise conceded, mostly because she figured agreeing would end the conversation sooner. Brenda rewarded her with a squeal of joy, lurching as if she wanted to hug Alise, but fortunately remembering herself. But I don't need your magic. Brenda frowned. With all due respect, Wizard Alise, you're very low on magic, and something is draining you. Instead of regenerating your native magic, you've lost more just as we've sat here. Alise felt her jaw slacken in surprise, though she managed to keep her mouth from falling open. I'm very good at my job, Brenda assured her with rare confidence. I've paid very close attention in my care and feeding of wizards classes. Plus, my professors say I have a natural talent for assessing magic reserves. I plan to be the very best familiar I can be for my wizard master. So giving you magic will be excellent practice for me. And you must know, Wizard Alise, that fire and sun magic is the universal donor. You can use it for anything. All the same, that's not necessary. I'm simply heavily involved in a few intensive projects, and I need to eat, Alise said meaningfully. Then, given Brenda's reference to her classes in the care and feeding of wizards, which were not their official names any more than bossing the bodiless was, she added, at the dining hall. I don't presume to know the arcane business of wizards, Brenda replied, almost primly, but I'm certain your projects are vitally important. You need magic for that, and at House Kerr we are not ingrates. I cannot accept your help without giving in return. Please allow me to siphon my magic to you, and then you can eat a hearty meal and rest. Feeling neatly cornered into doing two things she didn't want to do, Alise surrendered to the inevitable. Besides, her magic reserves had fallen low enough that a headache threatened to split her skull, and she felt light-headed. If she ran into Killian, and he'd no doubt look for her at dinner, he'd cart her off to the infirmary, and she wouldn't be able to fight him on it. Fine, she said on a sigh, then realised how ungracious she sounded. That is, thank you, familiar Brenda. I would be grateful. Brenda gave her a funny look, because apparently wizards didn't thank familiars like that, but proffered a hand, taking a deep breath and closing her eyes. I'm concentrating on opening a channel to you, wizard, she said in a quiet voice, but do let me know if it needs adjusting. I'm committed to excellence in my practice. Alise wrapped her fingers around Brenda's narrow wrist, feeling awkward and somewhat soiled. No matter how many times she'd done exactly this in class with a familiar who wasn't friend or family. As promised, Brenda's magic positively gushed into her, bright as sunlight and scorching hot, filling the achingly empty spaces within Alise. She immediately felt so much better that she nearly gasped aloud in relief, her headache vanishing, and the sense of well-being so profound she nearly laughed with the pure joy of it. Replete in next to no time, she opened her eyes to find Brenda beaming at her. You look much better, Brenda proclaimed. I mean, you're always so beautiful, but now even more so. Did you get enough? More than enough, Alise answered, letting go of Brenda's wrist. You're absolutely right. I feel 10,000 times better, and your magic is wonderfully pure. Thank you, Wizard Alise. Brenda visibly preened at the praise. It's the one thing I do well. That's why I know my wizard master will cherish me and care for me always. The hallway suddenly teemed with students, a sure sign that the bell for students to eat had rung. Brenda hopped off the window ledge and said something more, which Alise couldn't hear, since Brenda had stepped outside of the silencing shield. By the time Alise had banished the spell, Brenda had disappeared into the mass stampede of students heading for the dining hall. 12. Killian sat alone at dinner with a book open, pretending to read, but surreptitiously scanning the incoming students for Alise's arrival. Faculty and staff ate first, and most of them had already supped and gone, preferring to avoid the cacophony of student diners. It wouldn't do for him to be obviously watching for Alise, given the apparent gossip. Still, as he had the evening before, Killian lingered over his meal, ostensibly absorbed in his reading, waiting to make sure she ate. She hadn't shown yet, however, and if she skipped one more meal, well, he'd make good on his threat and inform the healers. He understood her pride and stubbornness, but he couldn't stand by and let her drive herself into the ground. With a bit of time before he started the night shift in the archives, Killian kept an eye on the clock, resolved to go directly to the Raphael healers on the way. But then she walked in. So absolutely gorgeous that she stopped his heart in his chest, and he stared at her, riveted, completely forgetting that he'd meant to be discreet. Alise glowed, shining with magic, as replete as he'd ever witnessed, making him realize that he'd never actually seen her with her reservoirs filled. Even when she'd accepted magic from others, she must not have taken as much as she could have, which just figured. Whatever she'd done this time, she'd finally gotten plenty. Her skin, smooth and radiant, beckoned to be caressed, her black eyes snapping with fiery sparks, and Killian fancied he could scent her magic even from across the room, sun-warmed roses on a hot summer afternoon, redolent and sensual. He caught himself inhaling, perilously close to falling into an erotic reverie. Quickly getting a grip, he glanced self-consciously about to see if he'd been observed, and found Proctor Rya's knowing gaze on him. Wiping the guilt from his face, he nodded at her, then kept sweeping his gaze around the room, attempting to look thoughtful, as if simply taking a break from his reading before returning his attention to the book without looking at Rya again. After a moment, he slid a peek at Rya from the corner of his eye. She had turned her attention to a group of students, scowling at them, and allowing Killian to quickly check on Alise. To his immense relief, she'd piled food on a tray with a semblance of enthusiasm, though she did not need to be drinking that huge mug of coffee this late in the day. Head down, she moved deliberately to an empty table, not bothering to look for spots with any of her friends. Former friends, he mentally corrected, noting that everyone carefully avoided noticing Alise. The social ostracism very near total. Killian mentally kicked himself for not realizing how isolated Alise had become at Convocation Academy. Granted, he tended to be a loner himself, happy to be ensconced with his books and projects, but he also knew not everyone was like that. Before she'd helped Han and Ileana escape, Alise had been a social butterfly, one of the reigning royalty of student wizards with high MP scores, excellent grades, and a high house pedigree. It was good to see her regain some of her previous radiance, and he wondered who'd given her magic. He squelched a niggle of envy that perhaps Alise had a nascent romance with some familiar. He should be happy for her, in that case, that she'd be getting both deeply needed affection and companionship, along with boosting her magic. Still, he wanted it to be him. Not at all reasonable, and yet. He shook himself out of the reverie and quickly finished his meal. Now that he'd verified Alise's well-being, he could move on. He certainly couldn't sit with her anymore, not with Rya and apparently half the academy or more watching and speculating. Killian had never been a figure of interest to anyone before, so it hadn't occurred to him that anyone would pay attention. He also wasn't naturally inclined to gossip about others. He had, however, occasionally envied, that emotion again, the laughing groups of friends, the social elite. He'd been the guy with a few good friends, but never the centre of anything. Mostly he'd been fine with that, though in a down moment, a wistful, maybe bitter part of him had wished it otherwise. So, for the first time, he perceived the ugly side of that kind of social admiration. Those bright and shining students worked well as a pack, impervious to all who thought to attack them, but they turned on each other with equal fervour, banishing the wounded and imperfect with ruthless ease. Alise never saw him, never looked up as he passed out of the dining hall. At least she was eating, he told himself, and she'd gotten magic. So no need to turn her into the healers. Also, he had information for her, plenty sufficient as a peace offering and enticement to visit the archives. And him, he hoped. Alise glared at the rat seal courier perched on the lintel over the door to her room. An innocuous owl-like creature in Convocation Academy colours, it was exactly the sort of messenger used by faculty to communicate with students. It could have come from any of her professors, but she didn't have to guess who'd sent it. Killian. How in the dark arts was she supposed to protect him if the man couldn't take a freaking hint? Resigned to the inevitable, the courier would simply follow her around until she accepted the message. She held up a hand for the ethereal owl to land. It did, making contact with her skin with a tiny buzz of magic. House Ratseal also wielded spirit magic, summoning and taming entities, shaping them to specifications for their convocation customers, from tiny to enormous. The wealthier houses and iconic institutions loved to have their branding reflected by the couriers they used. The Academy owl deposited a small scroll into her palm and, objective achieved, flitted away. Unlocking her door, Alise stepped inside, the scroll folded in her palm. She could decline to open it, but that delaying tactic would go only so far. First, however, she scanned the room for any spies that might have arrived since her scouring efforts. Happily, the measures she'd taken to seal the room against further intrusion seemed to have worked. Using a measure of her newly acquired reserves, she strengthened the ward she'd placed to keep any new spies away, then triggered the seal on the courier's missive. It would register that she'd received it, but oh well. As expected, Killian had sent it, asking her to meet him in the archives that night to discuss her project. Crumpling the parchment into a ball, she hurled it across the room, where it bounced harmlessly off the wall and fluttered to the floor. Dark arts take that wizard. A complex emotion balled up within her, comprised of equal parts frustration, desperation, affection, and hatred. She didn't hate Killian, she knew that, but she hated for him to be involved, hated his stubborn refusal to be put off. And she hated herself for being unable to do anything about it. She would not go running to his beck and call, however. Definitely not right away. She had more important things to do, after all, like figure out how to stabilize her bottle of teeming spirits so they wouldn't drain her to the nubbins while she slept, like the night before. And she needed to keep her promise to Brenda Kerr and write a letter to Nick, which would take a while, figuring out how to subtly elicit the necessary information. Fortunately, Nick had gifted her with a few pre-packaged Ratseal couriers that would convey a letter home just as soon as she composed it. Then there was the mountain of schoolwork, which she had yet to prioritize. She really needed to triage all of that. "I have no time for your games, Killian," she muttered to herself. Much as she'd love to avoid him altogether, she couldn't refuse the summons any more than she could have declined receiving it in the first place. Like a Ratseal courier, Killian would metaphorically follow her about, hovering over her shoulder, pinging her attention, and drawing notice. If Killian thought Alise hadn't noticed him in the dining hall, he was sorely mistaken. Lingering over his meal while pretending to read, he was about as subtle as a violet rhinoceros. The more she fumed about it, the hotter her annoyance boiled, until it became abundantly clear that she would have no attention for anything else until she dispensed with the problem of Killian. This time, however, she'd be smarter about not flaunting her conversation with Killian for Gordon Harahel to take note. Taking a page from Courtney Ariel's playbook, Alise opted for disguising her movements. Yes, she'd always viewed the way Sarmailal wizards use spirits to hide themselves from sight as a vain party trick, but it could work to her advantage. She could also learn from the enemies of House Phel, which probably included House Elal, and how they'd hidden the encroaching army from detection until Phel was surrounded. That bit of subterfuge had very nearly won the war before it even began. Grateful for the infusion of Brenda's magic, which was as bright and potent as advertised, Alise prepared to summon an entity of sufficient nature to cloak herself with. Then thought again. Feeling particularly clever, instead of summoning a new spirit, Alise repurposed one of her throng of bottled entities. If they were going to be draining her magic, they might as well be useful while doing it. It took a bit of finagling to extract a couple of the types she wanted from the tangle of seething spirits demanding release, but she managed without too much difficulty. In fact, she performed the intricate balancing act more easily than the night before. Nothing like having a sufficient reserve of magic to get the job done. Also, she observed wryly to herself, there could be something to Professor Chichin's concept of diligent practice. Go figure. Not that she'd ever been a lax student, certainly nothing like Nanda-level slacking, but she'd also always had enough talent to skate by. Only now, forced to dig deep in order to catch up, and due to enemies popping threats out of the woodwork, did she discover that she could improve, and quite rapidly, when she cared enough. In the back of her mind, a cautionary voice warned her about getting too proficient. Remember what you did, the insidious whisper echoed in the dark places. You murdered your own maman. Look at your papa. He started the destruction that eroded her mental and physical health, but you finished it. You're even worse than he is. The harsh truth of that upset her enough that Alise nearly bobbled the job of extracting the spirits she wanted from the bottle, which would release them all and she'd have to start over with tethering and trapping them again, all the more difficult because they knew what lay in store for them. The entities didn't exactly think, but they weren't stupid either. They learned from experience, especially unpleasant ones. Avoidance of bad situations didn't take a lot of intelligence. In fact, Alise felt a little bad sealing the bottle against the trapped spirits, all trying so hard to escape. She had to find a real solution to her temporary storage bottle. There had to be something between having the bound entities free to spy on her and keeping them in a miserable purgatory. For the moment, however, with her captive safely constrained again, Alise focused on the two entities she'd extracted. They'd report back on her excursion to the archives, but that would come as no surprise to their handlers. Alise had spent weeks already going to the archives nightly. Tonight's subterfuge was entirely to keep Gordon Hanil from knowing her movements. If she played this correctly, this would be her last time having anything but the most distant interactions with Killian. Ignoring the pang that prospect gave her, Alise shrouded herself in the obscuring cloak of the large diffuse spirits. Checking her reflection in the mirror, she confirmed that she'd vanished from ordinary eyesight. Her wizard senses easily penetrated the deception, but perceiving incorporeal entities obviously fell squarely in her greatest expertise. Other wizards might sense something unusual, but only if she drew their attention. Alise had no intention of doing anything to attract scrutiny. Unlocking her door, she stretched her senses to confirm that the hall was empty. The academy didn't have a lights-out rule for the older students, but they did strictly enforce quiet hours, which meant no lingering in public spaces. If you were going to be up late, you'd best be somewhere quiet, doing legitimate work. The night proctors saw to that. As she skimmed down the hall, making sure to walk softly and silently, the spirits muffled sound but didn't silence, and it took a lot of concentration to maintain a silencing shield on the move. She passed a proctor staring into space, stationed at the entrance to the wing to keep non-wizard students out. Too bad they don't keep malevolent proctors out, Alise thought acidly. The good news was that the board proctor never even blinked as Alise passed. So far, so good. She passed students, proctors, and the occasional faculty member on her way to the archives, all of them blissfully unaware of her presence. It was incredibly restful. Why didn't she think of this a long time ago? Because you never before existed at this level of crushing paranoia? She reminded herself. Oh, right. She made it to the archives without incident, feeling quite pleased with herself, all things given. Approaching the reference desk where Killian worked the night shift, she realized the major flaw in her plan: how to notify him of her presence. Alise pondered the problem as she watched him assist a young, blonde uncat. Killian had erected a courtesy silencing shield, but Alise could guess at the conversation from the visuals. He seriously explained something to the girl, probably about 16 years old, who giggled and nervously twirled her hair around her finger. Suspicious, Alise noted two of the students' friends hovering a short distance away, avidly observing. Ah, so that was the way of it. Alise rolled her eyes, since no one could see her, and settled in to observe the amateur flirtation underway. Killian naturally remained utterly oblivious to the blonde's posturing, even when she bent over his shoulder, frowning prettily, to read whatever he pointed to. She turned her head to ask him a question, her face much too close to his, and Killian replied without looking at her. Typical Killian. If the girl lived in a book, he might notice her, but no chance otherwise. Why was she interested anyway? He was much too old for her. Not so much intrigued as bored with waiting, Alise sidled closer to the spectating friends, shamelessly eavesdropping on their conversation. They whispered to each other quite audibly. "Dark arts, he is so cute," the first quietly squealed. "I can't believe Trina won the draw," the other pouted. "Wizard Harahel has barely looked at her. He's so serious, so thoughtful. I would love to be his familiar." Yes, he'd be a lovely wizard master. Such a cinnamon roll. That raised Alise's brows. Killian baked cinnamon rolls for these students. Not that he wasn't free to distribute his baked goods to all and sundry, and probably did, but she'd somehow thought she was special. "What do you mean?" "You know, all sweet and soft and warm on the inside. The perfect man." The two sighed in dreamy unison. Sweet, thought Alise. The guy was bossy and annoyingly stubborn. "He has the best mouth," one of the pair said in a reverent hush. "So pretty. Like an angel. I bet he kisses like one, or like a demon. And those black curls. What wouldn't I give to run my fingers through them? They're not black. They're more like dark chocolate. Those ringlets are just long enough for you to get a good grip and hold him down while he devours you, like one of his pastries," the other agreed, both breaking into a spate of giggles. Alise blushed furiously, face hot as she belatedly got their meaning. She knew about sex, naturally, even the, variations the girls giggled over. But Maman had raised her to be a lady. Alise had never been so ribald with friends in discussing potential bed partners. Although, the more she thought about it, the more Alise could see that she'd never really had that many friends, at least not to giggle over romance with, even before she became a social pariah. And how pitiful was that? She grew impatient with Trina's extended flirtation attempt, and with listening to Trina's friends extol Killian's many virtues, observable and fantasized. Killian showed no sign of flagging, clearly re-explaining the same concepts to Trina. Alise nearly threw up her hands in frustration when another two students queued up, waiting their turns. At this rate, she would be there all night. At least the new arrivals made Trina give up her personal siege. With a batting of eyes and a last longing glance that was utterly lost on the oblivious Killian, she dragged herself away, then fell into a gleeful analysis with her friends. Alise continued to wait, shifting from foot to foot, unable to stop thinking about the many admiring and frequently salacious comments the students had made about the quiet archivist. He did have soulful eyes, full of compassionate intelligence, with a fringe of black lashes that softened the sharper lines of his face. Cheekbones to cut glass, the girls had said, and a bow of a mouth in a heart-shaped face. Alise couldn't help considering their descriptors. She supposed all that was true, though never how she would have described him. It was his kindness that shone through for her, that innate ability to look for the best in people. Even in her, she who least deserved it. Killian finished with the final student and looked directly at Alise. "That's a long time to lurk," he commented, startling her. Before she could think up a reply, she really hadn't thought this part out, he added, "They've got a private place for us to talk." Setting out a sign next to a spelled rat seal courier, encouraging patrons to send it to fetch him if they needed immediate assistance, Killian came around the desk and began walking briskly to some remote corner. With no other recourse, Alise followed, firming her resolve. No matter where he led her, they would finish this and be done. They ended up in an obscure nook of the library Alise had never seen. Judging by the stale feeling of the corner, neither had anyone else. A desk piled high with binders sat to one side, and Killian confidently moved to them. "You can drop the spirit cloak," he told her. "No one will see us here." Feeling a bit foolish, she let the entities float up to hover near the ceiling. "How did you know I was there?" she demanded. "I smelled your magic," he said, tapping the side of his nose with a wry half-smile. "I know it's not really a scent, but that, of course, is a synesthesia via which most of us experience the magic of others." "Synesthesia?" she echoed. "Essentially, a kind of sensory crossover, though that doesn't apply perfectly when one is sensing the presence of magic." He sorted the binders, continuing in a professorial tone. "Our physical senses didn't evolve to detect and interpret magic, but our sensitivity to magic still alerts us to its presence, and our brains decode it as something that is standard sensory information. Olfaction, being the oldest sense, is the most common synesthesia, but a significant portion of wizards and familiars experience the presence of magic as a visual field, or even somatosensory. Auditory is the rarest for unknown reasons. Anyway," he cleared his throat, "I smelled your magic the moment you walked into the library." He inhaled deeply, smile fully blooming. Roses and hot sunshine. So freaking charming. Alise glared at him in impotent annoyance. "Brenda Kerr gave me some magic. That's the hot part you sense or smell." Immediately, she regretted telling him that. She'd wanted to combat his sentimentality, not confide sensitive information. I wondered who did that. Very nice of her." His pleased expression faded as he searched her face. Or was it? Alise waved that off, not at all about to explain. She couldn't quite predict what he'd make of the bargain, but she didn't want to hear his opinion either way. "Irrelevant." He nodded slowly, unconvinced, studying her, then pointed to the hovering entities. "Impressive trick with the cloaking. I didn't know you could do that." "Not terribly effective if any wizard can smell or see my magic anyway," she noted. How did the others handle that aspect? "Probably not just any wizard," he reassured her, leaning a hip on the corner of the desk and crossing his arms, gentle black eyes earnest. "I'm attuned to you. That is—" He uncrossed his arms and rubbed his palms on his thighs, gaze shifting away. "From being around you. Nothing untoward. And Nick." He clapped his hands together and joined them. "Your magic feels the same. I just, happened to notice it at Alise Phel. Interesting phenomenon, really, that Ilal magic is so distinctive. Lord Fell's is too, for that matter. And House Kerr. You may have noticed with Brenda. They have a distinctive scent feel to their magic. Not every house does. That would be an interesting study. Of course, many houses are built around a particular business area that requires wizards and familiars of a variety of magic specialties, so they wouldn't have a homogeneous feel to the magic. Still, most houses also have a central familiar line, sometimes maintained by very tight inbreeding, so they might be more likely to have a distinctive magical vibration that translates as a consistent scent or visual via synesthesia. Not to say that House Elal is inbred, I'm simply observing that. He broke off with a wince. I'm simply babbling is what I'm doing. I apologise. Alise, bemused, found herself relaxing, her unfounded irritation with him dispersing like an unbound spirit. It is an interesting question, she allowed. I didn't know about the synesthesia, but for me it's visual and sometimes tactile, depending. His smile bloomed. Fascinating stuff. But that's all beside the point. How are you? His assessing, penetrating stare stirred her annoyance again. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Killian. And yet you travel under a cloaking illusion. We're alone here. No one ever bothers me in this little corner, so you're safe. But don't try to tell me you're not afraid. I'm not trying to tell you anything, she snapped, abruptly over the edge again. I have no reason to be afraid of anyone. I'm only being discreet. There are rumours about us, if you aren't aware. She hadn't really meant to say anything about that either. Killian's tendency to blurt out every thought that crossed his mind was rubbing off on her. I'm surprised you care about idle speculation, he said quietly, not contradicting her, she noticed. People love to imagine things. No one with any sense believes there is anything going on between us other than a collegial relationship. A mentor-mentee association. Totally above board. You may send anyone who questions that to me, and I will set them straight. He looked so uncharacteristically stern, sounded so impassive, that Alise definitely doubted what Gordon Harahel had said. Killian was obviously not in love with her. She had offended his sense of order and academic compliance by trying to discontinue the project with him. She'd confused her own murky feelings about him with whatever. Understood, she replied in an equally neutral tone. And I don't care, that is. I just thought to be discreet. Ah, he said, clearly not believing her. Well, I asked you to see me tonight because I have some information for you about Gordon Harahel. The spinning of the world came to halt so abrupt, Alise nearly staggered, the blood palpably draining from her face, making her cold all over. She stammered, her tongue thick. Who? The look he gave her was all disappointed supervisor. Let's have honesty between us, please. I found out the name of the proctor who frightened you yesterday, the one who disguised himself from me. I discovered something else, too. Gordon Harahel isn't his real name. 13. Alise couldn't breathe. Her ribs closed in hard around her heart, sending it thumping frantically, and she couldn't seem to force them to expand to draw in air. Sparkling black stars shot in around the corners of her vision, and the world lurched into spinning motion again. No, that was the room, twirling like a top around her. Fast! Too fast! The black stars burst and dragged her under. She blinked, her eyes open right away. Or was it right away? Somehow she'd ended up on the floor, the cavernous ceiling of the archives looming above. The entity she'd harnessed had vanished. Well, fuck. Alise, Killian said, squeezing her hands. Can you hear me? Of course I can hear you. I'm not deaf. She pushed to sit up. Don't move just yet. Are you dizzy still? Why would I be dizzy? Come to think of it, she was kind of muzzy-headed, probably the power of suggestion. But how had she ended up on the floor? She extracted her hands from his and levered up. She decided against standing just yet. Because you fainted? Don't be absurd. Her voice sounded just like her maman. I've never fainted in my life. Well, now you have, he informed her. Did you hit your head? I couldn't catch you in time. I'll summon a healer. No! She couldn't reel back the too strident denial, but she could make an effort to be rational and stop any impetuous actions on Killian's part. It's not necessary, she added with a weak smile. People faint, right? First time for everything? Killian, who'd been kneeling beside her, plopped his butt down and rubbed a hand across his forehead. Alise, this has got to stop. What has to stop? She demanded. If you mean the independent study, I've been trying to stop it. You're the one who... I don't mean the cursed independent study, and you know it. He fired back, with eyes blazing, no sign of the mild-mannered librarian about him. You are running yourself into the ground, exhausted, overworked, underfed, and so terrified of this Gordon Harahel that you literally collapsed at my feet at the mere mention of his name. The bones of her skull throbbed, and she dropped her face into her hands, despair welling up to sting her eyes. She'd utterly failed to do a very simple thing. All she'd had to do was keep her head down and her mouth shut, essentially avoid doing something wrong, and she'd screwed that up within only a couple of days. And now both of them would pay the price. Alise, sweetheart, Killian gently pried her hands from her face. I'm sorry. That was harsh of me. I didn't mean to make you cry. I'm not, she said, aware of the lie as she spoke it, the taste of salt tears on her dry lips. You're going to tell me what this Gordon Harahel did to you, he said, holding her by the wrists, his expression fierce. And then we're going to deal with this situation. Killian, please, she begged. You have to stay out of this. It's not safe for you. You're already in danger, and you have to let me go. He cocked his head as if he hadn't quite heard her correctly. You're terrified to the point of fainting because of whatever this creep said or did to you, and you're worried about me. She bit her lip against saying anything more, pleading with her eyes for him to understand, to let this go. You have to walk away, she whispered urgently. This isn't your fight. You're a real piece of work, he said slowly. You know that? Alise flinched, unable to meet his accusing stare. She knew it, and she didn't blame him for hating her, though it gave her a pang to realize she'd dealt the killing blow to whatever friendship they'd begun. Still, he didn't release her wrists, tightening his grip when she feebly tugged away. Alise Phel, Killian said, with the deliberation of someone speaking a vow. I'm not going anywhere. I'm certainly not abandoning you to this situation, whatever it is. I might be only a librarian wizard, but... Her gaze flew up to his. I never meant it that way. I'm only trying to protect you. His tight face softened, along with his grip on her wrists, and he stroked his thumbs over the backs of her hands. I appreciate that. It means a great deal to me that you feel that way. Is it then so difficult to understand that I have the same desire to protect you? She had no words, gazing at him helplessly, thinking she couldn't let him do this, but also how some agonized part of her, deep inside, leapt in aching need. If only he could protect her. I don't know how you can, she whispered. Not because you're a librarian, she added hastily, unwilling to hurt him again, but because you just don't know. With House Harahel involved, I have an idea, he replied grimly. "But whatever it is, you're not handling this by yourself. That only makes things harder and worse. You're not alone in this, Alise. There is no way I'm walking away to leave you to deal with the problem on your own. I hope I've made myself clear." This firm, determined Killian was new. Or was he? He'd certainly pushed her into eating and refilling her magic the first time they met, like a velvet-covered elemental carriage rolling over her protests. "I just don't know what—" He laid a finger over her lips to stop her words. "We'll figure it out," he insisted softly. "Just let me help. Let me prove I can take care of myself. And of you." Mute, feeling dizzy again for a different reason, she nodded. The movement dragged his finger along her lips, and his gaze dropped to her mouth. Feathering his fingers over her cheek, he leaned in as if drawn by an invisible string, hovering there for an endless moment. She should pull back. She didn't want to. His lips breathed over hers, a barely there caress that nevertheless tingled with bright sparks of delight. The cold, hungry, empty places inside her seemed to thaw, receiving the kiss, opening to him. With an incoherent sound of profound need, she moved into the kiss, deepening it hungrily. Killian met her more than halfway, running his hands into her hair and cupping her head, holding her while he returned the kiss, feeding and nibbling on her lips as if they tasted delicious. Hesitant at first, she lifted her hands to his black curls that the girls had so rhapsodized about, finding them as deliciously silky as they'd speculated. He hummed deep in his throat as she touched him, encouraging her, and she found they'd both risen to their knees, all the better to press together, clinging to each other, kisses almost frantic. Alise had never felt anything like this, a wildness rising in her, demanding to be freed, craving more and more and more. Killian broke the kiss, holding on to her still, but staring at her, his expression distraught. "We can't do this," he whispered, sounding stunned. "I can't do this. I apologize. I shouldn't have. This can't have happened." A giggle welled up in Alise, entirely inappropriate given his chagrined horror. "It did happen, though," she confided. "And she was happy?" "But I promised," he stammered. Seeming to realize he still clutched her close, he let her go suddenly enough that she nearly fell, which, naturally, meant he reached out to steady her, and then yanked away his hands again, holding them out a short distance from her, like they might soil her if he got them too close. "What have I done?" he cried. "Oh, Killian," she said on a laugh. "It was a kiss. Nothing more." "How can you laugh? This is a disaster." No, the disaster had been everything else. One terrible event piled upon the next until the accumulated pressure became crushing. This was the one good thing that had happened in, certainly longer than she could remember, maybe the best thing to ever happen to her. She patted his cheek and pressed a light kiss to his parted lips, a kiss he was still too stunned to return. "I liked the kiss," she told him, surprising herself by admitting it, and not above taking the distraction to extract a bit of reprieve from the uncomfortable interrogation. "Kiss me again," she invited. Killian's head whirled, his body throbbing with unaccustomed desire. And there was Alise, acting like everything was fine. No, more than fine. Her depthless, sharp black eyes sparkled with lively happiness, a very real smile curving her perfect lips, plump and shining from their kiss. Their kiss? He'd kissed Alise Phel. His younger self, The bookish, timid boy who'd regarded wizards like those of House Elal with considerable awe fluttered in delighted surprise. His current self, the one who knew much better and should have been thinking, cringed in different but equally strong disbelief. What in the dark arts had come over him? Groaning, he pulled at his hair, remembering how sweet her slim, delicate fingers had felt against his scalp, both soothing and stimulating. He wanted it again, and again. He'd uncorked a bottle that could never be sealed the same way. Speaking of bottles, though, is that a bottle in your pants pocket? He asked, gesturing vaguely in that direction and heroically attempting to banish the image of her slim thighs beneath the baggy material. As soon as he said it, he realized the question echoed a common bawdy joke. Alise's raised brows indicated she thought so too. I mean, I felt it when we, He coughed into his fist, then deciding they were much too close, pushed to his feet and gazed beseechingly at the stack of information he'd prepared for her. That was the real and very pressing reason they were alone together. The bottle, yes. Alise stood up also, placing a proprietary hand on that pocket. It's nothing. That was a lie, and at least it woke him to his senses. He rounded on her, planting fists on hips. He'd had flat enough. Yes, he'd made a massive mistake, but there was nothing to be done about it now. And it didn't change the bald truth that Alise had been hiding all sorts of unpleasantness, from him and from everyone else, and he'd resolved to put an end to it, for her own fucking good. No more lies, he told her. No more prevarications or deliberate omissions or deflections to conceal the truth. She glared at him, cheeks flushed. You don't tell me what... Who else is there? He demanded. Who is taking care of you while you deal with this? He stabbed a finger at the files he'd uncovered regarding the wizard masquerading as Gordon Haneel. Her gaze flicked to the stack of paper and away again, face tightening with such real fear that his heart broke for her. Who else can you trust? He asked more gently. Because you can trust me. I don't want you hurt. She shook her head as she spoke. Good. Because I don't want to be hurt, and now you will understand how I feel. It's not that simple. Let's start with the bottle. If it's nothing, then you can tell me why you're carrying it in your pocket. She sighed deeply, but complied, digging it out and handing it to him. See? A basic grooming imp bottle. And you're carrying it around in case you have a grooming emergency? Many students did, he knew, but they favoured the smaller, portable ones, not the heavy desktop variety. Rolling her eyes at him, she reached for it, but he moved it away, giving her a pointed look. I stuffed it with spirits, she said, as if that explained anything, and it requires my attention to keep them in there, so it's easier to have it on me. Proximity reduces the magic drain. May I have it back now? She held out an imperious hand, and he placed the bottle in it. He wasn't done with this, though, not by a league. Watching her tuck the bottle back in her pocket, he triaged his thoughts on the subject, deciding which to lead with. Why? He inquired, as politely as he could manage. Did you stuff a grooming imp bottle with a collection of spirits? Maybe she had a good reason. He seriously doubted it, but he definitely wanted to hear this one. She flicked him a glance, buttoning the pocket. I didn't want to be spied on, so I gathered all the spying entities in my room. Then I had to put them somewhere. He held on to his temper by a thin thread. I know you're capable of banishing them. Yes, but then the wizards I stole them from would know I did it, she replied with impatience, as if that reasoning made any sense. Though now I'm fucked because I used 2 of them for the cloaking on the way here and lost my hold on them when I... blanked out for a moment there. Not admitting that she'd fainted, he noted. Stubborn woman. What will the repercussions be? I don't know, she admitted darkly. I suppose I'll find out. Then let the rest go, he suggested. The damage is done. She put a possessive hand over the pocket holding the bottle. I won't. I have my reasons. Even though it's harmful to you. Even so. She stopped short of pouting, but the obstinate lift of her chin told him her pride was involved. Alise wasn't behaving rationally, that much was abundantly clear. Killian chose his words carefully. I feel like this is not a long-term solution, if it is draining your magic. I know that. She held up a hand in tacit apology for snapping at him. I need to figure out what to do. I just haven't had time. I thought about asking Professor Chi-Chin, but how would I explain why this was necessary? He thought that question should be her first clue that she wasn't thinking clearly, but he restrained that observation. Let me do the research for you, he offered instead. I bet I can find something in the archives, in the records off limits to students. He'd have to go carefully to avoid questions from his supervisors, but he could always spin a tale about a personal research project tangential to the information he truly needed. He could pull that off. Nothing about it was illegal, so it wouldn't be anything like what had happened with Serena. The look of gratitude Alise gave him made it all worthwhile. That would be amazing. Thank you. Then she stepped up and kissed him lightly, cupping his cheek and giving him a radiant smile, and the conflicting emotions nearly wrenched him apart. He wanted nothing more than to pull her close and kiss her senseless. He also couldn't allow this to continue. Taking his willful romantic longing firmly in hand and shoving it behind a locked door, he pursued the most important course of conversation and dumped metaphorical ice water on the situation. Now tell me about Gordon Harahel and what he did to hurt you. 14. Alise had thought she'd dodged that arrow, but found it lodged firmly in her heart, piercing it through. I can't, she told Killian, aware she sounded more pleading than firm. Killian's face hardened, and he smacked his hand down on his files as if she'd tried to peek and he wouldn't let her until she gave in. Well, he was wrong. She didn't want to know any more about Gordon Harahel, or whoever he really was. Enough, Alise, he nearly barked at her. Don't be a fool. Let me help you. She set her teeth. Don't call me a fool, she warned him. Then don't be one, he fired back. From what I've discovered, this is no game. He tapped the stack of documents meaningfully. This guy is bad news, not someone to take lightly. She probably deserved a medal for not kicking Killian for explaining the obvious to her. I know, she ground out, dancing around the margins of the mental compulsion, trying very hard not to think about Gordon, though a headache already throbbed around the periphery, like the oppressive feel of a storm about to break. She didn't know what would happen if she tried to actually speak of Gordon instead of just thinking about it. Would she just be unable to, or would something worse happen? An even more distressing possibility, would Harahel be somehow alerted and come find them? She shuddered at that horrifying prospect. Unfortunately, the keen-eyed Killian picked up on that. Are you cold? He set hands on her arms, bared by her short-sleeved top, and rubbed them briskly, then stopped. No, you're shaking from fear, not cold. What did he threaten you with? Gordon's vile threats rushed back in full force, and Alise gazed into Killian's lovely, concerned face, wishing she could speak past the lump in her throat. Maybe if she said it fast. The compulsion flexed, a headache spearing from temple to temple. Well, that answered that. She pressed her hands to the sides of her head, wildly trying to think of something, anything else. focusing on Killian, that kiss, how he was everything good and kind, and all Gordon Harahel was not. "Killian," she said, trailing off helplessly. Understanding dawned across his face, such a brilliant transformation. She understood the metaphor with perfect clarity. "You can't say," he breathed, striking his forehead with the heel of his hand. She released her own breath, not at all sure what this revelation would alter, but glad to have gotten that across to him. Hopefully, as clever as Killian had shown himself to be, he'd figure out the rest without her needing to assist. "Your head obviously hurts," Killian mused, "so I'm going to guess he used psychic magic to lay a compulsion on you. I'm also guessing you won't see a healer about this. Yeah, you're that predictable," he said to her frantic head shaking. "Don't look so panicked. I won't make you, not until we get to the bottom of this. But I am going to point out that a RFOL wizard with potent psychic magic and training in mental healing can likely remove this compulsion." "Aha, see, you didn't think of that. This is why you need my help." He tapped her on the nose with gentle affection, looking so pleased with himself that Alise didn't even mind that he'd treated her like a well-behaved puppy. "From what I know of these things," he continued, "which isn't reams, as much of it is ancient history, and obviously still should be, as this sort of fuckery is extremely illegal. Not that it would matter to this guy. It's best if you don't speak at all. Don't attempt to talk or to confirm or deny. I'll be able to read the truth in your expression." His gaze travelled briefly over her face, and he seemed to be about to say something more, then changed his mind. "All right," he continued. "So the rest is easy to put together, especially knowing this information." He laid a proprietary hand on the stack of documents. With a thawing sense of relief that Killian would no longer try to make her speak, she would never tell him of Gordon's worst threats, no matter what, she at last found her curiosity stirring to know what he'd discovered about her tormentor. Noticing her interest, Killian nodded and pulled out the lone chair for her to sit. "I won't bore you with my methodology. No, don't give me that wide-eyed, innocent face. I know you tolerate my worst foibles in discussing library arcana. It's all right. Sometimes I bore myself." He laughed wryly. "Meet Taran Tausa." With that declaration, he flipped open a binder emblazoned with the House Tausa crest to a marked page with a portrait of a younger Gordon, no, Taran, looking somehow both smug and dissatisfied. Killian put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly, and Alise realised she'd flinched. "He is of House Harahel lineage, a by-blow of a side branch, one that typically hasn't produced high MP scoring children. I can show you my research verifying that, but it's really not all that relevant, except his background to young Taran's early life. As you can see here, his psychic magic potential scored through the roof, even as a toddler." Killian ran his finger down a list of repeated testing over the years, and Alise marvelled at the thoroughness of the records. Was there one in the archives with similar detail about her? There must be, as she'd been tested at House Elal by the in-house Harahel wizard and their oracle head at regular intervals throughout her childhood. In fact, one of her earliest memories was of staring in fascinated horror at the mummified, barely animated and gilded head resting in the decorated tabernacle, whispering numbers through its carnelian inlaid lips. She kind of wanted to see her file, and also not. "As you can imagine," Killian continued, "the ruling family of House Harahel plucked Taran from his parents and raised him with a number of other children of similarly high scores, monitoring them closely. It's possible that Taran and his cohort were subjected to various attempts to enhance and cultivate their magic." At her inquiring glance, he grimaced. "I went down a bit of a research rabbit hole there, truth be told, but all knowledge is worth having, and the information may come in useful before we're done. Also, it was fairly easy to correlate dates and find other individuals in this cohort who'd been tested at the same time. I can't hurl fireballs or summon spirits, but library magic is excellently useful for collating data and making connections between seemingly disparate sources of data. If you're wondering how I drew the conclusion that House Haniel experimented with enhancing these children's magical potentials from the way scores fluctuated in predictable ways and how low-scoring children were removed from testing, none of that is really relevant. Except that all knowledge is worth having, she murmured. Exactly, he replied, clearly pleased. Anyway, to sum up, Tarim was top of his class, basically the sole survivor of a rather ruthless pruning process that leads me to wonder what else he was taught. He completed the minimal coursework at Convocation Academy, graduated with remarkable haste after manifesting as a wizard. I do wonder what they'd have done with him had he turned out to be a familiar. But I imagine they had a plan to make him useful, regardless. And then disappeared from sight until recently. When he reappeared, he turned up with a falsified record, a new face, and the name Gordon Haniel. Whereupon he was hired as a proctor here. When? Alise breathed the question, as if saying it quietly would evade the compulsion. The day you and I left for House Harahel, Killian answered, just as quietly, nodding when she glanced up at him, his expression sober. Thus the puzzle is easy enough to put together. He obviously does work for House Haniel, but as a clandestine agent with considerable ability for psychic manipulation, to the point of being able to disguise his presence entirely, at least from a low-level wizard like me. Haniel mobilized him to stop you from completing the petition to House Harahel and determining what became of the House Phel records. He waited for your return, threatened you to the point of terror. Don't bother to argue, it's obvious to me. To stop your investigation and laid on compulsion on you to prevent you from speaking of it. Did he also threaten my safety if you didn't play nice? I see he did. Killian sighed, then crouched before her where she sat, taking her hands in his, studying them as he stroked his thumbs over the backs of them. I want to be able to tell you that you shouldn't worry about me, that I can take care of myself, but I'd feel the same way if our positions were reversed, and you're a far more powerful wizard than I, and much more capable of defending yourself. She made a noise of protest, the compulsion flexing with painful strength before she even mentally formed the words. It's true, he insisted, and I'm at peace with that. I'm happy with who I am. I must apologize to you, however, that this person, he spoke the word with profound distaste, was able to use my feelings for you as a lever in such a terrible way. Alise threaded her fingers through his hair, savouring the silky texture, her heart aching for him. His feelings for her. Was it true, then? Killian rubbed his head against her touch, like a cat loving to be petted, then met her gaze with his gentle black one. I didn't want you to know, he said softly. I wasn't ever going to tell you. I know it's inappropriate in so many ways, and you'll never return my feelings. No, don't try to speak, because I can see how it pains you. As soon as we're done here, we go to the healers, no arguments or detours. I can deduce that the thoroughly unprincipled Tarim Haniel... Actually, we should probably continue to call him Gordon, lest we slip and reveal that we know his true identity. Anyway, he read my mind, didn't he? And then told you of my strong feelings for you. I'm deeply sorry he burdened you with that, and I want you to know, despite my unfortunate lapse in kissing you a bit ago, an incident I promise I shall never repeat, I won't bother you with my nonsense. I'm fully aware of the disparity in our social and magical echelons. I lost my head, it's true. but it won't happen again." "Are you finished?" Alise asked dryly when the river of explanation and declaration finally ran out. "Good," she said when he nodded. "I can speak regarding this, so stop trying to shut me up," she told him pointedly. "I already said I liked the kiss. I don't want your apologies." She didn't know what to make of the paradigm shift in how she regarded Killian, but things had absolutely changed between them, and she wasn't going to pretend otherwise. She'd failed to protect him by staying away, therefore she'd do it by staying close. "I also don't want your assumptions about, well, any of the things you're assuming. We need to discuss this thing between us and what we're going to do about it." He looked so shocked and chagrined that she squeezed his hands. "You're right that I didn't think of going to a healer. Let's do that now. Then we can have that conversation." Nudging him away, she stood and withdrew the bottle from her pocket. "What are you doing?" Killian looked like he wanted to snatch the bottle from her and smash it. "I need another spirit to hide me. I can't be seen with you." He put a hand over hers on the bottle. "Yes, you can. We're not bowing to this extortion anymore. I'm calling in someone to cover my shift and going with you, openly." They were a pair, jostling to tell the other how it was going to be. It made her smile, which seemed to confuse Killian. "All right," she said. "Openly it is." They made it to the infirmary without incident, not in small part because midnight had long since expired and the hallways empty of much of anyone. Though Alise kept a careful eye on the swirling shadows, especially the ones that coalesced in quasi-sentient observation of their passage, none produced any more harbingers from high houses. Maybe that part of the program was over. A single Raphael healer, wearing his signature deep green robe, greeted them upon arrival, a question on his pleasant, dark and freckled face. His wizard-black eyes, warm with compassion, matched the shade of the darker freckles, his skin a lighter brown. "Ah, some company for me," he said in a deep, melodious voice. He gestured to the empty infirmary. "In my line of work, it's always bad luck to wish for something to happen, and no patience is always a good thing, but the wee hours get lonely. I am healer Jonathan Raphael. How can I be of service, archivist Cillian Harahel and wizard Alise Phel?" For some reason, it came as no surprise to Alise that healer Jonathan used her correct house affiliation. Though traditionally neutral, sometimes painfully so, House Raphael had unexpectedly come to the aid of House Phel during the recent attack. The new head of the house, Lord Chaim Raphael, quite obviously and painfully in love with Celia, had been persuaded that standing back and doing nothing to prevent evil amounted to endorsing it. Killian invoked a silencing shield, raising Jonathan's brows. "We have a delicate situation. An unethical Hanil wizard laid a compulsion on Alise." Jonathan's brows rose even higher. "I want to say that's not done, but you already mentioned unethical. And it's clear even our discussion of it pains Wizard Alise here. Let me see if I can ease that first. Please, sit here." He indicated a comfortable chair, the sort that beckoned one to curl up with a book, and much preferable to the nearby table for physical examinations. Alise sat, the pain lancing from temple to temple, making her vision blur. Killian moved to her side, taking one of her hands in both of his and giving her an encouraging smile. If healer Jonathan thought anything untoward about the gesture, he gave no evidence, instead laying soft fingertips unerringly on the exact locations where the compulsive pain anchored to her temples. Pursing his full lips, he hummed thoughtfully. "Yes, I perceive it now. Nasty bit of work, this." "Can you help her?" Killian asked anxiously. "Yes, fortunately, I'm quite well versed in healing wounds of psychic origin. That's why they have me on the night shift." He winked reassuringly at Alise. "We are creatures most at home in daylight, and so the worst of the monsters and injuries that plague us emerge under cover of night, all the better to frighten us." Unexpectedly, Alise gulped back a sob, one that had leapt into her chest at the healer's words. Though she hadn't thought she needed Killian's solicitous hand-holding, she gripped tightly, trying not to writhe under Jonathan's mental probing. "I know, darling, I know," Jonathan murmured in a soothing chant. "It's painful, but it can't actually hurt you. All bark and no bite in this one. Just hold on a bit longer for me. And there." With a sigh of satisfaction, he changed the press of his fingers on her temples to a glide of comfort and seeking. "What's this, then?" "What?" Killian demanded, earning a quelling look from the Raphael wizard. "I won't know unless I can concentrate," he answered pointedly. Flushing, Killian muttered an apology, squeezing Elise's hand even tighter. The worm of Gordon's initial compulsion slithered through her mind, totally unlike the precision clamp of the silencing compulsion. The command to go willingly to the slime ball's bed slipped and turned around, giving not pain, but pleasure. She clamped her lips on a moan of need, swallowing it down with ruthless strength. "It's not real," she told herself. "No, it's not," Jonathan said softly, gaze locked to hers in sincere reassurance. "This one is more insidious, a concocted emotion tied to a physical need and woven into your true feelings, thus more difficult to extract. This is not your shame. Allow me in. Trust me to take care of you. It helps if you focus on what you know is real." Closing her eyes, she nodded slightly. She'd felt real desire in Killian's arms earlier, true and burning need for his body against hers, the stirring delight of his ardent kiss. She wouldn't be fooled by the vile wizard's faked-up version of lust. Not only was it an empty shell with a corrupted core, but even the surface showed cracks. Gordon Haneel might understand something of lust, but he clearly knew nothing of real connection to another person. Nothing like she had with Killian, even if she hadn't begun to fully explore that. Yet, regardless of the propriety of their connection, the dubious wisdom of their feelings, what she and Killian shared was potent and real and good. "Yes, good," Healer Jonathan murmured in an echo of her thoughts. "Keep focusing on that. Perfect." Probably she should worry that Jonathan likely saw everything about Killian in her mind, but she couldn't care in that moment because the Raphael wizard also found those vile and webby strands that Gordon had interlaced through her thoughts, plucking them out and discarding them like blood-swollen leeches the people of Mericin pulled off each other after wading through murky bodies of water. The sheer release of each one gone made her keenly aware of how profoundly they'd impacted her, even over a few short days. By the time Healer Jonathan declared himself done and her mind clean of influence, Alise felt as if she could burst into tears yet again, but from relief this time. Killian watched her with concern, not having understood Jonathan's cryptic comments interspersing the long silences. "Food and rest will have you back to rights," Jonathan said. "I've laid in some passive defenses against psychic intrusion that should last against any cursory attempts, but I'm also going to request that Professor Morgana Seraphiel give you emergency instruction to prevent another aggressive attack." Alise knew of Morgana Seraphiel from all those late nights in the archives. The elderly professor passed most every night at the table unofficially reserved for her, the green-shaded elemental light focused on her rune-covered pages, casting an eerie pool of emerald around her. She had the air of one of those people so singularly focused on her work that disturbing the professor's concentration didn't bear even considering. Not to mention the superstitious tales students whispered to one another about the terrible things the dark arts professor could unleash without blinking, simply out of mere irritation. "Is Professor Seraphiel necessary?" Alise asked, more faintly than she'd have liked. "Professor Chichin is already teaching me to—" "Consider this a prescription," Healer Jonathan interrupted. "I don't need to know details. In truth, it's better that I don't. What I glimpsed in your mind stays between us, protected by healer-patient confidentiality. But I saw enough to know you must take this attack very seriously." He turned a somber look on Killian, who was frowning at Alise like she'd done something wrong. "You'll address this problem with Provost Uriel?" "Yes," Killian answered immediately, saying it loudly and emphatically over Alise's protest. "She has to know about this, Alise. There could be other people affected," he added meaningfully. "We have a responsibility to protect everyone at Convocation Academy." Glumly, Alise agreed, very much not looking forward to the provost's reaction to Alise being involved in yet another problem. "You'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow, as it's a rest day," Healer Jonathan continued, jotting down some notes. "No work for you. I want you to actually rest." "Oh, but I can't," Alise began. "You can, and you will," he interrupted sternly. "I did deep work on you. You won't feel it yet, but what I did will exhaust you as much as a physical surgery would have. I want you to sleep in. Sleep all day if you can. I'll give you a tea to make sure of it. You need to stay out of sight, away from everyone, until you can meet with Morgana. And you shouldn't be alone, for several reasons. Do you have someone you can stay with? Your brother, perhaps?" Her laugh came out bitter at the thought of asking Nanda to help her out. He'd be more likely to turn her over to her enemies and dance a happy jig as he did so. "No." "Then you'll stay here." Alise gave the echoing empty ward an appalled glance. "I'd really rather not." "It's not exactly peaceful, especially when daylight comes," Healer Jonathan agreed ruefully. "However, you need someone to keep an eye on you in case there are any mental side effects, and to keep you safe from further attempts at psychic manipulation. You can't be alone." "She can stay with me in the faculty wing. Alise can have my bed and I'll take the couch," Killian said, giving her an owlish and impatient glare when she opened her mouth to protest. "You know you're safe with me, right?" She did know that, so she closed her mouth again. Still, staying in Killian's small junior faculty apartment seemed unwise on an entirely different level. But avoiding this thing between them hadn't worked either, so— "All right, thank you." "Thank you for not arguing further," he returned wryly. 15. Alise stood back, nerves in her belly, as Killian thumbed open the Iblis lock on the outer door to his apartments, then popped the door open and invited Alise to precede him with a sweeping gesture. They hadn't spoken on the short walk from the infirmary. Alise had a very strong sense that Killian was waiting until they were alone to pursue his many questions for her, now that she was free to answer them. She probably should have opted for the infirmary. Wandering to the centre of the living area, Alise wrapped her arms around herself and surveyed the small, cluttered room. She'd only been there the one time, and it felt like a lifetime ago. It also seemed like very little had changed since then. The teetering piles of books that looked haphazard still covered every surface. Notes, scrolls, pens, and other bits of writing things occupied the interstices. Several shelves contained not books, but numerous small figurines and collectibles. "I'll brew your tea," Killian said, setting a tiny fire elemental to heat the teapot. "And warm up something to eat. Then you can go to bed. Are you cold?" No, she answered, puzzled, then realised she probably looked like it, with her arms nervously wrapped around herself. There's a throw there if you do get cold. Alise followed his pointing finger to the colourful quilt tossed over the back of what was clearly his favourite reading chair. Fingering the soft fabric, she knew it must be handmade, love in every stitch. For the first time, she wondered about Killian's family, probably totally unlike her own. The kind of people who sent him to Convocation Academy with a quilt made with hands, not magic. Though she politely kept her gaze averted from the notes he'd scribed in a surprisingly stylish script, she couldn't help noticing the title of the book on the table next to the chair, bookmarked halfway through. The Saga of Silas and Lindella. "You're still reading it," she said aloud in her surprise. "Yes, I apologise for my careless remarks about it. I still have issues with some of the content, but I believe I better understand why it's so beloved, why you love it in particular." That arrested her. Also, this conversation was far better than the much-dreaded demand that she explain what Gordon Harahel had said to frighten her so. "Interesting. Why do you think I love it?" Killian glanced at her from behind the high counter, meticulously measuring the herbal tea healer Jonathan had given her. "It's a study in loyalty, isn't it? Beyond the intensity of the love affair, it's a tale of a magical partnership where Silas and Lindella are loyal to each other until death and beyond. They'd both rather die than allow the other to come to harm. They became a true, unbreakable unit, loving each other despite their flaws, perhaps even because of them. But ultimately, it's about unshakable loyalty, the family they made with each other, one more important and profound than the families they were born to. Also," he continued, "Silas is arguably awful to Lindella, but I can see why you find his behaviour captivating." He strained the tea, considering, thoughtfully. Nothing matters to him more than her, being with her, possessing her. There's a thrill to that fantasy, that you could mean that much to someone else. In particular, that someone so difficult to literally everyone else in the world would love you. Silas loves only Lindella, alone of everyone in the world, which makes her the centre of his entire universe. That's powerful. He brought her the mug, holding it rotated so she could grasp the handle. "Careful, it's hot, but it's also at optimal steeping time, so try to drink it quickly. You can sit there." She nearly protested that it was his chair, but also every other possible surface sported books and papers. So she sat and sipped, processing Killian's rather astounding assessment of the saga. "I mostly thought it was sexy," she admitted, "and romantic." Killian sat down in front of her on a low table, facing her, a half smile on his lips. "No, you didn't. I'll accept that you thought those things, sure, and it is sexy and romantic, but I bet I'm right and you just don't want to admit it. That's fine." He cocked his head at the ding of a bell. "There's the kolaches warmed up. You'll eat one?" "You sure are bossy all of a sudden," she griped. He pointed at the book as he went to the kitchen nook. "You like bossy?" "Not to live with," she retorted, but had to swallow a smile. "Well, now, that's another conversation entirely, and it's early days to consider such a big step." He grinned when she scowled, annoyed at how he twisted her words, and returned with a steaming, fragrant kolache on a plate. "Kolaches again?" she mock-complained. "You know you want one." He waved the plate under her nose. "Don't be stubborn." "There's the pot calling the kettle black." "Don't be stubborn for the wrong reasons, then." She took the plate. "I did eat dinner, as even you acknowledged." "Yes, but that was coming up on 10 hours ago. It's been a long night, and healer Jonathan specifically said you needed nourishment after that healing session." Unable to muster an argument, she took the plate and bit into the succulent roll. It tasted even better than it smelled, the fluffy pastry melting in her mouth like buttered sunshine, the spicy sausage within a perfect flavour match, somehow more nourishing than anything she could remember eating in forever. Before she knew it, she'd gobbled down the whole thing, dabbing up the crumbs with a fingertip so as not to miss a morsel. "It was really good," she said belatedly, looking up to find Killian watching her with an odd expression on his face. "I'll get you another," he said, his voice slightly hoarse, taking the empty plate from her. "Drink the rest of your tea first." Obediently, she took up the mug, now cooled enough to be pleasantly warm to wrap her fingers around, and drank, watching Killian move with efficient grace around his little kitchen. It was oddly intimate, even homey, being in his golden-lit rooms in the small hours of the morning, with most of Convocation Academy asleep. Almost as if they were the only people in the world. Which makes her the centre of his entire universe. That's powerful. Blushing for no good reason, Alise drank down the rest of the tea, ready when Killian brought a second kolache and resumed his same seat on the table. "You don't need to watch me. I will eat it." "Oh, I know you will," he replied lightly. "I've seduced you now. It's simply a pleasure to watch you eat." She nearly choked on a bite and had to take her time chewing. "You don't allow yourself much pleasure, do you?" Killian asked, then held up a hand. "A redundant question, you would no doubt argue, but I have observed the truth for myself. There hasn't been a lot of room in my life for frivolity lately," she answered anyway. "Interesting that you consider simple pleasure frivolous, but we can debate that another time. What I want to know is what healer Jonathan meant by telling you that whatever Gordon Haneel suggested to you wasn't your shame." Here it was. She couldn't meet his gently inquiring gaze, grateful that she'd finished the kolache and couldn't choke on it. "I don't know either. Did he say that?" "Alise." There was a world of reproach in the one word. She clutched the plate in desperate grip. "I'm exhausted and need to sleep." Killian gave her such a long look that she thought he might refuse, but he released a weary breath and stood, easing the plate from her death grip. "Very well. I wish that you trusted me, though." "I trust you," she ground out. "Then tell me. Let me be a friend." "You'll be angry if you know." Killian regarded her mildly. "Oh, Alise, I realise you're in your head a great deal, but surely you can't be that obtuse." He gazed down at the plate in his hands, then abruptly hurled it against the wall where it shattered dramatically. Killian looked from it to her. "I am already angry, darling." Killian gazed back at Alise, who gaped at him in apparent shock. Not that he blamed her. Had he ever done anything like that in his life? No. Anyone who knew him would be stunned. He didn't quite understand it himself, but he also squelched the urge to apologize. It had been his plate to keep or break as he pleased. If he wanted to throw it against the wall, that was his cursed prerogative. Alise tipped her head and narrowed her sharp black eyes. "I can't believe you accuse me of being in my own head. You're the one who's always daydreaming." "Yes, but at least I am daydreaming about you," he retorted, still too caught up in the swell of anger to think better of the admission. But then, all along he'd had a distressing tendency to blurt out his every thought around Alise, and she already knew of his feelings for her, if only because that fucker Gordon had used them against her. "I apologise for that, Killian," she said quietly. "And I'll accept the charge. I am guilty of being oblivious to all the world." She let out a long breath and combed her fingers through her short, glossy hair. "I don't want you angry on my behalf." Why not? He was genuinely curious, and in this interstitial bubble of time between night and dawn, he thought she might tell him. "I don't think my doing this bothered you," He gestured vaguely at the shattered pieces of ceramic, taking a step that direction to pick them up. "Allow me," Alise said, a waft of her magic blowing past him like a warm rose-scented afternoon breeze. A bevy of earth elementals answered her call, coalescing around the detritus, eagerly consuming it. And no, your brief, mild show of temper hardly would attract a glance at House Elal. My papa was infamous for his rages, all the worse when he was quietly furious. We all learned to tiptoe around him. She looked briefly, profoundly unhappy, staring off at some memory. Well, except for Nick. She always enjoyed his very best attention, until she manifested as a familiar, that is. "I'm sorry," he told her, wishing he could comfort her in some other way. Her gaze focused on him again. "Nothing to be sorry for," she replied briskly. "I envied her all that time, sure. Probably I gave in to jealousy when I shouldn't have, since Nick suffered far more than I ever did. I could wish that Papa had loved me like he loved her, but at least that means he had nothing to take away from me. He punished Nick, hurt her deeply by withdrawing his regard. He can't do that to me." Couldn't he? Killian wondered but didn't say aloud. Piers Elal had a hook deeper into Alise's heart than she realized, he thought. Hopefully, he wouldn't ever choose to use it. "Time enough to speak of these things tomorrow. The bed is through there." He pointed even though it was obvious. "You need to sleep, and I'm keeping you up." He should have known better than to press her right now. It just gnawed at him, the need to know what Hanil had said to terrify her, to do something about it. How could he begin to help her if he didn't know? Thing was, he suspected he did know. "No." Alise shook her head. "First of all, I'll take the couch." She held up a hand, jaw sharp with determination. "I won't put you out of your bed, Killian. Second, let's finish this conversation so it's not hanging over me." A pang of guilt shot through him. This pressure came from him, from his needing to know. And what would he do once she told him? He couldn't fight a wizard of Gordon Hanil's psychic might. But he could listen, and he knew from bitter experience, he'd at least learned that from the Tsarina debacle, that telling someone of a painful thing lessened its sway over you. "Let's sit," he said, gesturing to the couch so they could sit together, then belatedly realizing he'd stacked it with books. "One moment." "You don't have to." "Well, I will have to at some point if I'm to sleep here." She didn't reply, rather pointedly not renewing the argument over who would sleep where. He restacked the books without much regard for their previous order, though he kept a mental tab on the current organisation, so he could revisit, then plumped the crushed cushions of the couch until they looked, if not entirely welcoming, at least not so forbidding. Turning back to Alise, he found her eyeing him and the couch with a wry expression. "Do I even want to know how long that piece of furniture has functioned as a bookshelf instead of a couch?" she asked. "Probably not," he admitted, unable to quite recall the last time anyone had sat there. "I don't entertain visitors often, so—" He shrugged, helpless in the face of his own foibles. Alise sat gingerly, adjusting her narrow bottom, then frowning. "I don't think anyone should sleep on this thing, or rather attempt it, as I don't believe sleep would be possible. I can sleep in my reading chair." Sitting beside her, he had to acknowledge the truth of her observation. The cushions were packed hard as rocks. No amount of fluffing could save them. Oh well. "I sometimes fall asleep there anyway." Why doesn't that surprise me? She twisted her fingers together, eyes darting away from his gaze. "I don't know quite where to start." "At the beginning," he replied promptly. "Here, this will help." He scooted into the corner of the couch, half reclining, and laying an arm along the back. "Lean against me." She looked dubious, but complied, edging herself hesitantly against his hip, then lying stiff as a slim board against him, tense enough to spring up at a moment's notice. Like this? Yes, except relax. And maybe no spirit bottle? He suggested as it ground against his leg uncomfortably. Surely nearby is good enough. Sorry, she muttered, sitting up to extract the thing from her pocket and set it on a pile of books. He really needed to clear some space. When she laid back down, he lifted the hand from the back of the couch to stroke her silky hair, going carefully, coaxing her into settling that busy head into the nook of his shoulder. Better? Now tell me. Start with where you first encountered Gordon Harahel. She nodded, then began. There's not that much to tell, really. Nothing actually happened. It was all suggestion. She told the tale in fits and starts, staring up at the ceiling while he caressed her hair, petting and calming her. When she haltingly repeated the vile threats to assault her sexually, she began trembling. The fury coursed through him cold as chilled mercury, thick and viscous in his veins, but he held himself still, not allowing the tension riding him to leak through to disturb her. Alise wept a little, a few tears sliding down her cheeks to settle on his shirt and soak through, where they dampened his skin with her fear and sorrow. She wound down soon after, correct that it wasn't a long tale, just a horrifying one. At last, emptied of the unbearable tension, Alise lay lax against him, her breathing deepening into sleep. He should move, get up and get her into the bed. But he found that he couldn't lift even the hand resting over her forehead, her light body a delicious weight he couldn't bear to shift. Feeling his own heavy eyelids lowering, he instructed himself to move. To no avail.